Standing there, hearing John Soyun's ironclad testimony, he scoffed. Then, as if losing his mind, he palmed his forehead and laughed. How ridiculous! But inside, he was sweating bullets. Crap! If this continues, I'll be branded as a cultist. Without any way to clear my name, a moment later he tilted his head, his eyes sharp as a blade, trying to play it cool. And Fujimoto Ryoma kept rebutting. I already told you. These are just baseless accusations. Isn't this all just part of a plot? By the Van Keem sect to take over Japan? 1,000 calculations raced through his mind. I need to stall for time according to the plan. He plotted silently, until I can get out of here safely. But a figure in a hooded cloak spoke up. Cutting through his aggression, Fujimoto-san. She slowly lowered her hood, frowning sadly. Just give it up. This was the heavenly maiden herself, Kurosaki Yuri. The moment they heard her voice, the reporters were stunned to recognize Kurosaki. A nearby girl was confused. I heard she was in the hospital. What is she doing here? Kurosaki Yuri didn't want to stay quiet anymore. She stood up straight and turned around, her face showing no hesitation. As the central figure in this incident, I'm here to say a few words. Regarding the moment Kang Yu saved me, Kurosaki Yuri had faintly heard his voice. Although I don't remember every detail of everything that happened that day, I am certain of one thing. Fujimoto was not the one who saved me. That Korean player over there is the one who saved me. After speaking, Kurosaki Yuri bowed respectfully. Her sincerity was unmistakable. Getting kidnapped was my own failure, so I want to apologize to the public for causing everyone so much worry. The crowd waved their hands frantically. It's not your fault at all. The ones to blame are those cultists like Ryoma. At this moment, John Soyun crossed her arms and nodded toward Nobuito. Your Honor, everything seems quite clear now. Why don't you go ahead and arrest Fujimoto? He had been so caught up in the drama that he completely forgot the situation. He jumped when he heard his name called. I see. Wakabi Nobuito didn't hesitate to slam his gavel repeatedly. I order the arrest and investigation of Fujimoto. He was rendered speechless by the order. What the hell is this? Not only did he fail to frame anyone, but now he was the one in the crosshairs. Prime Minister Yamada, Yuri, and even John Soyun. Are you all trying to pin this on me? But looking at Kang Yu, another thought flashed through his mind. This definitely isn't a coincidence. Someone is definitely pulling the strings here. He imagined Kang Yu wearing a sinister smirk, realizing that this whole thing was orchestrated and went down in just a single day. Grasping the hidden truth, Fujimoto Ryoma instantly unleashed his power, whipping up a violent gale. Don't make me laugh. The wind swirled around him, lifting his body up. Then with a loud roar, he shot straight into the air, smashing through the exit to escape. Don't make me laugh. This threw the crowd into a frenzy. Ryoma's getting away, get him! Chayonju couldn't hold back her fury and yelled, that son of a bitch! She was absolutely livid, clenching her fists tight. She turned and called out, Hey, Kang Yu! We should go after him. But when she looked back, Kang Yu was already gone, leaving behind only shattered handcuffs. Where'd he go? Cut to the peaceful Tokyo skyline, twinkling with starlight as if nothing had happened. Streetlights flickered amidst the bustling crowds. Then suddenly a powerful gust of wind blew past, carrying a dark shadow through the night. It turned out to be Fujimoto Ryoma hauling ass to escape. He gnashed his teeth, his face twisted in pure rage. Damn it! Damn it! Shit! Where the hell did it all go wrong? He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice a streak of light closing in. Even so, I can still make it out of Japan. Before he could finish that thought, the light erupted, engulfing him in roaring flames. At the same time, Kang Yu stood there with hands behind his back, looking down calmly at the body, as it tumbled several times before hitting the ground. Fujimoto Ryoma fell flat on his face, right onto the dirt. Gasping for breath, his whole body was aching. Who dares? A slow voice echoed, dragging Fujimoto Ryoma out of his fit of rage. So you finally figured it out? Following the voice, he struggled to his feet. His body hadn't yet recovered from that devastating blow. The bastard from before, Kang Wu, stood right there across from him. A fireball swirled in his palm as he muttered, You made 5 mistakes. The flames in Kang Wu's hand flared up, drawing in a surge of violent energy, spiraling directly into the center of the sphere. He locked his gaze onto Fujimoto Ryoma. Do you realize it now? At this point, Fujimoto Ryoma was still gritting his teeth. His voice snapped, Don't make me laugh. Maybe I was too hasty in rushing the plan, and overlooked a few things. His sharp eyes swept across his opponent as he countered, But there's no way I made 5 errors. Kang Wu cut him off. The corner of his mouth curled up in amusement. First, a fireball erupted in his palm. The vivid red glow reflected in his confident eyes. Magic suppression devices don't work on me, so you can't bind me. Having finished, he clenched his hand and the flame vanished. leaving only a few flickering embers before fading away. Second. In an instant, a red stone appeared. Light. Darkness spread from within like a cursed lamp. Strange. The demon crystal you thought only the demonic cult could create? I can make those too. Fujimoto Ryoma witnessed it with his own eyes. He was absolutely shell-shocked. His breath hitched as he realized something. Don't tell me that thing found in my house was... Before he could finish his sentence, Kang Wu casually continued. Third. You chose people who were far too ordinary to be the judges and witnesses. This reminder caused Fujimoto Ryoma to freeze up. Images of Yamada and Wakabi flashed through his mind. Nobuito with a pale face and trembling hands, unable to even keep it together. Of course, ordinary people lack the skills to endure such pressure. Unable to believe the truth, he shouted his question. What did you do to Prime Minister Yamada and Judge Wakabi? Facing this outburst, Kang Wu didn't care and just stepped forward leisurely. His eyes glanced over Fujimoto Ryoma with indifference, as if sizing up someone incredibly naive. 4. Relying on ordinary people was a boneheaded move. He clicked his tongue, muttering as if blaming himself. I used intimidation powers instead of other skills. Without giving him time to react, Kang Wu continued his fourth point. You assumed I was some no-name player, with zero backup. Right then, memories of the man Gyeommun flashed through his mind. John Mujin's steady voice echoed in his consciousness. I promise to help you at least once in the future. In the name of the man Gyeommun. Thanks to that promise, I got John Seo-yeon to raid his house. As he said this, Kang Wu pressed hard on the wound on Fujimoto Ryoma's shoulder, causing blood to seep out and soak the fabric. Fifth, if you thought about using me, a wicked smile instantly spread across his face. His gaze, sharp as a dagger, pierced Fujimoto Ryoma. Then you should have recognized the difference between a dog and a demon. Every word was like a blade, cutting deep into his pride. Those were your 5 mistakes. Unable to take another second of it, he immediately lunged into the air. Surging energy gathered in his palm, blue lights spiraling around, emitting waves of terrifying pressure. I'll kill you! Fujimoto Ryoma screamed, then channeled all his power and hurled the energy blast downward, like a descent of pure wrath. I'll tear you limb from limb! Facing this outburst, Kang Wu didn't budge. He just stood there, listening to every hate-filled scream. And I'll make your death even more painful. Just like that, an explosion rocked the heart of Tokyo. Shockwaves radiated outward, sweeping away everything in their path. At this moment, Fujimoto Ryoma was laughing triumphantly. His breath was heavy in his chest. I should have done this from the very beginning. But his joy lasted only a few seconds. A heavy sound echoed through the dust and debris, sending a chill down his spine. The smoke began to clear, revealing a figure still standing exactly where he was. I really had high hopes for you. Kang Wu stood behind a powerful defensive shield. Magical light flickered across the surface of the barrier. He smirked with pure sarcasm. But you've truly let me down. Those words rang out across the ruins, cold and sharp as a knife, slashing through Fujimoto Ryoma's pride. Disappointed? He nodded without a second thought. Yeah, the idea you chose was mid. Fujimoto Ryoma clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together. What did you just say? Kang Wu didn't rush to answer. He stretched and slowly cracked his wrists. His joints popped as he loosened up. On the surface, you look decent enough. And you're pulling strings behind the scenes. Normally, I'd actually like a guy like you. But then Kang Wu put on a bored expression. But you're a letdown. Your mask fell off way too easily. Kang Wu continued to needle him. Your plans and schemes are okay, but you're kind of a dummy. If you hadn't messed up so many times, you might have actually won. Fujimoto Ryoma raised both hands to his head, energy swirling as he muttered. The disrespect was driving him absolutely insane with rage. His pent-up power exploded. I'm a dummy, you bastard! He screamed, unleashing a massive tornado aimed straight at Kang Wu. How dare you judge me? His eyes were burning with fury. He waited with bated breath. For the moment, his opponent would be crushed. A soft chuckle sounded from behind him. Kang Wu had slipped behind him, his tone dripping with mockery. And that habit of cussing whenever you run out of things to say. These predictable reactions are just boring. Fujimoto Ryoma clenched his fists tight. Violent currents of air swirled around his arms. Kang Wu watched him charge, the corner of his mouth curling up in amusement. Now that's more like it. Without hesitation, the two of them collided. But Kang Wu didn't stop the teasing. That pathetic effort of yours actually looks pretty good. Fists clashed. Air currents tore through the surrounding space. They moved relentlessly, spiraling from the ground up into the sky. Every strike cut through the wind, Tangled together like a raging storm, they spiraled toward the top of the tower. Reaching the summit, they broke apart, facing off in a moment of extreme tension. Kang Wu folded his arms, his tone incredibly casual. "Hey, you know any good sushi spots? After this, I wanted to go grab some with a friend." He glanced over at Fujimoto Ryoma, without a hint of stress on his face. "I mean, I'm in Japan, might as well make the most of it, right?" He was gasping for air, choked with rage. "You—" High above, tornadoes swirled, roaring like beasts ready to pounce. He screamed, "In the end, you—" Fujimoto, Ryoma's arms spread wide as gales, howled violently behind him. "How long do you plan on mocking me?" His roar thundered, and the whirling pillars hissed, shooting toward Kang Wu like lethal arrows. "I'll kill you, forget a slow, painful death." His voice dropped, dripping with resentment. "I'm going to give you the worst death imaginable." Kang Wu chuckled. "Looks like you're actually mad now." Faced with the fierce assault, Kang Wu didn't flinch. With a light step, he glided like a breeze, easily dodging every blow. My bad. You're better than all the enemies I've faced before." The smile never left his face. Amidst the chaos, Kang Wu remained unbothered, casual and provocative. "I'll take you out for sushi after this, too." In the blink of an eye, Kang Wu moved as fast as the wind, appearing right behind Fujimoto Ryoma. Clasping both hands together, he swung them over his head, aiming straight for his opponent. "Let's end this here." But at that very second, Fujimoto Ryoma's eyes suddenly flashed with a blue light, blazing like a sacred flame. Kang Wu flinched, sensing a massive surge of power. He quickly looked back. A giant pillar of light tore through space, slamming down with immense force. Just like that, Kang Wu was smashed into the ground amidst a cloud of dust. He sat among the ashes, coughing a few times. He looked up with a hint of caution. "I never thought I'd live long enough," he muttered, staring toward it. The majestic giant silhouette, slowly appearing behind Fujimoto Ryoma, surrounded by a flow of formidable energy. To see a god. Fujimoto Ryoma placed a hand over his glowing eye, feeling the power surging within him. His teeth clenched, his mind calculating every second. "I can only maintain Susanoo for 1 minute. I have to kill him within that time." A second later, Fujimoto Ryoma commanded, "Susanoo, kill that bastard!" An echo resonated through the air. The entity didn't rush to strike. Susanoo observed Kang Wu, evaluating him. "His power is certain." "I see." He nodded. "So you're the creature they mentioned." Kang Wu stood up, dusting off his clothes, and replied calmly, "What are you talking about?" "I have no clue what you mean," he said, though his mind wavered. "Should I use my translation power?" The god raised his arm high. "The power of the sea demon is granted to you." At Susanoo's word, the sky turned pitch black. A sharp blade slowly materialized in midair. The massive weight of a giant weapon emerged from a rift in space. He roared, "Now I shall test that power!" Kang Wu didn't show the slightest bit of worry. Dark spiritual energy rapidly gathered in his palm. Authority, dark spear, a spear. It seemed his mana was still low. An ink-black spear appeared, with magical halos radiating from its blade. He calculated silently. Authority, fission strike isn't enough. Still not enough. Every step Kang Wu took created deep cracks in the earth. Just a bit more. I need something even stronger. A sinister smile crept onto his lips. His eyes glowed fire red in the darkness, full of absolute danger. In that case, Fujimoto Ryoma stood opposite him. His cold, triumphant laughter rang out. His eyes were filled with smugness, as if victory were already in his grasp. "That's the price you pay for flexing too much. You're gonna die today." The words were final, as if nothing could stop what was coming. "No one can save you now." "But—" Fujimoto Ryoma glanced at the violent vortex. His smugness faded, replaced by a touch of confusion. It seemed the wind was getting stronger. Why is it still intensifying? As it spiraled upward, a black spear, sharp enough to cut through space, gradually emerged. "Don't tell me that wind is—" Kang Wu focused on releasing the power, latent within his body, the power of storms. Kang Wu continuously cast his abilities, relentlessly boosting his strength. Authority, dark spear. Authority, fission strike. Authority, earthquake. Authority, tempest. He smirked slightly, feeling the waves of power radiate outward. Adding this authority at the last second was a major W. Susanoo watched Kang Wu's swirling purple spear blade, his gaze full of acknowledgement. "So that is the strength of demonic power. Well done!" He gripped his blade tight. Without a moment of hesitation or a single warning, he raised his weapon. "Come!" Kang Wu immediately lunged from his spot, like a flash of lightning exploding from the void. "I told you!" He charged forward, swinging the dark spear with destructive force. directly attacking Suzanu's blade. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. The two blades clashed violently. A wave of energy surged up. As they met, an explosion rang out. Light erupted fiercely. An intense beam of light radiated from the top of the tower, so powerful that it made the surrounding space brighten like the sun in the dead of night. Yeonju looked up in awe at that light. Beside her, Echidna was being held by Seol-ah, her lips moving as she whispered Kang-woo's name. Meanwhile, Kang-woo stood in the center of the energy storm, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. Damn it! Am I still not strong enough to face a god? My injuries are just piling up. He glanced down at the wounds on his body, stunned, to realize that his blood wasn't normal. Thick black blood trailed down. Kang-woo recalled his transformation and deduced, demonic power has merged with my blood. Did this happen when I obtained my demonic form? It's different from regular demonic power. It's as concentrated as the energy from a demonic crystal. A sinister, calculating smile appeared on Kang-woo's lips. If that's the case, with demonic power flowing in my blood, the black blood from all his wounds gathered, swirling out like a cyclone, acting like a shield. By pumping in more power, I'll make it detonate. Suzanu watched this scene and suddenly spoke. His form flickered, but his voice still echoed coldly. Just as I thought. The prophecy was not wrong. Kang-woo didn't let a single moment go to waste. He swung the dark spear right through Suzanu's body. The fatal strike caused the god to vanish instantly, as if he had never existed. A streak of light fell from the sky, slamming into the tower. A withered, cracked hand reached out feebly as he wheezed. Help me, Fujimoto Ryoma! With a broken body aging so fast it seemed his time was up, he gasped for air. Damn it! I never expected Suzanu to drain every last bit of my life in magic. He crawled clumsily, his mind racing with anxiety. I could have fought him back with the power, boosted by the eye. But now if Yuri doesn't restore my strength, I'm toast. Kang-woo hovered in the air, looking down at Fujimoto Ryoma with a mocking gaze. Seems like summoning. A god comes with a hefty price tag, doesn't it? But as soon as the man screamed, a flame erupted and shot toward that bastard. Kang-woo just looked at his charred hand and coldly questioned. You still haven't realized what's going on, have you? With that, he landed on the ground, watching Fujimoto Ryoma howling in pain. You shouldn't have killed innocent people. If you hadn't interfered, I would have already had a mythic tier item, and you would have saved your country. Wouldn't that have been better? Kang-woo leaned down, his voice devoid of any pity. Since things turned out this way, at least. I should take your mythic tier item, right? Fujimoto Ryoma watched Kang-woo's hand draw near in a panic. Wait, if you take it now, I'll die! You need a mythic tier item? I'll ask Yuri and you'll get more than just one. Tears streamed down his face as he begged in despair. You need this eye? When we meet Yuri, I'll give it to you. Don't you want to stop seeing me? I promise I'll never show my face to you again. So please. Kang-woo held the eyeball in his hand, his eyes full of amusement. All right, I'll put this to good use. Hearing this, he gave a sarcastic laugh. Sorry we couldn't go out for sushi, man. Fujimoto Ryoma's face began to disintegrate as he cursed the bastard. Before his body completely turned to sand, he didn't miss his last chance to complain. Even at the very end, you're still gonna treat me like a joke? At the same time, the system notification rang out. This item has been soulbound. You cannot use it. Kang-woo observed it, clear disappointment on his face. So it's useless after all. Kang-woo closed his eyes. The image of the god appeared in his mind. Ryoma summoned Suzanu. If the system weakens, will gods like him just keep showing up? He probably wasn't even at full strength, or in his peak state. It's insane that even in such a weakened state, he was still that powerful. Feeling frustrated, he crushed it in his hand and muttered, If gods appear in their true forms, how on earth am I supposed to fight them? Kang-woo was startled as the data popped up again. Demonic Soul Step 2 of becoming a demonic god. Status 1, Status 2, Demonic Soul. Demonic God. He tucked the item he just snatched into his pocket. According to the message, I have to become a god myself to go toe-to-toe with other gods. What a pain. Kang-woo lazily glanced back and shrugged his shoulders. Can we head back now? Paying no further attention to anything else, he jumped onto the railing, looked back and said, Hey! The two of them left after giving a quick reminder. You two clean this up, okay? Jun Soyeon and Jun Mujin stepped forward. He stroked his beard, lost in thought for a long time. So what he showed us that day? It wasn't even the full extent of his power? He looked at her with a pensive gaze. That massive strength seems to come from pure grind and experience rather than raw talent. But he's also incredibly skilled. If you want, I'll arrange a marriage for you. Jun Soyeon gave a slight shake of her head. No, I'm going back to China today. Jun Mujin was momentarily surprised. Why are you heading back so soon? She leaned her arms on the railing and spoke calmly. I want a train. Jean Soyan slowly watched the figure in the distance, a faint smirk playing on her lips. If he truly lacks martial arts talent, then I just need to fill in what he's missing. Right? She narrowed her eyes, a mix of interest and a bit of a challenge in her gaze. And besides, for now, watching that figure fly toward the group of friends, she let out a soft sigh. Seems like sliding in might be a bit tough. As soon as Kang Woo landed, Cha Yeonju rushed over, totally triggered. Yo, Kang Woo! Where the heck did you go? He pouted and crossed his arms. I just went to handle business. She was so mad her face turned red. If you're going somewhere, at least give us a heads up. Unable to hold back her annoyance, she kept grilling him. And another thing, you knew that Ryoma guy was with the demonic cult from the start. Didn't you? Why didn't you tell us? Kang Woo turned his head away, dodging the question. I only found out when I went underground, he told himself. Actually, that guy was never on their side from the beginning anyway. He clicked his tongue and continued. Regardless, everything went according to plan, right? Hearing that, Cha Yeonju's blood started boiling. Excuse me? Fuming, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to throw hands. That's not even the point. Seol Ah quickly put a hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down. Yeonju, chill. It's just like Kang Woo said. Everything worked out in the end. Seol Ah looked down, her eyes showing a hint of unease. Just taking a quick look at Kang Woo, her next words made him pause. We were just scared that things would go south. He looked at Seol Ah, her lips tightly pressed together. Her eyelashes trembled with unshed tears. She looks really sad. If I don't give a proper answer, this is gonna be bad. Seol Ah, if that's the case, then... Suddenly, Kang Woo rushed forward and pulled her into a tight hug. Babe! Holding her close, he whispered affectionately, Babe, I'm back. Seol Ah's face turned bright red as she fumbled, unable to react. Echidna was being squished between them, flailing her hands for help. Kang Woo, Seol Ah, I'm stuck! He remained unbothered, his voice full of anticipation. I really want to go home quickly and eat that kimchi stew. That you prepared. Seol Ah let out a soft laugh, half reproachful yet gentle. Kang Woo, honestly... Kang Woo continued acting all cute and needy. Honey, you're gonna put in lots of meat and sausages, right? She happily agreed. I'll add some noodles, too. Let's hurry back. Cha Yeonju stood by witnessing the whole thing, the veins on her forehead throbbing. Kang Woo, you total piece of work! Is he planning to dip like that? Meanwhile, Echidna was still being squashed mercilessly, squirming like a tied-up burrito. Seol Ah, Kang Woo can't breathe. Suddenly, Kang Woo's face changed expression. There are a few things I don't get yet. Seol Ah, blushing and flustered, gently pushed him away. Kang Woo, you can let go now. The image of Kurosaki, Yuri testifying in court, flashed through his mind. It left him in silence, not hearing a word she said. Why did Kurosaki Yuri help me? I didn't use my powers or even threaten her. Memories suddenly came rushing back. The moment he carried her away, while she was unconscious. She said she woke up when I saved her. But there's no way I wouldn't have noticed that. A passing thought made Kang Woo frown. Does she have some kind of grudge against Ryoma? Just then, Cha Yeonju suddenly pinched his cheek, snapping him back to reality. Kimchi stew is fine and all, but since we're in Japan, we've got to have sushi. She grumbled and pinched harder, ordering, follow me. I know a spot that's fire. How much longer are you two going to hug, huh? Kang Woo cried out in pain, Hey, get off me! As for Echidna, who had been squished between them, she coughed as if she had just been brought back to life. Hack! Cough! Baek Hwashun couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. This is the first time I've ever seen Cha Yeonju like this. She blushed, her voice filled with uncontrollable annoyance. Everyone shut up, just follow me! Meanwhile, the little girl on the side sobbed and complained. Seol Ah, you're being so mean! From a distance, a voice rang out that they didn't notice. My lady. Jean Soyan's subordinate stood there, hand over heart. Bowing respectfully, he said, I will take you home now. Kurosaki Yuri turned back, her eyes softening. She gave a faint smile. Thank you. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze still lingering on Kang Woo's group. Let's go for now. A sense of regret welled up within her. I can only watch you from afar. Kang Woo, currently having a blast with the group, yelled, Hey, let go! But Cha Yeonju wouldn't stop. Getting salty, she snapped. I don't want to, let go of this! She turned away without a second thought. Don't worry, I'll visit you soon. The reflected shadow was no longer Yuri's, but Lilith's. The one who had been secretly helping Kang Woo was Lilith, the one carrying a deep longing for him, the Demon King. A week later at the apartment complex, shimmering light shone down on the building. Kang Woo happily raised his hands. His face beamed like sunshine. I'm finally home! Echidna beside him couldn't help but cheer, "Home!" Meanwhile, Cha Yeonju was exhausted, wobbling as she walked. Her voice sounded like she was completely spent. "I'm going back to my apartment and crashing." Seol-ah gave an energetic shout. But Yeonju only swayed her hand like a machine. "Get home safe, Yeonju." After saying that, Seol-ah watched her leave with worry. "She looks pretty wiped out." Kang-woo didn't seem to care much. He just clicked his tongue. "It's understandable." He frowned as he followed her with his eyes. Did she work that hard back in Japan? Inside Kang-woo's mind, the image of the press conference held by the two of them reappeared. The fact that he and John Moo-jin had handled the demonic cultist Ryoma had been widely publicized. Regardless of whether he was a cultist or not, Japan had lost a hero. The reporter's questions were like sharp blades, forcing her to grit her teeth. It wasn't hard to see why so many in Japan hated South Koreans. An uncontrollable surge of anger. Jeon So-yeon was so pissed she fired back, to the point where Moo-jin had to rush in to stop her. "Please, calm down. I'll be the one to step out, since I'm the focus of this whole incident. But thanks to Yeonju, she took all the criticism and hate in my place, acting as the representative." Kang-woo stood to the side, smiling and praising her. "She's actually quite thoughtful in situations like this." Seol-ah saw him standing still and stepped forward to call him. "Let's head back." He turned his head and gently instructed, "You go home first. I still have things to do." Seol-ah looked at him with a puzzled expression. "You still have work to do?" Echidna stood nearby, tugging on his sleeve and wondering. "Kang-woo. Kang-woo, where are you going, my lord? Can I come along?" He nodded at the girl. "You can come. We're going somewhere pretty quiet." Echidna tilted her head, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. "A quiet place?" Then the little girl asked in surprise, "Why are we going there?" He put his hands in his pockets and muttered, "It's nothing important." Then Kang-woo pulled out Fujimoto Ryoma's eye. He observed it intently for a moment. "I just want to forge a weapon." Dazzling sunlight poured down, blanketing a lush green meadow. It was a dreamlike landscape straight out of a fairy tale. A pair of steady feet stepped onto the land. Kang-woo and Echidna landed swiftly together. Both of them raised their hands to shield their eyes from the blinding glare. Looking around, he gave a slight smile. "This spot should do." He scratched his face, opened the system, and frowned. "Time to double-check my skills, I guess." The display showed 6th Awakening characteristic. Demonic Art Creation, rank SS. Effect. You can create weapons using the power of an authority. The more authorities you use during the creation process, the more powerful the item will be. To create a weapon of mythical grade or higher, you must use materials of an equivalent grade. You can create one item using demonic art creation. If you create another, your previous item will be destroyed. Kang-woo rubbed his chin, scanning the information. So the weapon gets stronger with more authorities? He recalled his battle with Susanoo. "I used Gungnir in the last fight. Right now, I can only utilize 4 authorities at once." Images of upgrading weapons from 4 to 8, then to 16, flashed through his head. When using 2 authorities simultaneously, the amount of demonic energy required doesn't just double. It increases exponentially as I add more authorities. 2 authorities need 4 times the energy. 4 authorities will require 16 times. He narrowed his eyes deep in thought. Since I'm not in combat right now, if I focus solely on channeling the authorities, I might be able to handle up to 5. A clear voice snapped him out of his reverie. "Kang-woo?" Echidna looked up, her wide eyes full of curiosity. "Can I help with anything?" He blinked, smiled, and then instructed her, "Help me make sure no monsters or people come near, okay? I need to concentrate." The girl happily replied instantly, "Got it?" Echidna hummed playfully, "I'll set up a barrier." Kang-woo turned back and mumbled, "First, let's do a little practice run." Holding his hand out in front of him, he considered, "I should start with what I'm most familiar with." Immediately, a mysterious surge of purple energy erupted around him, swirling violently. Demonic art creation. The system announced, "You have activated demonic art creation." Streams of magic rose from the earth, gathering and spiraling toward Kang-woo, converging into a massive sphere of energy. A purple orb gradually took shape within, and a glowing red core began to burn brightly. The system guided, "A furnace has been created. To create a high-tier weapon, please insert materials of the same quality." Without hesitation, Kang-woo touched the energy mass. System display, "No materials used. The maximum grade for the created weapon is legendary." He continuously infused it with the necessary components. Authority of the Dark Spear, Authority of Hellfire, Authority of Fission. Gaebolg, a weapon, formed in Kang-woo's hand. It glowed with a crimson hue like hellfire. The system congratulated him. Successfully created a unique Gaebolg. Kang Wu looked at this brand new spear in his hand, his eyes full of admiration. This isn't as strong as what I can make, directly with an authority, but it definitely carries their power. He turned his head, his gaze landing on a boulder behind him. Well then, a deep red crack suddenly appeared on the rock surface. In an instant, Gaybog pierced right through it without any resistance. He turned back to observe the scene before him. Shattered fragments of rock came raining down, leaving a gaping hole amidst the thick cloud of dust. He muttered to himself, his voice full of calculation. It holds about 20% of the original authority's power. Gripping the spear tightly, Kang Wu fell into deep thought. The missing power. It could be supplemented by a body fortification authority, so it's still pretty fire. But a clear, sweet voice suddenly rang out, cutting through his train of thought. Kang Wu-nim! The gray smoke and thick dust made Echidna cough violently, yet she still tried her best to approach him. What kind of weapon are you planning to make? Kang Wu immediately shook his head. I'm not entirely sure yet. He thought of Si-hun and his weapon, feeling a bit conflicted. Should I take this chance to create a main weapon like Si-hun did? But doing that wouldn't let me switch weapons and adapt my fighting style on the fly. Suddenly, Echidna cried out, Kang Wu! In that case, the girl excitedly suggested, startling him, how about creating a weapon that can change its shape? That idea kept echoing in his mind, sticking with him throughout the long night. A weapon that can change its shape. At this time, Seol-ah was also brought here. Seol-ah, I'm starting now? She nodded, gripping her staff with a determined look in her eyes. Yes? The gem atop the staff instantly lit up. In response to her call, Grace of Light, Kang Wu took out the eye. Thanks to the great octopus's rage, his current demonic energy was at 116. This time I'll use Suzanu's eye. While calculating, Kang Wu infused it with surging purple energy, making the surrounding space vibrate in waves. Demonic art creation. The system displayed, a material has been extracted from a mythic-grade weapon. Without stopping, Kang Wu continued to pour in spiritual energy plus fire. I'll add the storm authority on that I used earlier. And Echidna's words echoed in his mind. If it's a weapon that can change shape, then you can switch up your moves. Based on the situation. Kang Wu grit his teeth, his eyes darkening as his pupils glowed, as red as burning embers. I'm adding this authority too. Authority of transformation. The system signaled repeatedly. You have used 5 authorities. A message appeared. All conditions have been met. In 10 seconds, a mythic-grade weapon will be created. Veins popped on his forehead, demonic power boiling in his blood. 10 seconds. I just need to hold on for 10 seconds. The system began the countdown. 10. Kang Wu maintained the energy flow, surging like crashing waves, absorbing every spark of demonic energy. But the 4 digits on the screen slowly narrowed. 9. 8. He grit his teeth. Can I really only reach mythic grade? Suzanu's image suddenly flashed in his mind as the numbers continued to roll. 7, 6. Mythic grade items have some limitations, but they can summon, even the gods themselves. The system continued to count. 5, 4. From what Kang Wu knew, such a weapon was incredibly powerful, but if I collect all the shards, could I create something like that spatial rift I made back then? When he used the Archduke's Hell weapon. No, I can't wait anymore. Time's running out. 3, 2. He quickly raised his hand high, his red eyes blazing with resolve. In that case, Kang Wu's hands moved with blinding speed, tracing complex magical symbols. Just this isn't enough. His expression darkened. Both hands slashed through the air, forging a new skill. From the darkness, razor-sharp teeth faintly emerged. Still not enough. Authority of predation. The system vibrated. Authority of predation added. Immediately, the flow of energy shifted. The destructive power exploded, becoming many times more intense. Space itself began to tremble. The system announced that the conditions had changed. A transcendental-grade weapon is being created. Seol-ah gripped her staff tightly. Her eyes showed clear worry. Kang Wu. Echidna hurriedly raised her arms to shield herself, but her shout to him was swallowed by the brilliant light. Kang Wu! Suddenly, a surge of light erupted violently, blinding everything in the area. A moment later, the light began to fade, receding like waves after a storm. Kang Wu stood firm, his breathing heavy. Meanwhile, Seol-ah and Echidna remained silent, their eyes fixed upward without a word. He tilted his head up, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. There, before Kang Wu, was a giant sphere, etched with shimmering black patterns, transparent as crystal. He swallowed hard, wondering, is this really a transcendental-grade item? The system's voice rang out clear and steady. You have succeeded. created key to the sea of demonic power, transcendental. As Kang Wu approached the sphere, he couldn't hide his awe at the data appearing before his eyes. You have reached the pinnacle of demonic art creation. Your demonic power stat has increased by 2. You can no longer use demonic art creation. He paused, resting his hand on it, feeling curious. So was demonic art creation given to me just so I could create this? When Kang Wu's hand touched the glowing surface of the sphere, the system immediately announced the imprint was complete. The details displayed on the screen kept his eyes glued to the interface. Item information. Name, key to the sea of demonic power, transcendental. Imprint complete. Type, growth. It will grow stronger each time certain conditions are met. Basic effects. Unique stats, +3, indestructible. Shape-shifting, locked. Special effects, locked. Kang Wu was stunned, unable to believe what he just saw. A growth type? The sphere seemed to read his mind and showed more info. Effect 1 explanation. Indestructible. Cannot be destroyed by any physical, magical, or mental attacks. Effect 2 explanation. Shape-shifting. Can transform into any registered weapon. Registered skills. As a skill, it can use 34% of the power of any weapon created through authorities. Kang Wu raised an eyebrow in fascination. So registered weapons count as skills. He then channeled spiritual energy into the sphere, commanding it to transform. Instantly the wind began to swirl violently, and the sphere turned into a long spear with a mysterious purple glow. In his hand was Double Strike. Kang Wu held it up and observed. Not bad at all. The power is similar to the Gaebolg I made before. He swung the spear down forcefully, then gave another command. Transform Magic Greatsword. Immediately, the spear reshaped itself into a glowing red blade that shone like a bright flame. Seeing this, Kang Wu examined it thoughtfully. The transformation speed is comparable to when I used demonic crystals. His eyes sparked as he smiled. Finally, transform Gungnir. However, a second later, the blade remained unchanged. The system immediately popped up a new notification. In its current state, it can only transform into weapons, created with a maximum of 4 authorities. Kang Wu paused for a moment, but he wasn't surprised. Just as I thought, Gungnir is too much for now. This isn't its final form yet. While Kang Wu was deep in thought, it can still grow even more. I'm hyped for it. Seol Ah's voice made him jump. Kang Wu? She stepped closer, curious. Did the weapon creation go well? Kang Wu waved his hand. Yeah. Then he raised his palm, showing off the sparkling piece of jewelry on his finger. I can easily change its shape like this. Involuntarily, Seol Ah's face darkened. Echidna looked on in pure terror. A ring? Failing to notice the shift in the atmosphere, he continued to mindlessly fiddle with the item. This form is probably the easiest to carry around. Kang Wu chuckled excitedly. His voice echoed through the night sky. Now let's head back. 1 week later, at an apartment building bathed in bright sunlight. Kang Wu frowned as he stared intently at the system. Your current rank has been restricted. He grumbled in frustration. I can't seem to get rid of this. Sitting on the bed, Kang Wu sighed and withdrew his weapon. I thought the key to lifting the rank restriction was the key to the sea of demonic power, so I tried combining many different authorities and transforming it. But just as I suspected, I'm just wasting my time. Looking at the shimmering ring on his hand, his gaze turned pensive. I need to level up and gain another attribute, similar to demonic art creation. Only then will I be able to weaken the seal on the sea of demonic power. Kang Wu closed his eyes, touching the bridge of his nose in deep thought. I've struggled so much to lift this rank restriction. If it keeps up like this, should I just give up on leveling up and find another way to grow? A vast map of the world flashed through his mind. Russia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Mongolia, China. His thoughts paused at one specific region. Now that I think about it, Yeonju said traces of the demonic cult were found in Russia. Should I ask them to summon some demons for me to devour? Actually, never mind, in a country that huge. How the hell could I even find the demonic cult? Suddenly, his stomach growled loudly. I was so focused on the restriction that I haven't eaten a thing. He licked his lips hungrily and got up to find food. As he eagerly imagined a delicious meal, a sudden image flashed through his mind. A pot full of writhing tentacles. Wait, isn't that Seol Ah's kimchi stew? Kang Wu flinched and let out a horrified scream. Startled, Echidna asked worriedly, Kang Wu, what's wrong? He regained his composure. Looking again, it was just a normal pot of stew. He forced a smile. It's nothing. I just saw things. It's just a coincidence that there's octopus in kimchi stew. He bowed his head, clasping his hands together. He imagined Seol Ah as an angel, holding the stew with a gentle smile. For a split second, I mistook Sola's kimchi stew for Lilith's terrifying tentacles. Forgive me. Kang Woo noticed a stack of suitcases neatly arranged by the chair. He frowned in confusion. Where's Seola, and also, what's with the luggage? Echidna walked over and replied calmly. Seola went to an A-rank gate in Incheon with Tae-soo, Si-hun, and Yunbi. The young girl quickly pointed at the pile of items. The luggage and the octopus were brought here by Chae Yeonju last night. He was surprised. Yeonju? She nodded and recounted last night's situation. Seeing Yeonju struggling with the suitcases, Seol-ah asked curiously, Yeonju, why did you bring all this luggage here? Chae Yeonju quickly replied, Yuri sent some things and $30 million, so I brought them over. Seol-ah's eyes widened. $30 million? Then Chae Yeonju relayed Kurosaki Yuri's request. I want to apologize for all the trouble caused. If you ever need help, feel free to contact me anytime. I'll be happy to help Kang Woo, no matter what it is. That's what she told me to say? Chae Yeonju continued, but then she froze, so shocked she nearly bit her tongue. It seems that Psycho really likes Kang Woo. How lucky. Who would have thought even a princess would fall for him? Seol-ah's tone suddenly changed, becoming as ice-cold as a winter gale. Lucky indeed, isn't it? Yeonju shuddered and stammered. Seol-ah, your expression. Seol-ah blinked, her voice turning innocent. Huh? What's wrong with my expression? Echidna, who was holding Seol-ah's hand, suddenly trembled, her face turning pale as a ghost. Afterward, Kang Woo turned back to look at the pile of luggage after hearing everything. His eyes widened in shock. $30,000? It's true I saved her life, but this is just too much money. It's like getting a whole house for free just for saving someone from drowning. Kang Woo frowned as he stared at the pile of goods, as if it could answer him itself. Why on earth did she send me octopus? So confusing. Suddenly a sound rang out, cutting through his train of thought. Breaking news! The anchor excitedly announced the report. The first visit of the Sword of Righteousness. Alex Osborne, world-class runner and Sword of Righteousness. Alex Osborne will be visiting Korea. He continued in a dramatic voice. Alex Osborne said he came here to visit Kim Si-hun, who became a global sensation, thanks to his assistance in the Isu Station accident. Echidna flopped onto the chair, begging Kang Woo, Can I watch TV? Hearing the news, he immediately pulled out his phone, lost in thought. He came all this way to see Si-hun? Should I find out who this guy really is? Kang Woo swiped through his phone screen. The Sword of Righteousness. Alex Osborne, 29 years old. A world-class British runner. Videos of him rescuing people flooded social media. He is a world-famous hero, known for always fighting for the underprivileged. According to information online, 2 months ago, after the Isu Station accident, he revealed that he had also been fighting the demonic cult for a long time. A month ago, after the activities of the demonic cult were uncovered in Europe, he attacked their base and put a stop to their operations. Surprisingly, during that attack, not a single soul was killed. Kang Woo clicked his tongue, making a judgment about the two. Simply put, he's nice to everyone, and too soft for letting his enemies live. What a waste. Looks like he'll vibe perfectly with Si-hun. Is that why he came to Korea to meet Si-hun? Kang Woo frowned, picturing Si-hun leaning into Alex's arms. A vein popped on his forehead. Without a second thought, he threw on his coat and headed straight for the door. Echidna, you said Seol-ah went to the A-rank gate in Incheon, right? The girl nodded. Yes, Kang Woo, where are you going? His expression darkened. His voice was deep as thunder. I'm going to hunt the golden sun. The girl excitedly asked to join. That sounds fun. I want to go too. Sunlight streamed through the cafe windows, sparkling like golden shards. Kang Tae-soo waved enthusiastically, calling out, Kang Woo, over here! Kang Woo walked in with a smirk. You could have just kept hunting. He laughed heartily. Since you said you were coming, how could we do that? We were thinking of taking a break anyway. Kang Woo pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze searching. What's up? Is it because of Alex Osborne? Kang Tae-soo hummed in response. You heard about it too? We've only heard rumors, but some players already recognized Psy. Hun and mentioned him. Kang Woo raised an eyebrow and looked away, seemingly indifferent. Speaking of which, he looked at Si-hun. His face was glowing, grinning like a cat that just got the cream. What's with that face? That looks gross. He tilted his head and asked, Is there a problem? He awkwardly scratched his cheek, unable to hide his delight. No, I just can't believe it. I didn't expect the Sword of Justice to come to Korea, just to see me. Kang Woo glanced at him with a probing tone. Do you like him that much? Si-hun's eyes sparkled like he'd just found treasure. Of course. He is the Sword of Justice, a sword, swung to protect the weak. That's so badass. He pouted, thinking to himself, "Sword of justice, please, nothing badass about that." Kang Wu spoke up in disgust. "Anyway, is your leveling up going as usual?" Hearing that, he replied immediately, "Ah, yes." Si-hun announced, "I've reached level 60. Kang Wu froze, his eyes widening as if he'd just heard some earth-shattering news. "What?" he asked again in shock. "But what about the level cap?" Holding echidna, she turned to explain with an amused look. "I heard Si-hun isn't affected by those restrictions. Tae-su and I also managed to lift that limit." Yunbi's face turned beet red with anger as she shouted, "This is a total scam!" "What a cheat!" the girl screamed, absolutely livid, while Si-hun could only scratch his head and give a dry laugh. "Besides, since Si-hun cleared everything out before I could even cast my magic, I'm the only one who's still stuck at level 50. He's the only one who isn't bound by the level cap." Kang Wu crossed his arms over his chest, looking annoyed and salty after hearing that. "I'm struggling with that myself, but he doesn't have any restrictions at all." He looked at him and cursed under his breath. "This gifted jerk." Sigh. Hun quickly changed the subject to ease the tension. "By the way, what should I do now? Should I go to the airport to meet Alex?" Just as Kang Wu was about to answer, a figure suddenly appeared by the glass door, giving him a start. "No need for that." The door opened, and light flooded in like a wave, illuminating the space. Si-hun immediately sprang up, his smile as bright as the rising sun. "Are you the Sword of Justice?" A voice rang out, deep and full of confidence, followed by a hearty burst of laughter. "Pleasure to meet you. Are you the Cloud Dragon Sword, Mr. Kim Si-hun?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I am Kim Si-hun." Kang Wu glanced over with a cold gaze, sensing him clearly. A world-class runner, he definitely lives up to the hype. He observed carefully. A green energy enveloped Alex's entire body. A righteous aura was evident in every step, and his magic power was perfectly steady. Kang Wu glanced down at the sword hanging at his hip. "Of course, I'm not sure if that's all he's got, or if he's holding back. I can't say for certain." Alex approached the table. Kang Wu placed a hand on his chest and bowed. "Pleasure to meet you." Then he looked up and introduced himself clearly. "I am Alex Osborne." Kang Wu raised an eyebrow, evaluating him in his head. "This guy is stronger than Fuji Moriyama." Osborne shook Si-hun's hand with a friendly smile. "It's an honor to meet a Korean hero like you." This made him pause for a moment. "Honor?" Then he excitedly replied, "The honor is all mine." Kang Wu bit his lip, his eyes shimmering as if he were about to cry. "Kim Si-hun." His hand clenched tightly. He was shaking with rage seeing Si-hun simping for Osborne, like watching his own kid choose a stranger over him. "You've never talked to me like that." Unable to stand it, Kang Wu's face darkened as he tilted his head. "So what brings a world-class ranker all the way here?" Osborne turned in surprise. "And you are?" Si-hun excitedly started to introduce him, but he just pouted and turned away, looking completely salty. "This is Kang Wu." "He's like a big brother to me." Osborne laughed as if everything finally clicked. "Is this the bromance that the news is always hyping up?" Osborne turned toward Seol Ah and the others, giving a radiant smile. "It seems those beautiful ladies are also part of the Dragon Sword team." He was about to continue when he suddenly felt a chill. A dark wind blew out of nowhere, making his whole body freeze. "If it's not too much trouble, could you—" Kang Wu cut him off, his bloodlust radiating like a hungry tiger. "It's a lot of trouble. Just tell us why you came here to see Si-hun." He quickly sat down with a forced smile. "That's a pity. I wanted to befriend your teammates, but, well, I get why you're so guarded. I haven't told you my goal yet." Si-hun hesitated and turned to call Kang Wu softly. He immediately tilted his head and countered without any hesitation. "Is that bastard trying to rizz up the CEO right now?" Osborne frowned, his expression turning serious. "Si-hun, I have something to ask you." He suddenly emphasized every single word. The pressure radiating from him was so intense that both Kang Wu and Si-hun flinched at the same time. "How do you know about the existence of the Guardians?" He paused for a brief second. The story Si-hun once told flashed through his mind. It was about choosing Guardians to increase the system's damage output. Wait, Guardians? The ones chosen by the system to save the world? He gasped in shock and asked for confirmation. "Are you one too?" Osborne confirmed, "Yes, I am also a Guardian." Kang Wu finally understood. So there isn't just one Guardian. He tilted his head, his lips curling into a sarcastic smirk. "Setting aside the question of how you knew Si-hun was a Guardian, did you come here because you want to save the world with other Guardians?" He nodded seriously. "Yes, something like that." Osborne remained solemn, his words carrying heavy weight. "I want to recruit Si-hun into the Guardian group." Kang Wu raised an eyebrow, resting his chin on his hand. "The Guardians?" He raised his hand, looking proud, exactly like he was promoting a global brand. We aren't famous yet, but I guarantee you, the Guardians are the last hope for humanity. Right after that, he dropped his trump card. And if you join us, the next sentence landed like a blade stabbing straight into Si-hun's heart. You will never have to feel despair again. Osborne continued with the sharp gaze, looking like someone who had seen through his opponent's soul. I saw your expression in the Isu Station video, when you had to kill the monsters. You looked afraid, helpless, and sad. I understand, after all, those monsters were once innocent civilians. He clenched his fist, speaking with a firm tone. But if you were stronger, you could save them all. Osborne presented a promising vision. If you're strong enough to capture them, without hurting them, then we can find a way to turn them back to normal. Si-hun narrowed his eyes with curiosity. Strong enough to capture them without hurting them? How? Osborne visualized again, the moment he received the blessing from the Saintess. As Guardians, we have a way to increase our power. I also became stronger using that method. Full of confidence and excitement, he continued. Thanks to that, I could fight against the British demon cult all by myself. Kang Wu raised an eyebrow as the mocking laughter of Ryoma and Akiyama rang in his ears. Makes sense. Even a world-class ranker couldn't possibly block an entire demon cult alone. If that were the case, Ryoma wouldn't have asked Korean players for help. He turned to look at him. If Si-hun gets stronger, that's good for me too. Meanwhile, Osborne continued trying his best to persuade him, like an over-enthusiastic insurance salesman. Si-hun, we need you. We need a guardian to protect the people. He swallowed hard, his face clearly showing hesitation. Will you join us? After a moment of deliberation, Si-hun took a deep breath, looked up and said firmly, I. Osborne sighed. His heavy footsteps echoed in the deserted alleyway. He looked so dejected, no different from a dog that had just been denied food by its owner. I didn't expect to be rejected, but immediately after his eyes flashed with determination. But I'll still convince him. Kang Wu followed quietly behind. Half of his face hidden in the shadows, he cursed softly. Stubborn bastard. Recalling the moment in the coffee shop, Osborne had looked straight at Si-hun, his voice full of sincerity. Will you join us? Si-hun hesitated, his mouth opening to answer. But just at that moment, purple mist slithered around his feet. When he spoke firmly, I will join the... But just as he was about to finish his sentence, his heart was suddenly gripped by a demon. What's the point of joining the Guardians anyway? Kang Wu, with a sinister smile, looked like a demon gently caressing the puppet in his hands. Do you really think they can save every single person? Isn't Alex just capping to you? Si-hun opened his mouth, but his eyes were now stained a vivid red. System display. I will join. Power of the demon emissary has been activated. You have successfully manipulated the actions of your demon emissary. He bowed his head and declined. I'm sorry. I've thought about it and I can't decide yet. Kang Tai-su blinked in confusion and blurted out, Si-hun! Alex froze. His knuckles turned white from clenching his fists as he forced a smile. It's okay, I was planning on staying in Korea anyway. If you change your mind, give me a call. Kang Wu watched the scene, his lips curling into a smug smirk. Glad I prepared for this in advance. From the shadows, he continued to camp and watch Alex. It's fine if Si-hun respects Alex, but he can't share the same delusional ideals as that guy. The man is a total white knight, thinking he can save everyone. Kang Wu thought with resolve. If he wants to survive Si-hun's sword, must get dirty. I can't let those two hang out together. Alex suddenly spun around, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. Who's there? Kang Wu gasped, his heart skipping a beat. Did I just get caught? But right at that moment, a dark figure leaped down from the wall. A demon cultist charged straight at him, screaming like a fanatic. Die, Alex Osborne! Long, sharp claws covered in demonic energy swung violently. Alex immediately drew his sword. The light from the blade flashed like a bolt of lightning in the dead of night. He roared as he unleashed a powerful strike. Pay the price for interfering with our plans! Alex parried the blow, his blade clashing with the claws. Sparks flew. You've been tailing me since the UK, haven't you? Before he could finish, he swung his weapon again, countering with a razor-sharp slash. Give it up, he screamed in frustration. This time I'll put you in your place. The two immediately lunged at each other. Sword and claw collided, creating streaks of light and shadow, dancing chaotically in the night. Kang Wu crouched behind a distant wall, observing. This time he studied the demon cultist, quickly forming a deduction in his head. Looks like he's a member of the European demon cult, the one Alex raided a month ago. His gaze shifted to Alex. And it's clear this guy has been jumped by them a few times already. A spray of blood splattered into the air. He shook his head and clicked his tongue. This will be over soon. Alex didn't even have to try that hard to easily suppress his opponent. The skill gap was just too wide. Is it because he's a guardian? The cultist panted, gnashing his teeth in hatred. I'll kill... He shook his head in disappointment. This ending is mid, but just at the moment, he thought it was all over. Alex spoke up. Stop. Alex looked serious, his sword still close to the man. All lives are precious. Your life is no different. Then Kang Woo's expression slowly turned pitch black with annoyance. What the hell is this bastard talking about? He continued his passionate persuasion. Leave the demon cult. Wash away your sins and start a new life? The cultist scoffed. You're talking nonsense again. As for Kang Woo, his mind was filled with indignation. Is he out of his mind? So this whole time, he's just been letting them live like this? While he was still judging, the cultist secretly pulled out a grenade from his shirt. Not just that. This is the behavior of a loser, who lets serial killers go free and just gives them some weak warning. He didn't even bother to listen, only breathed, gave a contemptuous snort and threw a grenade onto the ground. He mocked him, telling him to pay for his sins and start a new life. A plume of smoke rose, obscuring everyone's vision. Alex coughed violently, his guard completely down. I'll get my get back for this insult later, he yelled at the top of his lungs. When he spotted a civilian passing by, stop, but he didn't care at all. His face was filled with utter disdain. You think just because you say stop, I'm gonna stop? Alex shouted a warning for the girl ahead to watch out, but it was already too late. The demon slammed into her with such force she hit the wall. He clutched his throbbing shoulder, looked around and hissed bitterly, what a L. Without wasting a second, he bolted, leaving behind. A trembling Alex walking toward the girl collapsed on the ground. Just you wait, Alex Osborne. He knelt down, his hands shaking as they touched her blood-stained face. No. Then he cradled the girl's body, letting out a tragic wail like the protagonist of a melodrama. How could this happen? Why did it have to be like this? Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting through the grief. What the hell are you even doing? Startled, Alex looked up. Kang Woo stood there, tilting his head slightly in curiosity. Why didn't you kill him when you had the chance? He stepped closer, his gaze sharp enough to pierce right through Alex's soul. If you had, this girl wouldn't be dead. This is on you. Acting like this is no different from killing her yourself. Kang Woo put his hand to his forehead, closed his eyes and sighed as if he had just witnessed something totally unbearable. All lives are precious, even if they're a member of the demon cult. His life is still a life. I couldn't just take the risk and kill him. That stupid ideal of yours just got an innocent person killed. And you're still yapping that nonsense? Alex blinked, looking completely innocent. What are you saying? An innocent person died? He slowly widened his eyes, frowning slightly. Wait, what? As soon as he spoke those words, the girl's body and his arms began to fade away. It's true I lost to a demon cult member, but there aren't any casualties. Alex smiled and shrugged. Now all he held was a pile of ownerless clothes lying limp on the ground. Look, there's nothing here. In that moment, Kang Woo's lips curled into a wicked grin. His disgust and helplessness turned into amusement. Kang Woo found it both hilarious and a little intriguing. He knew this guy was a bit off, but he didn't expect him to be this delusional. He sighed with mock regret. A demon cultist got away. How shameful. Without hesitation, Kang Woo crossed his arms and spoke slowly. Hey, let me ask you something. He looked up and answered quickly. Yes? He smirked, his deep red eyes flashing with a cold glint. So you have no intention of letting Si-hun go, right? Alex sat up and nodded without hesitation. That's right, of course not. There aren't that many guardians after all. Hearing this, Kang Woo almost burst out laughing. But before he could say anything, Alex continued with unbelievable seriousness. I understand you see Si-hun as a brother, but this is very important. For international relations and humanity. He clenched his fists with determination. Si-hun needs to keep growing. He is destined to save many lives. Alex turned and walked away, waving his hand as if nothing important had happened. Well, I'm off. As he walked, he tossed back one last casual remark. Kang Woo, you should try to convince Si-hun too. He stood still, watching Alex's retreating back, repeating those words in his head. Destined to save many lives, huh? He turned his head to look at the pile of clothes still on the ground. Disgusting. Total nonsense. He just wants to turn Si-hun into someone like himself. He imagined Si-hun and Alex fighting side by side, shoulder to shoulder. The thought was an absolute eyesore. I have used my power before and force him to refuse. But as long as Si-hun still respects Alex, I can't force the two of them apart. So this might actually be an opportunity. Kang Woo seemed to have thought of a brilliant plan, his mouth spreading into a wide grin. He said Si-hun needs to keep growing, right? He narrowed his eyes, calculating. Thinking it was the right move, without a second thought, Kang-woo released a surge of aura to track Alex, his heart full of excitement. I should help him with that idea. In the quiet of space, the apartment complex twinkled with lights in the night. Alex sat quietly on a chair, the soft light casting over him, revealing a face deep in thought. He silently recalled the question Kang-woo had just asked, those suspicious interrogating words. Why didn't you kill that cultist when you caught him? If you had, this woman wouldn't be dead. Alex closed his eyes, letting out a click of his tongue, silently defending himself. I guess it's a bit hard for him to understand. He's not a guardian, so how could he easily get the faith? That one must save everyone? His hands clenched tight, and his eyes opened with determination, as if he'd decided not to give up. But Kang-woo will understand soon. I'll keep persuading him. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the quiet air, startling Alex. He bolted upright, eyes fixed on the window, trying to make out the sound. Was that a woman's scream? Where? The voice grew clearer and clearer. Someone help me! Alex quickly assessed the situation, no doubt about it. On the rooftop, high up on the wall, under the starry night sky, a figure darted up from the ground, soaring up fast as lightning. Without hesitating, Alex leapt up, landed, and roared. Stop right there! He scanned the area anxiously, hoping nothing bad had happened yet. He looked up, his eyes meeting someone standing right in front of him, arms wide as if in a welcome. Who are you? The voice rang out, soft yet full of arrogance, as expected of the Sword of Justice. You got here pretty fast. Kang-woo, skillfully disguised, stood there looking like a pumped-up cultist. We're meeting again after just a few hours. Aren't you happy? Stop scowling. Alex's eyes darted around, searching. Surely you're not tired yet. Where is that woman? Smiling, he adjusted his mask. Her. Then he tilted his head back, faking a trembling female voice. Help me! Someone please help me! The Sword of Justice is trying to kill me! Alex grimaced in anger, his gaze cold. You tricked me! Kang-woo burst out laughing, full of contempt. People always say those who get tricked are usually the dumb ones. Suddenly he stepped forward, curious. By the way, I have something to ask you. Annoyed and indifferent, he replied, What is it? Kang-woo looked at Alex with blatant mockery, making him flinch. I remember while I was making my escape. I killed a woman, didn't I? The image of Alex holding the girl's lifeless body, her face pale, suddenly flooded his mind. It was a moment that couldn't be erased. Kang-woo didn't miss the chance to keep provoking him, making the veins pop on his angry face. Even though I killed someone, you still don't plan on killing me, right? Alex quickly regained his cool and coldly denied it. I have no idea what you're talking about. There were only the two of us in that alley. Kang-woo laughed out loud, pointing at him. Look at this, a bastard. Who calls himself the Sword of Justice? Just ignoring the dead. His tone was sharp and drenched in scorn. What kind of psycho would call this scumbag a hero? Embarrassed and enraged, Alex's hand went for his weapon. If what you say is true, Alex drew his sword. Light reflected off the cold blade, just like his own rage. Then from now until the end of your life, I will make you atone for your sins. Kang-woo still maintained a haughty expression, his cold hands clenched into sharp claws. So in the end, you don't plan on killing me, do you? He paused for a moment. His gaze seemed to pierce through every thought of the opponent, then continued to ask curiously, Is not killing me really that important? He gritted his teeth, gripping the weapon in his hand tightly, growling each word someone like you could never understand. A faint symbol appeared behind Alex's back, symbolizing the devotion to the faith of saving people that he still clung to. Just how honorable it is. He shook his head as if finding it hilarious, to the point he couldn't hold it back. Faith my ass. Stop talking nonsense and just bring it on. He clicked his tongue, his feet lunging hard against the ground. Next, Alex gathered momentum and charged forward, like a predator pouncing. The prey has no other choice now. His sword did not hesitate, stabbing toward Kang-woo, decisively and coldly. But he wasn't afraid at all, only smiling gently, pointing his finger at his own neck, a gesture as if he were provoking him. Alex immediately realized. His arm quickly diverted, changing direction. The sword instantly struck hard to the side. He gritted his teeth. Anger flared up in his chest. Damn it! I deliberately changed the direction of the attack in my hand. Furious, he shouted, What kind of stupid move was that? The moment Alex's guard was down, Kang-woo ducked down, a movement as light yet fast as lightning. I knew you'd do that. He clenched his fist and struck hard into his stomach. You are the one. The powerful punch sent Alex flying backward. His body flew back like a ball, unable to control the loss of balance. Making a stupid move, he opened his eyes wide in horror, suddenly startled. Alex was stunned. when he saw the glowing red spheres from Kang Woo's hand rushing toward him. Fire! A horrific explosion rang out. It felt as if the world was collapsing in a dense cloud of smoke. Alex quickly retreated, skillfully escaping the scorching smoke. His face still held a dazed, unbelievable expression, wondering to himself, since when did he have that power? He watched Kang Woo leap up, holding his sword and swinging it over his head, half doubting, half believing. He's surely that ghost cult member that I met during the day, but how could he have gotten this strong in just one day? While continuing to fight, he quickly calculated his moves. I have to divert his weapon to the side first, but at that exact moment, a move from Kang Woo left Alex in shock. He quickly withdrew the weapon in his hand, leaving him no time to react. Alex gritted his teeth, trying to control the attack speed. I must divert it. This exposed a clear opening, giving him the chance to close in. What the hell are you doing? Kang Woo quickly took the upper hand and countered him. Is this some kind of joke to you? The powerful punch left him with no time to defend. His whole body fell backward onto the ground. He cried out in agony, as if his very heart had just been torn apart. Damn, he's too strong. He's like a completely different person. That strange feeling, a shock to his mind, made him stop and think. Wait, a completely different person? Suddenly, Alex turned to look at the mask. A vague suspicion flared up in his head. There is only one method to help someone become strong so suddenly. In the demon cult, Alex clutched his face, trying to compose himself. After that powerful punch just now, you bastard, he growled out. His eyes flared with rage and suspicion. Is he a demon? Kang Woo just silently stared at him with cold, sharp red eyes, not showing a single hint of emotion. The light from both of their weapons flashed violently. Blinding streaks of light slashed through the night. Every time Alex's blade met the strikes, razor-sharp attacks from Kang Woo, sparks flew fiercely like fireworks in the dark sky. Alex moved in rapid diagonal blurs. His glowing blade swung hard, step by step, cornering his opponent. You damn demon, surrender and get cuffed. Kang Woo sighed softly without backing down, simply raising his arm to parry, taking the hits with a rock-solid defense. Even knowing he's a demon, he still won't kill me. He's only thinking about catching me. He looked up at him with a face full of disgust, but just as expected. This bastard has no right to be a guardian. Alex rewound the wheel. Time went back to that late afternoon. The orange-red sunlight stretched long, casting shadows on the old building walls. The cultist, after escaping Alex's grasp, limped and slumped down behind a wall, his ragged breathing catching with every beat. Running this far, I should be safe now, right? But before he could even catch his breath, the wall beside him suddenly blew up. He didn't even panic, just nonchalant as if merely chatting. Quit attacking and let me recover first. He stood up, extending his fingers, transforming them into long, sharp claws, glowing with a faint red tint. Alex, you're really persistent today. But when the smoke cleared, the person standing there was a total stranger to him. Kang Woo stepped out, coughing dryly with some annoyance. Why the hell are you hiding in a place like this? He frowned, a flash of surprise on his face. Who are you? Before his opponent could answer, he sneered as if he had already found the answer. You must be a member of the Guardian team. Hands in his pockets, Kang Woo walked up leisurely with a calm gaze, as if he were just strolling through a park. So you know the Guardian team? Great. I've got a few things to ask. The cultist curled his lip, holding his hand out defiantly. You really think I'm gonna talk? He smirked slightly, and in that split second, the ring on his hand suddenly flashed and transformed. No, of course not. Dark red armor rapidly covered his right arm, becoming a set of sharp gauntlets, with long claws infused with sealing power. That's why Kang Woo's eyes gleamed, a murderous intent that seemed to burn the surroundings. Along with his super speed power skill, I'll have to make you want to confess. A massive punch landed straight in the cultist's gut, doubling him over. Blood gushed from his mouth. He grinned, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth, but his expression stayed defiant. Then he raised his hand, ghastly and shrouded in dark aura as if to flex, his gaze full of contempt. Fast, I'll give you that. But still just a dumbass. Once you've stepped into the range. Before he could even finish the sentence, his face suddenly froze. I'll kill you with my demonic power. The cultist looked down. Kang Woo's hand had already sunk deep into his chest. Every drop of mana was being drained without mercy. What? He tilted his head, watching him and hissing softly, asking as if they were just chilling. Want to talk now? The cultist struggled, trying to hold on to his last bit of ego. Don't make me laugh. Before he could finish the words, a punch exploded right in the middle of his face. You think I'll talk just because you did this? Kang Woo tilted his head, nodding with pure interest, injecting pitch-black mana straight into his body. Enslavement power, no need for words. However, the system alert rang out. The target's soul is resisting the enslavement power. He closed his eyes and sighed. I just wanted to make this simple. Looks like that's not happening. The cultist struggled, eyes shot through with blood, staring at the arm, still buried deep in his mouth, which suddenly flamed up hot. Kang Yu channeled hellish power directly into his body. The temperature skyrocketed as if his soul was being scorched, making him let out a blood-curdling shriek. Then he pulled his hand out decisively, ripping out several broken teeth along with it, and a splat of dark crimson blood. The cultist collapsed, trembling all over and screaming in agony, while Kang Yu gently flicked his hand, cleaning off the blood stains lingering on his fingertips. "So you ready to talk now?" Seeing he didn't answer, Kang Yu doubled down. "How about another round?" He was terrified. Tears flowed uncontrollably as he panicked. "No! I'll talk. Kneeling down to look him straight in the eye. "Good, tell me everything about the Guardians." He tried to keep his cool, asking curiously, "Why aren't you better than me? I'm a Guardian." He smiled, his fingers grazing the flames dancing on his hand. "What, you want another go?" He shook his head in a panic. "No, I'll talk." The cultist recalled the numbers of that organization. "From what I know, the Guardians are a collective known as the Protectors. There are at most 10 members. One of them is extremely powerful, leading the Guardian. Team is a woman with the ability to track down Protectors. That's all I know." Kang Yu listened to the cultist's words. He closed his eyes. An image of Alex flashed in his mind. So that ability must be how Alex found Kim Si-hun. With that power, he could have tracked Si-hun down multiple times. The conversation dragged on, until the sun began to set. Pale light faded through the window. "What about the abilities of the other Guardian members?" He answered. "Besides Alex, I don't know anything else." The cultist kept his head down, not daring to look Kang Yu in the eye. "That's all I know. You're gonna let me live, right?" He crossed his arms and nodded. But then Kang Yu flashed a sly smirk, acting as if he were weighing a deal. A deal is only made when both sides have something to trade. "I could let you live, but..." The cultist looked at him with sheer dread. His fear was on the verge of a total breakdown. Seeing this, Kang Yu continued to probe. "But what do you have for me?" Losing patience, he spoke up. "Nothing? Zero? Then I guess I'll just have to kill you." His jaw dropped, showing the teeth lost from that earlier punch. Tears flowed non-stop as he scrambled to scream in desperation. "Wait, I'll tell you everything I know." The cultist's eyes shimmered as if he'd found a lifeline. He started rambling incessantly. Every word out of his mouth felt like a plea, hoping for a slim chance to survive. Kang Yu sat there in silence, eyes closed, a slight curl to his lips, as if he were enjoying a comedy show. After a long while, once the cultist had spilled everything he knew, he stood up. "I don't know much else, but this info is legit." Hoping for a way out, he asked earnestly, "So you're gonna let me go?" Kang Yu looked a bit surprised, then burst out laughing mockingly. "Why would I do that? You don't have any more info for me anyway." He froze, his face shifting to pure panic. "What?" Kang Yu didn't care, just continuing. "By the way, thanks." The cultist laughed in despair, feeling like he'd been played from the very start. "You had this planned from the beginning, didn't you?" And as his pupils dilated, reflecting the silhouette of Kang Yu raising his hand, a blast of hellfire erupted violently. He cried out in rage, "You monster!" The flames flared up, incinerating the entire house, leaving only a figure in cultist robes. Stepping out, Kang Yu held the mask, muttering, "I got what I wanted." He wore a devious grin, as if enjoying the moment. "Shall we get started?" Back to reality. He still walked lazily, showing no rush as Alex attacked. "Knowing that I can follow the plan perfectly is all thanks to that cultist, and now I know exactly what kind of person he is." He raised both hands high, startling him. "All right, stop it." Kang Yu swiped his hand, knocking Alex's sword away, and complained, "This is so boring, facing you is a total drag." Instantly, he gripped his throat tightly in a split second. Alex struggled, coughing as he tried to pry Kang Yu's hand off his neck. "Let go," he grumbled. "You're being ridiculous." Kang Yu's gaze became sharp and cold. In his mind, he suddenly thought of Mujin, the world rankings. Are they meant for the biggest idiots in the world? Other than John, Mujin, and Hong, is there anyone else on the world rankings who is normal? He looked at Alex, who was clutching his arm, gritting his teeth while trying to resist. "You must have a reason for not killing. Maybe it's a sob story. That would make people cry if it were made into a movie, huh?" The words he spoke were like sharp cuts. Every single word made Alex even more infuriated. But so what? Will the world disappear if you close your eyes? Or will everything that happened vanish if you just turn your head? Alex could barely stand it, trying to make a sound while he continued to mock him. "Are you trying to use your ability? To act like it never happened? Like that innocent corpse you got rid of today?" He forced out every word. "Shut up." He smiled with satisfaction. His eyes flashed with a devious glint. "Finally swearing, huh? You're starting to look more human now." Suck it up, kid. Kang Yu didn't give Alex a moment's peace. He continued with his sarcastic remarks. What you're doing is simply self-serving. You're only doing it for your own personal gain. He was furious, but his body couldn't do anything to you, Alex screamed, using all his strength to resist. What do you know? Ignoring him, he tightened his grip on his throat even more. Enough talk. It's time to hand the stage over to the main character. While he was still confused, by his words, a horrific explosion occurred, right beside you. Si-hun emerged from the thick cloud of dust, holding his sword with a worried expression. Alex, are you all right? He panted, explaining, a rat got in the way. Who are you? Kang Yu saw that Si-hun had arrived, so he turned around and changed his tone. He spoke up, who am I? Then he began a grand introduction, without any hesitation. I am Death and the Apocalypse. I am the father of the furious, and I am Wrath itself. He placed his hand on his chest, his eyes turning completely red. A proud smile was evident on his face. I am Satan. Si-hun couldn't believe what he had just heard, but he still couldn't hold back from speaking. Satan? You're a demon too? Kang Yu maintained his posture, one hand tightly choking Alex, while he slightly shrugged the other shoulder. You could put it that way. He turned back and increased the pressure on Alex's neck defiantly. But does that even matter? Si-hun couldn't stay calm, screaming out in intense stress. Stop it! He burst out laughing, taunting Si-hun as if he were enjoying this moment. You look so flustered. Is this guy important to you? He was tense, his hands tightly gripping the sword. I don't have to tell you. Secretly calling out Kang Yu's name when he was at home, he received an urgent call from Kang Yu. Si-hun, Alex is being attacked by the Demon Society. I'm tied up and can't go. You have to go right away, he asked hurriedly, deeply worried. Kang Yu, are you okay? A light cough was heard from the other end of the phone, trying to reassure Si-hun, even though his voice sounded somewhat exhausted. I'm fine, just hurry up. Those words only made him even more confused, constantly calling out for Kang Yu. Kang Yu. Si-hun stood there, watching Alex struggle in a state of panic, calling out in desperation. Si-hun's mind was in total chaos. Because he was also being attacked by the Demon Society, he couldn't come to help me. I have to defeat an opponent who can easily overpower Alex Osborne. I know this is practically impossible. Unable to stand still, he quickly lunged from his position. But in that same instant, the faint silhouette of a massive dragon appeared behind him. Si-hun. Blue Dragon Swordsmanship, Blue Dragon's Wrath. I must stop that demon. However, Kang Yu merely held out an arm indifferently, easily blocking his attack. Without even budging, he teased him with a mocking tone. Is that all you've got? You're way too weak. He gritted his teeth. Anger and disappointment surged within him. He was weak. Si-hun, driven mad with rage, raised his weapon high above his head. The phantom dragon behind him roared with fury. I know that too, Blue Dragon Swordsmanship. With pent-up power, he swung his sword once more. Blue Dragon Slash! But with just a simple movement, Kang Yu used a small amount of demonic power to shatter the attack, easily sending Si-hun crashing into the wall. Surrounded by a purple aura, he muttered, I just don't get it, he whispered, his glowing red eyes full of sarcasm. You must feel the massive gap between our levels of power. He continued to press forward, a whirlwind of battle spirit swirling in his heart. But Kang Yu mocked him. Why are you so stubborn? He repeatedly blocked Si-hun's strikes. He continued to probe him. Isn't Alex Osborne a complete stranger to you? He was so angry that the veins on his face popped out like thick cords. Is it so weird to save someone I don't know? He smiled, a purely condescending smirk. Actually, it's just plain stupid. Internally, he was secretly thrilled. That's it. Nice job. Kang Yu watched the battle with interest. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he created a demonic energy barrier. Man, hell yeah! This is a real fight right here. Si-hun is way better than Alex. He tracked his sword strikes, shattering the defense without a hint of hesitation. Judging every move, the swordsmanship was sharp, carrying nothing but pure killing intent. He watched the blade graze his mask, realizing that instead of using technique to win, Kang Yu stomped his foot hard onto the ground, releasing a powerful burst of energy. Of course, if he had to fight Alex right now, he'd definitely lose as expected. His aura exploded, pushing Si-hun far back. But that's just the difference in basic specs. His demonic energy quickly transformed into sharp thorns that lunged toward him. For a player who reached level 60, Si-hun managed to vanish in an instant, dodging every single attack. It's impossible to hit a level 100 person, or someone like me with off-the-chart stats. Refusing to give up, he tried a sneak attack from behind. But there was no escaping the agility of the demonic energy. Si-hun will only get stronger, Kang Yu told himself as he fought. Heaven has gifted him with talent and power, and beyond that, he has a true passion for martial arts. Si-hun unleashed a barrage of moves, his body moving like multiple clones. Sword blades sliced through the air toward Kang Yu. He has a great master in Sword Emperor John Mujin. He tilted his head slightly. Everything seemed too slow except for one thing. He didn't flinch for a second and continued his charge. Si-hun needed to close the distance fast, but then, in an instant, he suddenly froze as he realized something was wrong. Out of nowhere, Kang Yu reached out toward him with his massive hand. No time to dodge. His hand gripped Si-hun's face firmly. A single sound. A single burst of power. He threw Si-hun into the wall like a rag doll, without any mercy. "I'll give him that," Si-hun cried out in pain. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his limbs went limp. Kang Yu stood there, satisfied. He observed him while dropping some teasing remarks. "Nice try. But no matter how hard you try, this is the best you can do." He kept provoking him. "Are you mad? Looks like you've completely lost your cool." Si-hun gritted his teeth. Clutching his face, he roared through clenched teeth. "Damn it! Shut up!" He was frustrated, knowing he was outmatched. "Quit yapping and just end it." But instead of ending it as Si-hun wanted, Kang Yu replied with a mockingly surprised tone, "I'm not going to kill you." The hand gripping Alex's neck suddenly turned a deep red. His energy flared up violently as if to crush everything. "Why would I end something this entertaining?" Si-hun screamed, "What do you think you're doing?" Alex's entire body looked like it was about to burst. His neck was so flushed that blood seemed ready to gush from his mouth. But he didn't care. "I like you. Your fury and that hatred make me tremble. It excites me and gives me the chills." The veins on Alex's body began to bulge grotesquely, as if the very life was being drained out of him. He struggled to call out Si-hun's name, while he continued his monologue. "I'm impressed by your will and fighting spirit." But Kang Yu didn't stop there. "Therefore..." At that moment, Alex's head exploded right in front of Si-hun as he finished his final word, "Run." Alex's body shattered before his very eyes, leaving him reeling, not knowing what to do. His body trembling, he stammered, I... And then, in a fit of uncontrollable rage, Si-hun bolted up and charged at Kang Yu. He screamed, unable to think straight, with only one goal in mind, revenge on this bastard. But as soon as he took another step, his body faltered and he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Si-hun looked up, his eyes filled with pure hate. "Damn it!" His mind was a mess from the previous attack. He stood opposite him, visibly excited. Yes, that's the look. That gaze overflowing with vengeance and hatred. That's the desire that leads to life. He tried to keep his eyes open, but everything around him started to fade into darkness. And during that moment, Kang Yu began his speech again. "The fury and the hatred, they will become your motivation. Toss and turn, brood over it, and remember me." He emphasized every single word. Just before he blacked out, "I am death and the apocalypse. I am wrath and hatred. I am Satan, swallow your anger and grow stronger." Humanity uses hate as fuel to evolve. Then he closed his eyes as darkness took over. But his chilling laughter still echoed in his ears, along with those grand parting words. "Kill me!" Kang Yu looked at the unconscious Si-hun and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally out cold, he took off his mask and muttered to himself, feeling a wave of nausea hit him. Why did that bastard Satan talk like that anyway? Imitating the way he talks gave me total goosebumps. He glanced at him and thought, anyway, I hope this serves as motivation for Si-hun. The thing Kim Si-hun was missing. He looked at his face, with hope for the future. A push. He recalled the moment Yang-hun was beaten to a pulp, gasping for air on the ground, while Ye-hun was sealed and bound in a dungeon. After Kim Yang-hun and Kim Jae-hun were kidnapped, nothing was pushing Si-hun to improve. Kang Yu pondered over Alex's mysterious organization. Endless questions filled his mind. Right now, when we don't know if the Guardians are allies or enemies, Si-hun needs a drive to become stronger. The other Guardians are likely just like Alex. He looked at Alex's corpse with unwavering resolve. He must kill the enemies with his own hands. While he was muttering to himself, the system appeared. I need to hurry up too. Break this damn level cap and become... Data logs streamed out in a long list as if they had been clogged and were finally being released. You have defeated a Guardian. The system's energy used to cap. Your level has weakened. Your level cap has increased to 69. Applying accumulated experience points. You have leveled up 10 times. You have achieved your 7th awakening. Not only that, here is the most important notification. Your stats have increased. Strength plus 11, agility plus 9, stamina plus 8, perception plus 4. This left him completely stunned. What the hell? The condition to lift the seal is killing a Guardian? No wonder it wouldn't spill the beans. Kang Yu stopped in his tracks. A spark of surprise flashed in his eyes as he scrutinized the info. Wait, the level cap is 69? I thought after removing the level 59 limit, there wouldn't be another seal until level 89. His face suddenly turned pale, then darkened as he snapped his head back. But my new level cap is at level 69, and the condition to lift it is killing a guardian? Sweat began to bead on his forehead, as he cast a calculating gaze toward Si-hun, meaning Kangoo's eyes narrowed with pure malice. A realization suddenly struck him. Can I really kill a guardian to break my level cap? The smile on his lips slowly vanished, as his focus shifted to the unconscious Si-hun on the floor. A brutal idea flashed through his mind. Do I just need to kill them? The void. A suffocating silence enveloped both of them. Kangoo immediately snapped out of it and shook his head. Vigorously, that's probably not it. Then he decisively tossed his cloak to the ground. That would be a total bonehead move. The grueling confrontation from before had made him think more carefully. I don't know what kind of entities will invade Earth, so there's no need to thin out the number of guardians. If Alex hadn't messed with Si-hun, I would have spared him. A second later, Kangoo began intently studying the system panel. Whatever, let's see. Let's see what the 7th awakening attribute that I just received is. He lightly tapped the screen. Let's see. Devourer of 10 Souls. This attribute is SSA rank. The displayed info includes Kangoo level 69, Stage 7 Awakener, Stage 1. Awakening attribute. Predatory power rank. Most of the attribute's power has been sealed. Stage 2 Awakening attribute. Insatiable hunger rank C. Stage 3 Awakening attribute. Demon's greed. Mana rank A. Stage 4 Awakening attribute. Demonic force ruler rank A. Stage 5. Awakening attribute. Summoning. Demonic creature rank A unavailable. Stage 7. Awakening. Attribute. Devourer. 10 Souls rank SS. Stamina 54. Vitality 45. Intelligence 49. Agility 49. Demonic Force Unique Stat 113. Dexterity 37. Exploring more details through the system panel. Stage 7 Awakening attribute. Devourer of 10 Souls rank SS. Effect. Attribute linked to predatory power. You can completely absorb the souls of demons and enhance the quality of your soul. The stronger the demon's soul, the higher the efficiency. Kangoo was visibly surprised by this information. It's an attribute linked to predatory power? Then he shut his eyes tight, trying to visualize it meticulously in his mind. Predatory power absorbs life force, demonic force, and even the target's powers. It even devours souls, but it used to just munch and swallow them whole, so there wasn't much of an effect. Now it's augmented with the ability to absorb souls entirely. What's up, man? Kangoo's eyes immediately darted to the side, as if he suddenly remembered something, and right then a new system panel popped up. Demon Soul. Step 2 to becoming a demon god. Condition 1. Condition 2. It made him reason carefully. Demon Soul. I don't know what these two conditions are, but it looks like they are linked to the Stage 7 Awakening attribute. Kangoo suddenly recalled the previous awakening process. At first, I wondered how the Stage 6 Awakening attribute, Creation of Demonic Art, was related to the ultimate demonic force body. However, he then connected it to the moment he saw that strange orb. It's like the key to the sea of demonic force, something that only a user of 6 powers at once can actually obtain. Devourer of 10 Souls. Maybe it's also related to the demon soul. Suddenly, Kangoo licked his lips with excitement. I just need to hunt a few demons and check it out for myself. Someone suddenly came to mind. Looks like I'll have to bother Cha Yeonju for a bit. Over here, she was lying on the bed, groaning. Did I push myself too hard? Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Back to the scene. Kangoo closed his eyes to focus, channeling energy into his palm. The attribute remained stable up until now. A shimmering red liquid gradually appeared after the 7th awakening. The seal on the 100,000 magic cores has weakened. The space surrounding Kangoo has completely transformed. I can use the Heavenly Dragon Heart technique to condense the demonic force. For now, this should be enough. Kangoo frowned slightly. Sweat began to pour down his forehead as surges of demonic force began to move toward his face. Now that I've completed the ultimate demonic force body, I can absorb everything so fast. It's as if I've become a living Dantean myself. Demonic force soon swirled around his feet. Maybe it's because the deepest part is still sealed, but the quality of the demonic force is still trash. Kangoo looked at the source of the energy with a bit of hesitation. If I keep absorbing the 100,000 magic cores like this, his whole body remained motionless as he absorbed the energy, while secretly speculating. My entire body will become the 100,000 magic cores. I feel like I can summon demonic force from the abyss. Kangoo stood his ground firmly, as the 100,000 magic cores bared their jagged teeth and closed in. Just a little more. just a bit further. At that moment, sharp teeth loomed right over his head. While he still refused to react, I just need to expand the 100,000 magic cores a bit more. Then his eyes snapped open. He fought to regain his senses. It wasn't working. A split second later, Kangu clenched his fist, instantly shattering the illusion of the 100,000 magic cores. That's enough for now. After a brief struggle, he wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling odd. I don't get why today. I keep getting tripped up by these temptations. The system panel appeared once again. You have converted demonic force from the 100,000 magic cores into your demonic force stat. Your demonic force unique stat has increased by 8. Despite the fatigue, Kangu looked satisfied. Oh, stat increased by 8, huh? Seems like I've unlocked quite a bit. But while he was lost in thought, he suddenly realized, wait, what's with the demonic force stat? He looked at the system panel, agility 49, demonic force unique stat 120, dexterity 37. The total stats at that time were as follows. Stamina 54, agility 49, vitality 45, demonic force unique stat 113, intelligence dexterity 37. With a quick glance, Kangu compared it to before. When I checked the status window, the demonic force stat was at 113, but it just increased by 8, so shouldn't it be 121? He crossed his arms with a confused look. Why is it 120? While he was mulling it over, his cloak suddenly emitted a violent aura. Is it because? Kangu finally noticed the anomaly and checked it himself. Kraken's Fury. The system panel continued to display. Your stat has reached 120. The quality and efficiency of the stat have increased significantly. Stats added from legendary tier equipment or lower will not apply to stats above 120. By instinct, he looked at the gear he was wearing underneath and felt a bit bummed. So increasing the stats. Once you reach this level, you won't get any more bonuses. From equipment anymore? What? Why is such crucial information only being revealed now? If that's the case, then this legendary tier gear is just straight up trash now. The hand tugging at the lapel suddenly froze as Kang Wu suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, if the info is only being leaked now, his eyes hidden behind his hair remained expressionless, but the corner of his mouth quirked up in a confident smirk. Ah, so that's how it is. He looked down at this corpse on the ground while deducing. It's not that no one wanted to leak it. It's that they simply couldn't. After all, no one has probably been able to raise their stats all the way up to 120 yet. Even world-class runners are only about this strong. It makes sense that no one has hit this level yet. Before long, a fierce fire erupted, intermingled with Kang Wu's cold voice. Should I head back now? He casually fixed his appearance after finishing up the cleanup of his tracks. I've been back on Earth for half a year already. So it took me 6 months to reach this level. Kang Wu's gaze suddenly turned upward. He couldn't help but feel a surge of nostalgia. Half a year spent gazing into the vast void, quietly marveling at the countless twinkling stars. It's been quite a while. Cutting to a few days later, at the Red Rose Guild, under the early morning sunlight. In the training room, 2 streams of battle ki collided, creating sharp, crackling explosions. Si-hun launched a barrage of attacks with extreme speed, but they were all easily parried by John Mu-jin. Through his veteran eyes, he could still sense a distinct change in Si-hun. Then, with a single strike, the sword in his hand was sent flying high into the air, before clattering to the ground. John Mu-jin spoke coldly then. Let's call it a day. But Si-hun replied firmly, I can still go on. Hearing that, he let out a faint smirk. You can still go on? He paused for a second, then scoffed. With that body? He was completely exhausted and panting heavily. Yet he remained stubborn. I have to. Then he looked toward John Mu-jin with cold eyes and declared, become stronger. This display was truly something he couldn't ignore. That look, in his eyes, was fierce enough to make any martial artist's blood boil. His martial arts are improving rapidly. However, with those thoughts in mind, John Mu-jin glanced in one direction. I'm a little worried. Seeing Kang Wu leaning leisurely against the wall over here, he took the opportunity to ask for his opinion. I'm planning to go hunting with Unyong Geom. Would that be all right? He suddenly spoke up, speculating. Hunting monsters? Are you planning to go to the S-rank gate in Suwon? But that wasn't John Mu-jin's intention. I want to go to Shanghai. That answer caught Kang Wu slightly off guard. Shanghai? This sparked a vague memory in his mind, recalling a gate Kang Wu had encountered before. Isn't there an SS rank gate there, just like the one in Hokkaido? Isn't it too early for that? He immediately explained. Pure training alone. Isn't that effective anymore? I think it's better for him to fight monsters. Level up and gain more real combat experience. John Mu-jin didn't stop there and added another suggestion. I'm also considering going in without bringing any communication devices. Understanding the plan now, he nodded in response. So you want to conduct a closed-door training session. At the same time, he thought to himself, going hunting, huh? His eyes darted over to Si-hun, who was exhausted and leaning on his knees. Kang-woo carefully considered it. The training method Mu-jin proposed might be the best way to help Si-hun improve. He wants more power. Hunting will help much more than training. Then he slowly approached with a thought in mind. Maybe I should give him a little more motivation. This action took Si-hun completely by surprise. Bro, this moment, Kang-woo suddenly hugged him tight and called out earnestly. Si-hun then emotionally blamed himself. Because I'm so weak, Alex Osborne had to die. This made Si-hun panic as well. No, it's not like that. It's all because I was too weak. Seeing that his target had let his guard down, Kang-woo continued to urge him, Si-hun, let's both do our best to become stronger. We must avenge his death. Then he delivered the finishing blow. I think that's exactly what Alex would have wanted. Hearing those sappy words actually moved him so much that his eyes welled up. Brother, he then declared firmly, I understand. I will definitely become stronger. Not stopping there, Si-hun also promised Kang-woo that he would personally avenge Alex. Hearing this, he immediately flipped the script, just as expected. Watching this cringe fest from the sidelines, John Mu-jin couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a heartwarming bromance. On a crisp morning a few days later, Kim Si-hun had gone to Shanghai with John Mu-jin. Kang-woo lay bored on the sofa, frustrated that he had nothing to do. He couldn't hide his disappointment. To use the Soul Eater attribute, there must be demons. But I still haven't detected any of those demonic cultists. His phone suddenly vibrated while he was lost in thought. Hopefully Yeonju found something. Speak of the devil, she's calling. Hello, Yeonju, what's up? Did you find the demonic cult members? The other end urged him hurriedly. Kang-woo, turn on the TV right now! A second later, he lazily complied, not forgetting to question it. The TV, what for? Are they showing their faces on TV or something? This made Cha Yeonju a bit annoyed. Just turn it on already. Kang-woo's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Cha Yeonju's voice continued steadily in his ear about the cult. She revealed a piece of crucial information. They've carried out a massive summoning of demonic beasts. Images of the demons were displayed on the screen. Kang-woo was stunned into silence. Cha Yeonju also provided one more detail. And it's not just that. It looks like they've summoned a huge number of demons too. Noticing no response from him, she raised her voice. Hey Kang-woo, are you even listening to me? Over here, a mischievous grin appeared on his face. His heart was racing with joy. The time had come. Kang-woo stared intently at the TV, drooling with greed. He screamed internally, time for a massive feast! On the other end, Cha Yeonju's voice was still filled with urgency. Hello, hey! The next day, at the Red Rose Guild HQ, Cha Yeonju was focused on tackling piles of paperwork. But a sudden noise caught her attention. She proactively greeted them when she saw Kang-woo. Oh, you're here? Seo-ah followed behind, shyly bowing to Yeonju. Meanwhile, Echidna was sniffing around for something. He didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. I heard the news. But exactly what happened? He then marveled as he recalled the chaotic scenes elsewhere. The offices around here are in total chaos right now. Urgent voices from that time were still ringing in his head. Contact China and confirm the cult's location. Where is the emergency meeting being held? On the plane, everyone, assemble on the plane first. Cha Yeonju sighed and said in a low voice, as you already know, a large-scale attack is currently underway in Vladivostok. Meanwhile, Echidna was still curiously prowling near the bookshelf while Kang-woo continued his inquiry. Are there a lot of them? She shared honestly, we don't have the exact numbers yet. However, thinking of the demons made Cha Yeonju sigh deeply. There are likely at least several hundred demons attacking, along with an unbelievable number of monsters. This information truly stunned him to the point where he covered his mouth and muttered, 1 million. But in reality, he was beyond hyped. Oh, demonic cult. I'm so proud of you guys. How did you know I needed demons and personally served up such a feast? Trying to keep a straight face, Kang-woo feigned worry. Is there much damage? She immediately answered, fortunately, there aren't many casualties. But the problem is, seeing Cha Yeonju hesitate, Seo-ah instantly guessed, those monsters are going to keep moving, right? It was confirmed right away. Yeah, exactly. A second later, Cha Yeonju explained the demon's route with a look of anxiety. The monsters are moving fast toward the fields of Manchu. If they head toward China, it's fine. But if they pivot down toward Korea, a massive war will break out. Kang-woo felt a headache coming on after hearing that. Since North Korea collapsed on the day of the cataclysm, they would definitely march straight into South Korea. Then he asked, What about China? Just as he wondered, a second later, Cha Yonju had the answer. They've already proposed an alliance with us. They want to end everything at the Manchu fields before the damage gets out of hand. But what Kang Wu actually cared about was, so have they made a decision yet? At this point, Cha Yeonju sighed heavily again. There's a strategy meeting in Harbin, so they want all guilds to participate. Right now, we're gathering at the airport, getting ready to fly to Harbin. Most of the guilds have already left. Her gaze then sharpened as she glanced in one direction. So I also wanted to ask if you'd like to go. After hesitating for a moment, Cha Yeonju added with emphasis, and along with Echidna. The girl was engrossed in some books over here, but suddenly paused when she heard her name. Cha Yeonju also took the opportunity to ask, Seo, will those two be okay? And what about KuBI and the others? Hearing this, Kang Wu calmly answered for them. Si-hoon is in solitary training, and I don't plan on calling anyone else anyway. Placing his hand gently on his chest, he spoke slowly. Even if there are demons and it's dangerous, as the person at the top. At that point, suddenly, an arrogant smirk appeared on his lips. Kang Wu declared with total confidence, I alone am enough, right? This attitude immediately left Cha Yeonju speechless. He's not wrong, but he's such a pain. Soon after, they arrived in Harbin, China, the player support center. Kang Wu led the way, looking around and remarking, the interior is way cleaner than I expected. Then softening his tone, he chatted with Zhang Xuan, who was walking ahead. I didn't think you'd be the one guiding us. Also, thanks for helping out Ryoma back then. As Kang Wu spoke, she daintily tapped her finger against her lip. Well, a promise is a promise. Meanwhile, he asked, I heard you're personally training John Mujin. You must be swamped right now. Mentioning this made Zhang Xuan sigh and respond dejectedly. Totally swamped, especially when I have to teach the lessons my father assigned to him. Her expression suddenly turned unusually uneasy. Actually, my uncle worries me more. Since my father isn't here, he's attending the meeting in his place. Kang Wu asked in surprise, Your uncle? Thinking of that man's imposing presence gave her the chills. Yeah. Have you heard of the demonic sword, Zhang Moshen? He's not super famous, because my father's shadow is so large. But he's the vice sect leader of the Heaven and Earth sect, and is among China's top martial artists. The thing is, he's not exactly a fan of Koreans. Kang Wu responded sarcastically. Wow, everything is just going great, isn't it? This comment immediately killed the mood for her. She snapped back in a whiny voice, I wish. Behind Cha Yeonju, someone seemed to notice something and let out a shout. A commotion broke out right in front of them. At that moment, one of the two people whose path was being blocked raised their voice in frustration. Hey, you dragged me all the way here, so why the hell won't you let me in? The voice made Cha Yeonju vaguely recognize the person. Once she was certain, she called out, Auntie Hyunju? Already annoyed, being called that, made her glare and snap back, Who are you calling Auntie? Where do I look like one, huh? This was the leader of the Sanare Guild, Jung Hyunju, while the teenager beside her was from the Onuri Guild, their new leader, Cha Minjong. Jung Hyunju's suspicious gaze instantly softened once she saw the person behind. Her tone became much gentler. Oh, it's Yeonju. Gosh, you're here way too early. Cha Minjong, standing beside her, spoke up shyly. Hello, Master of the Red Rose Guild. Seeing the two of them still here, Cha Yeonju wondered, Auntie, why don't you go inside? This gave Jung Hyunju the chance to talk smack publicly. Let me tell you, they've totally lost it. We all came to this place. But then they said we can't attend the meeting, and told us to wait at some designated spot later. Just hearing that made Cha Yeonju's blood boil. Without holding back, she directly chewed out the hulking man who was standing right in the doorway. Are you out of your mind? Step aside now. With a grim look, he glared down at Jang Moxian. He is currently in a meeting. You are not allowed inside. Once the meeting concludes, I will notify you. However, if you refuse to follow orders, Jang Moxian hesitated for a moment before issuing a cold warning. We'll have to reconsider the China-Korea alliance. This sentence made Cha Yeonju flip out. She rolled up her sleeves, ready for a showdown. Reconsider it, you say? You absolute piece of trash. But right then, Zhang Xuan intervened with a beaming smile. Yeonju, wait a second. In a split second, her eyes were filled with malice. I'd like to ask him, what exactly do you think you're doing? They're here to help stop the demon invasion. Step aside. She then issued a counter-threat. If father hears about this, but he brazenly cut her off, with an incredibly cocky look on his face. While Zhang Mujin isn't here, Zhang Moxian's orders are the top priority. But just a second later, a voice, dripping with sarcasm, rang out from behind. Oh, really? Zhang Xuan couldn't help but look surprised. Kang Wu then spoke up apologetically. Sorry about that. I'll get in touch with father the moment there's an emergency. But Kang Wu didn't seem to give a damn about that now. He simply stepped right up to the man's face. It's whatever. The distance was so close that he was practically breathing on the guy. Still, Kang Wu kept a polite attitude while digging for info. So we really can't go in? But the man stubbornly refused to budge. Zhang Moxian ordered me not to let you in until the meeting is over. It seemed being nice was no longer an option. His expression slowly turned dark as he questioned him. Then what if we just barge in anyway? Hearing that, the man replied in a low voice, in that case, and immediately threw a rage-filled punch at Kang Wu. How about I show you the way to the hospital instead? At the same time, the meeting room door suddenly blew apart. Inside the room, amidst the chaos, the red-haired guildmaster cried out in shock. What is this? This pressure is insane! Another guildmaster was completely bewildered. What on earth is going on? Through the thick cloud of dust, a pair of feet slowly stepped in, accompanied by a deep voice. My apologies. After taking down this gatekeeper, Kang Wu boldly led the group inside. Is this the meeting room? One person instantly shot up from their seat, shouting in a fit of rage. What kind of insect? A bald man charged forward with lightning speed, then roared, How dare you barge into this formal meeting? But the badass Kang Wu, he blocked that bald old man with just one hand. A second later, he slammed the bald guy straight into the ground. Just stay put, will you? That single move was enough to show the massive gap between them. The sheer difference in power left everyone speechless. Just a moment ago, the bald guy was talking big, but now he's lying on the ground, trembling. To top it off, Kang Wu mocked him. I guess you don't really have anything left to lose, right? Since you're already bald and all. Then he nonchalantly walked over. Two flattened bodies were piled on top of each other, and hey, what do you think you're doing, huh? Right then, the bald guy's muscular body became a human cushion for Kang Wu. He sat right down on him, even crossing his legs, acting friendly as if nothing had ever happened. Carry on with the meeting, everyone. By now, Zhang Moxian had his eyes closed tightly, listening to his constant yapping. The support team you requested is already here, isn't it? So you should probably get back to the meeting, right? Then he spoke up coldly. Having too many people around won't lead to anything good. But he was immediately met with Kang Wu's disrespectful sarcasm. Stop yapping those proverbs. You picked up from somewhere and just look at everyone's attitude. Finally, the man couldn't take it anymore and peeked one eye open. How insolent! He continued with his defiant attitude. Insolent, huh? I'm getting a real headache from an old geezer like you. All right then, since we're at it, let me tell you a few things about a person named Zhang Moxian. He warned him with a stern voice. What on earth are you talking about? Kang Wu spoke while holding a pen for a vivid illustration. An older brother with extraordinary talent, and a younger brother whose talent wasn't half bad either. But then the younger brother spent his whole life in envy, obsessed with being in his brother's shadow, because he knew deep down he could never surpass his own older brother. He then pulled out one pen as an example, continuing the cryptic story. However, an opportunity eventually came along, taking advantage of his brother's absence, and with an army of monsters closing in, the younger brother tried to score a big win, just to prove he wasn't inferior to his brother. As he said this, he immediately hurled the pen straight at the map behind Zhang Moxian. Kang Wu then slowly emphasized his point. And so, he looked at the pen pinned right between the dots, and spoke with sheer contempt that younger brother would set up a support force in the rear, ensuring the older brother couldn't do his job properly. Next, Kang Wu didn't hold back his mockery. Just a loser, struggling to escape his brother's shadow. Faced with his ridicule, the man hadn't shown any emotion until now, even though Kang Wu firmly asserted that this was the true nature of Zhang Moxian. But it seemed that this key statement had finally pushed him over the edge. He hit his limit. Zhang Moxian's blood boiled as he hissed, "You!" Then he directly exploded in a fit of rage, shouting at the top of his lungs, "What do you know to be talking such nonsense?" But even that didn't shut Kang Wu up. All right. Fine, I knew you'd say that." A second later, he waved his hand dismissively. No backbone, no joy, no real emotion. It's just way too obvious. With a smirk playing on his lips, he issued a cocky challenge. Come on. Don't just sit there holding back your anger. Bring it on. At that moment, he was finally triggered to the point where his whole body radiated killing intent. After hearing Kang Wu say this, "What are you waiting for? Don't waste any more time." Under the scorching sun, 3 groups of people gathered in neat rows in the courtyard. Cha Yeonju, holding a megaphone, frowned slightly. She looked incredibly nervous and anxious. Standing behind her, Kang Wu found it odd and asked curiously, "Hey, why are you so stressed out?" "That's so not like you." making Cha Yeonju instantly shout out in a fit of rage. Isn't it all because of you? The more she thought about the past, the more ticked off she got. If you hadn't said all that stuff back then... Recalling the image of Kang Woo arrogantly challenging Chon Muyon that day. All right, it's time for you to blow off some steam. So come at me. Making Chon Muyon immediately spring out of his chair, after hearing him continue to yap. Come on, watching through a screen is just a waste of time. Along with the illusion of a wild beast, he aimed his long sword straight at Kang Woo. You arrogant brat! Yet he still remained chill, watching Chon Muyon talk big and threaten him. I'll beat you until you can't even open your mouth! He glared and growled, but suddenly stopped. I will kill! A pen slammed right into his forehead, along with a cold voice saying, You're too noisy. The power from that last strike sent him crashing down to the ground, leaving everyone in a panic, while Kang Woo still wore a friendly-looking smirk. Okay, let's just go with that. Despite his outward appearance, every word he spoke was dripping with bloodlust. We're not in the same boat anymore, so go ahead and fight, just as long as we operate independently. Looking at Chon Muhyeon with his eyes rolled back, lying unconscious on the ground with a few missing teeth, Kang Woo was even more hyped up as he declared firmly, Got it? We go our separate ways. Back to reality. Cha Yeonju lunged forward, grabbing his collar while trying to hold back her emotions. Since you're the one who took charge like that. The next second, Kang Woo could only give a forced smile at her outburst of fury. Why didn't you just give the orders yourself? Why dump it on me, huh? How could I possibly... Cha Yeonju pointed at the Onuri Guild and screamed, Give orders to these guys? Over there, Cha Min-jong was cheering on his teammates. Let's do this. But he shamelessly tried to make an excuse. Usually, the one who causes trouble has someone else to clean it up. She immediately scolded him mercilessly. You jerk, you caused this mess. So you better be the one giving orders? Jung Hyunju from the Sonara Guild was also fuming after overhearing their conversation. Oh, how cute. It's getting quite heated. Cha Hyunju spoke up helplessly. I just can't. This time, it was his turn to talk back. Why not? You're doing a great job giving orders. Jang Hyunji from the Hwarang Legion also let out a tired sigh at the scene. Meanwhile, Kang Woo tried to quickly bail. I've got things to do. But his words only made her even more furious. In the middle of a war, what else is there to do besides fight, huh? Kang Woo just gave a forced smile, determined to keep it a secret. He thought to himself a bit sheepishly, I can't exactly say I'm going to eat demon meat. While the tension was high, an earth-shattering scream rang out. There they are! From a distance, blurry, pitch-black silhouettes appeared, their nature unclear. As they got closer, everyone was horrified to realize it was a horde of aggressive monsters, charging toward them. The sheer number of them made everyone's legs go weak. Why are there so many? It's like we're back 5 years ago. That day, the day of the disaster. No way. Even if we all charge, we won't stand a chance. Just as that was said, someone shouted loudly, Let's charge together! Seeing the situation was tense as a bowstring, Cha Yeonju took the initiative to encourage them through the megaphone. This time is different from the day of the disaster. We already have the power to fight these monsters. Then she assigned tasks one by one. Mages, get ready to chant! Block the attacks and then retreat to the rear. Her words gave the warriors a bit of confidence, but that confidence only lasted a few seconds. Immediately after, their faces fell and they were annoyed by Cha Yeonju's fumbling. Next! We'll form a V-shape to lure the beasts inside. And then... In this critical situation, Jang Hyunji spoke up to back Yeonju up. If you say it like that, they won't understand a thing. These words made her so embarrassed that her face turned beet red. While Kang Woo clapped enthusiastically from behind, a sudden idea flashed in her mind, and Cha Yeonju stepped forward slowly. I'm not really cut out for giving orders. Then she handed the megaphone to Jang Hyunji. Why don't you take over? This made her feel as if a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulders, and she immediately broke out into a refreshing smile. I'm not the one in charge anymore, so I'm going to speak more freely. With the pressure gone, she walked proudly among the group of warriors, boosting their morale. Don't overthink it. Just think of this as an EXP farming event, she said humorously to lighten the mood. This will be our chance to rake in a massive amount of EXP. This encouragement finally paid off. The warriors were now able to laugh and talk cheerfully. An EXP farming event? She's right, let's level up. Riding the wave of momentum, Cha Yeonju eagerly called out, Come on, everyone! Wait, is there anyone here who isn't on our side? After observing her, Jang Hyunji marveled to himself. Good grief, and she said she couldn't do it. He watched her intently with a look of pure respect. With just a few words, she's eased the players' worries, and even boosted their morale. Because of that, he could breathe a sigh of relief. I don't even need to give orders. On the other side, spiked chains were being summoned by Cha Yeonju as she clicked her tongue and muttered, "Whatever. Just remember the 3 rules of combat and we're good." She boldly declared the rules of engagement. First, no one gets hurt. Second, no one dies. Cha Yeonju suddenly accelerated forward, not forgetting to growl out. And finally, third, all that EXP is mine. Then all sorts of hideous monsters with jagged teeth charged forward together. In their fierce, bloodshot red eyes, a strange mark appeared. It turned out they were being controlled by someone behind the scenes. He just thought to himself silently, "From the way those monsters are moving, it's clear that I don't need to observe them any longer." This person was the Dark Apostle, Anton Sidovic. He was starting to feel somewhat at ease about the battle. Now it's all clear. A moment later, he speculated cautiously, while thinking about the network protecting Earth. The planet's guardian barrier system is what the demonic cult has been trying to destroy for so long, and now it's finally weakening. This also means that their power will increase. The more he thought about it, the more Anton Sidovic gloated. The time for them to officially take action is not far off now. Just then, a massive foot stepped closer, accompanied by a booming voice. "Human." Yet he didn't even bother to turn back to look at the two-horned demon, only speaking up to warn him. "Now is not the time for you to expose yourself." The 5th-tier hell demon Uta asked impatiently, "How much longer do I have to hide from them?" Thinking about the monsters fighting out there made him restless to the point where showing himself to kill just a few humans wasn't even allowed. "What?" "My subordinates say their bodies are in a lot of pain." Then he clenched his fists and declared with determination, "I, the great Uta, will prove that humans are nothing more than humans." He had only gotten this far when Anton Sidovic shut him down. Let's save that for later." This made Uta cry out in confusion. "What?" Ignoring the outburst, he replied calmly, "We have a few other things to take care of." In his hand, Anton Sidovic was holding a scrap of paper with a picture of Kang. "Wu," as he said with an intrigued voice, "there's someone we need to meet." Then he began to tell a story from the past. Previously, High Priest Akiyama executed a demon with summoning abilities, just like me in Japan. After hearing they were attacked, I received word from a pupil follower, bearing the eye mark which led him to admit, and it's quite interesting, the defiant look in Kang Wu's eyes was etched deep into Anton Sidovic's mind. A gaze full of madness and death is what saved a mage. Whether you punish the demonic cult, none of it matters to him, and he only has one single goal. When I looked at him with those eyes, I could feel it. He's the same kind of person as me. He went on and on rambling, while looking up at the surge of dark energy he created that was hovering overhead. What he wants, what he craves, I know it all too well. Then I had the idea to bring him into the demonic cult. That hand made of dark energy immediately slammed into the ground, much to Anton Sidovic's excitement. And now I hear he's participating in this very battle. Just wait a little longer, and we'll run into him soon. After listening to his babbling, Uta bared his jagged razor-sharp teeth. Suppressing his rage, he warned him, "You're crossing the line. I've heard that ever since you summoned me. I'm a demon human. Don't you dare give me orders." Hearing this, Anton Sidovic immediately humbled himself to soothe him. "Uta, I'm sorry, but don't be so hasty." However, that didn't calm his anger. "Is eating humans considered being hasty now? After all, you're just a human." Uda's wake-up call made him hurriedly explain himself. "No, that's not it." A second later, he instantly showed sincere concern. "I just don't want you to do anything stupid. That would go against the demonic cult." Hearing that, Uta raised his voice even louder. "What?" As he spoke, he raised his hand with razor-sharp claws. His voice then rang out with pure rage. "You dare expect Uta, the demon of the 5th tier, to obey you?" While he was loud-mouthing his insults, his hand was suddenly frozen by a surge of power. What a nut job. Uta stared blankly as Anton Sidovic's dark energy surrounded him. "What is this?" A second later, he realized in horror that sharp claws were digging into his head. Just moments ago, he was acting all high and mighty, but now he was forced to bow his head before Anton Sidovic. He continued reading his book calmly, his voice steady. "Uta." Then he questioned him with arrogance. "Ready to listen to me now?" Pinned to the ground, he glared at him. He absolutely refused to submit, cursing him out instead as a damn human. Hearing that, Anton Sidovic immediately slammed the book shut. He warned him in a low voice, "Unfortunately." As soon as the words left his mouth, black blood instantly sprayed out, splattering everywhere to the horror of the other monsters. They flinched when they heard his voice. "I believe that right now. Anton Sidovich's face naturally revealed his cruelty as he spoke coldly. You will always follow my commands. Then the savage monsters charged forward just like that. But suddenly, flashes of light burst out, slashing right through them. Cha Yeonju erupted with intense power as she lunged forward. A monster suddenly swung its claws at her. Luckily, Baek Hwayeon appeared just in time to take it out. Yeonju, make sure you watch your back. Hearing the reminder, she blushed with embarrassment and replied, I know, gosh, which made Baek Hwayeon burst into laughter. We came here to help, so don't get so worked up. Gu Hyunmo, standing behind, also chimed in, marveling at Yeonju. You're running way too fast. A second later, he frowned and glanced into the distance. However, further ahead, a swarm of monsters caught his eye, lying in wait for them. It wasn't over yet. Seeing that, Baek Hwayeon couldn't help but tease her. If Kang Woo were here, we'd definitely be more confident. Ha! Yeonju only became more flustered and shouted, Who needs that shady jerk anyway? Who the hell needs that dark thing anyway? But little did she know, he had been right behind her the whole time. The two laughed awkwardly. I'm still right here, you know. Kang Woo stood there like a lingering ghost, silently assessing the entire situation. I think the players here are doing okay now. He quietly evaluated the team fighting in front of him. Seol-ah and the Sonare Guild are providing pretty solid support. Taking a look at the battlefield, Kang Woo noticed that Red Rose, Hwarang, and Onuri are all slaying monsters quite efficiently. If this keeps up, we've got a real shot at winning. But there was still an obstacle that made him purse his lips. The problem is, recalling his past thoughts, Kang Woo was suspicious. Are these hundreds of demons summoned by the demonic cult, or not? Why haven't they made a move yet? Just why? Is it possible their goal isn't to start a war? He scanned the area, wondering to himself. Then what on earth are they aiming for? Then Kang Woo spoke up and called out, Ekina. The girl immediately replied, Yes, what is it? Go to the Sonara Guild and protect Leola. Ekina confidently assured him, Understood. I'll make sure no one lays a finger on Seol-ah. Wait, what? Red marks appearing on the ground made the girl suspicious. But didn't you say, we have to wait for the demons to show up? Hearing her curiosity, Kang Woo could only reply, Plans have changed. Just as he spoke at the spot where Kang Woo stood, a dark hand suddenly emerged from the ground, startling the girl. What the? The hand kept sketching shady symbols, making Ekina anxious. Kang Woo, that hand is writing something. As he watched, it all finally clicked for him, suddenly sensing demonic energy, so I was wondering where it came from. Then the opponent clearly wrote, I want to talk. Kang Woo understood instantly. So, is this an invitation to the party? This made him even more hyped. He smirked immediately, breaking into a grin. As for Anton Sidovich, he was stroking his beard, lost in thought. He had a look of pure confusion. Has he received my message yet? The greater demon, beside Anton Sidovich, was equally curious. So what should we do now? Who should we kill, sir? He chuckled with amusement. Don't be so impatient. You'll officially meet him after this battle. That nonchalance really rubbed it the wrong way, clearly showing its irritation. We have to just stand here and wait? We are demons! Demons are supposed to live in blood and flesh, right? He immediately glared as a warning. I told you not to be impatient. Do you not understand me? The greater demon saw that, cold, inhuman gaze, and flinched. Not daring to delay, it immediately dropped to its knees. Please spare me, I am truly sorry. Human. Seeing that, Anton Sidovich relented. Fine. You guys over there. He glanced at the rest of the demons to remind them. Does anyone else want to step out? They all began to tremble. No, no! Human, we will follow orders and stay put. They were instantly obedient, making him stroke his beard pensively. After reflecting for a moment, most of these demons are being manipulated by fear. I just need to call him out for a private chat. How should I separate him properly? Anton Sidovich thought about Seol-ah's appearance. He began to calculate in his mind. The easiest way now is to grab a hostage. Like they said, there's a woman living with him, right? Snatching her sounds like a plan. Think it, do it straight away. He decided immediately. So today, but before he could execute the plan, something felt wrong. It caused Anton Sidovich to whip his head around. The greater demon was also baffled. Is something up, human? He looked into the distance and thought, wait, he's coming right here. At that moment, a streak of light flashed by, making Anton Sidovich panic. How did he find my location? It doesn't even matter. Very quickly, that thing zoomed past them, creating a massive shockwave. If he rejects my request, then I'll just kill him and be done with it. Amidst the thick smoke, Kang Woo's voice rang out. Cutting straight to the chase, he asked bluntly, So you're the one who wanted to talk? Hearing this familiar accent, Anton Sidovich looked momentarily intrigued. You can speak Russian? Kang Wu just clicked his tongue and gave a dismissive answer. Let's just say I can. After speaking, he scanned the distance. First, looking over this way, Kang Wu sized up the sluggish monsters. These are all low-ranking demons. Hell's 5th floor or lower. Maybe the 6th floor. None of them know who I am. Ignoring those basic-ass demons, Kang Wu wanted to get down to business. So what's your point? Seeing how he was a total straight shooter, Anton Sidovich also came clean. I want to make a deal with you. You've awakened a demonic grace, haven't you? The moment he finished, Kang Wu asked curiously, Grace? The opponent immediately confirmed, that's right. An exclusive grace that only the demonic cult can bestow. With that, Anton Sidovich began to preach. Humans eventually die. No matter how much wealth you accumulate, or how many lovers you have, no matter how powerful you become, you cannot escape death. Furthermore, he continued to blindly praise demons. But demons are different, because they are not bound by a lifespan. All they have is desire, or the simple need to consume. By now, Kang Wu understood where this was going. So what's your point? Anton Sidovich replied instantly in a decisive tone. The demonic cult possesses the power to turn humans into demons. His next words actually made Kang Wu chuckle. I know you quite well. What you want is power, supreme authority, and eternal life. Anton Sidovich continued to try and lure Kang Wu in. Think about it. Why should a powerhouse like you have to sacrifice yourself for those mediocre humans? You could become a transcendent true demon. Stepping beyond the shackles of life and death, I can grant your body power and eternal existence. At that moment, he reached out his hand in an offer. So do you want to join us? Responding to his plea, Kang Wu didn't give a damn about who he was. Taunting him, you said you know me very well, huh? Anton Sidovich affirmed without a second thought. That's right, looking at you. You are filled with hunger and a craving for power. We are very much alike. Only I can truly understand you. Hearing those set-in-stone claims of his, Kang Wu finally burst out laughing. Just like that, he held his forehead and laughed like a total psycho. Not only that, Kang Wu's words terrified the demons. You're actually pretty funny. Even if your own mother looked at me, she wouldn't even know who the hell I am. He kept mocking Anton Sidovich. What was that? You understand me? You'll give me eternal power and immortality? What, you're gonna turn me into a demon? As if he'd just high on something, Kang Wu laughed even louder. How pathetic. Then his expression flipped in an instant, questioning him in a bone-chilling voice. How dare you lie about knowing me? Murderous intent flared in Kang Wu's eyes. You old piece of crap. You don't know a damn thing about me. Anton Sidovich was caught right in that stare, frozen solid like a statue. It wasn't over yet. Kang Wu unleashed his power without any restraint. The ground began to shatter. The ground is cracking! Move! Followed by the echoing scream of the greater demon as it fell. Witnessing this explosive display, the demons were in a frenzy while Anton Sidovich was stunned. He couldn't believe what was happening. He was suddenly overcome with shock. His eyes widened. This is... The ground over here continued to shake violently. Cha Yeonju also felt the instability, shouting out, What's with this tremor? It's coming from over there. Choi Hyun-woo also couldn't help but find it strange. But a second later, Cha Yeonju's eyes widened, in absolute shock, as she witnessed the bizarre event unfolding before her, and she blurted out, What the hell is that freaky thing? But then it clicked in her mind. She realized that jerk had just said he had other business to attend to, which only made Cha Yeonju even more worried. Is Kang Wu really going to be okay? Over with Anton Sidovich? His eyes were also bulging out, as he questioned his entire life. Impossible. The sight of the ground cracking and red-hot lava surging beneath him actually had him breaking out in a cold sweat. Is this the power of a lowly human? Panic-stricken, Anton Sidovich recalled. He'd heard that world-class players often reshaped the surrounding terrain during battle. He glanced around at the distance, but that was usually just a figure of speech. Looking at the scene before him, Sidovich was on edge. He had never seen anyone turn flat ground into a mountain like this, with rocks plunging into lava, or creating a volcanic plateau of this scale. Watching the chaos, Sidovich had a realization. Aside from the monsters on the other side, Kang Wu was looking down from above. Standing before me, he had already started to worry. The power that he possessed? No, that didn't matter. In Sidovich's hand was a book. I have the Book of Nightmares in my hand. He reassured himself. As long as I hold this power from the demonic cult's arts, even if he's a world-class player, I can still capture him easily. After pondering for a while, Sidovich suddenly glared sideways at the demons. What the hell are you guys just standing there for? He shouted out his orders. Didn't you want a bloodbath? Kill him! What are you waiting for? As soon as he spoke, one of them lunged upward. The others followed suit, jumping up. They rushed forward in a line, laughing maniacally. Finally, it's playtime, die human. Seeing the mob rushing toward him, Kang Wu didn't even care. He just let out a sigh. He squinted with total contempt. Good grief, this is... He watched the demons charge as if they hadn't eaten in ages and remarked, I can see right through him. I can guess his next move in this attack. Kang Wu looked over and observed Anton Sidovich was busy mumbling some gibberish. It's just some terraforming. A pointless show. It won't affect this battle at all. He was probably thinking something like that. At that, he gave a malicious smirk. No way in hell, now burn! As soon as he finished speaking, the lava below began to churn. Instantly, a demon was suddenly vaporized in the lava. A second later, he gently snapped his fingers. Kang Wu's voice boomed an order, instantly making the earth shatter. Collapse! Countless chunks of earth fell, dragging the demons down with them. Just like that, they were swallowed by the lava with the momentum. The scene was now total chaos. Between the falling debris and the lava, Anton Sidovich's demons were being submerged in agonizing pain. Please save me. But he was pushed down by another demon. Get lost, you weakling! Another demon from the mob stepped up to introduce himself. I am a demon of hell's 6th floor. Lakuma, he smugly bragged as he gave his intro. I have 4 arms that serve as weapons. Before he could say another word, Kang Wu jumped in again. He simply swung his sword and wiped out the entire mob. But it didn't end there. Another demon with a death wish spoke up. I am Skarta, king of the 6th floor of hell! Yet another demon, who didn't value its life at all, also tried to rush forward. I come from the 5th floor of hell. Dealing with these 2 small fry demons, he just gave a gentle wave of his hand. In the palm of Kang Wu's hand, his power activated simultaneously. He used the shockwave ability directly, knocking the demon mob down like it was nothing. After finishing off of those losers, Kang Wu coldly looked into the distance. Looking at the crowd below really disgusted him. Are there still this many of them? Right then, a demon who was all brawn and no brains deliberately crawled up looking for a death wish. It seems he's sending out demons that haven't even appeared in the battle yet. I guess thinning their numbers is the priority now. Everything was becoming clear. Kang Wu gripped his weapon, deciding that since it had come to this, he had a plan of his own. I'll use the Blade of Origin power. He then thrust the sword straight into the ground. Next, Kang Wu unleashed an ultimate move, combining it with 4 other types of powers. Swiftly, he released the power over a wide radius. The demon crawling up was still staring blankly. Before it could even react, its body was shredded to pieces. What kind of power is this? Just like that, countless other demons were skewered. The scene instantly descended into panic. Frantic screams rang out from everywhere. Run, save me! At that moment, the demon finally remembered. It had heard about this before. It pieced together the legend of the Great Terror rising, shadows swallowing the earth, and thousands of blades surrounding everything. The battle between humanity and the 7 princes of hell on the 9th floor of hell. By then, Kang Wu had created a black vortex with a plan in mind. He thought they would run away. Seeing Kang Wu's erupting power, the demon suddenly realized the story of the Demon King wiping out the army of Belphegor in a single breath. But that wasn't right. Over here, he laughed coldly. No way I'm losing my precious stats. Seeing his terrifying expression, it realized in shock. Why would the Demon King, the embodiment of hell, appear here? In the murky darkness, the scene shifts back to Sidovic, who was also struggling just as hard. Damn it, who the hell is that monster? He remembered moments ago. I lost an arm while trying to finish the first incantation. A second later, Anton Sidovic thought of the blades flashing by, getting slashed at the waist during the second incantation. He looked up high, when he thought it was just a coincidence, and looked at him. Observing the expression on Anton Sidovic's face, he finally understood. I saw him smiling while looking at me. He tightly gripped the book in his hand, feeling a massive wave of turmoil deep inside. I've never experienced a fear this terrifying. Even facing a demon general before didn't put this much pressure on me. That's right, this must be a dream. There's no way an entity like this could exist. But while he was lost in that delusion from behind, Anton Sidovic was violently hit with some serious physical force. At the same time, a foot with sharp claws stepped forward. After that low blow from behind, Anton Sidovic collapsed to the ground. Shocked and speechless, he still couldn't believe reality. This is just a nightmare. While he was still drowning in his own delusion, Kang Wu's voice rang out, making Anton Sidovic terrified. I told you, don't act like you know me. Someone who doesn't even know what kimchi tastes like dares to act. Like they know everything? Do you even know what kimchi is? He tried to pull himself together, sitting up and desperately denying that this was real. Seeing Anton Sidovich acting all high and mighty, he became curious. What are you saying? Ignoring Kang Woo's questions, Anton Sidovich cast magic on the book. That's right, once I kill you, I'll wake up from this nightmare! With that, he unleashed his dark power and roared, "Die!" as he struck. Anton Sidovich was still reeling from the shock. He was still second-guessing himself. Did I actually take him out? But the truth was brutal. Kang Woo's voice rang out once again. What are you saying? Did you kill him or what? As soon as he finished, those sharp claws immediately pried open. Kang Woo didn't have a single scratch on him. Standing among the evil spirits, he let out a cold laugh. Now isn't the time for you to be talking about dying and all that crap. Seeing him alive and kicking with his feet on the ground, the old man didn't dare peep another word. He only begged for mercy in a panic. Please spare my life! Hearing that, Kang Woo was satisfied. Now that's more like it. You should have said that from the jump. Then he didn't mind reminiscing with Anton Sidovich. But I bet you've heard those words 1,000,000 times before. For an old geezer to have hoarded this much demonic energy, you must have slaughtered countless souls, right? His question made the man's face turn grim. So did you ever give any of them a pass? At this point, Kang Woo burst into a loud laugh. Man, I can't believe how much we are alike in this regard. Oh, wait. You did say earlier that we were the same, didn't you? I gotta admit, you weren't entirely wrong. Sidovich struggled even more. Please. But Kang Woo kept a beaming smile on his face, keeping it real until the very last second. Truth be told, I've never spared anyone's life either. And just like that, in the pitch-black night, a thunderous sound echoed. Rocks tumbled down. The lava was churning below. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed across the mountain top. At that moment, Kang Woo was enjoying the rush of leveling up. Soul Snatcher ability activated. 237 demonic souls absorbed. His feet hit the ground as system notifications popped up. Soul Snatcher effect deployed. He smirked slightly. The system sounds continued to chime. Job level can be increased via soul absorption. You have a tip on the first requirement for the demonic mindset. Then a system report appeared. Demonic power increased by 4. Seeing this, he marveled with a satisfied look. What a hell of a meal! Returning to the system, Kang Woo stared at it, calculating in his head. I had a real feast with it. Now what? What else is there? Demonic mindset, second condition to become a demon god. Requirement, 1 upgraded job soul completed. The system screen was still clearly showing the alert. Demonic mindset, condition to become a demon god. Condition 1, upgraded job, soul completed. Condition 2. At that same time, Kang Woo realized he knew it. This thing is linked to the 7th awakening. He narrowed his eyes and mumbled, not sure how many more demonic souls. I gotta harvest. But grabbing them won't be much of a hassle. A second later, he happily tapped a spot on the screen. Why not check my demonic power points now? Let's see the jump. He directly monitored his stats. Right, I hit 20 points. Compared to the last time I looked. Suddenly, Kang Woo felt a bit nostalgic. From when I had 116 points without a cloak, to 120 now. Only a 4-point increase? This thing is straight up trash for a legendary rank. Should I even be hyped about this? He touched his chest to calm himself down and move on. Regarding the numbers, it also said that my soul rank has gone up. Kang Woo felt the demonic power throughout his body. Let's see if anything's different. Yet the results surprised him a bit. No significant changes at all. But if there was one to speak of. A second later, his eyes snapped open and stared forward. He noticed the seal on the Maria Demon Gate was getting weak, so Kang Woo approached it step by step. I've never felt weaker during an awakening before, but it's definitely weaker now, even if only by a little. Even so, the demonic power deep within remains as it was before. The Soul Snatcher effect is way better than I expected. Reaching out to test it was the right call, wasn't it? If it prevents leveling up, it's definitely got to be something superior. Right after, a shadow darted away, and for now, Kang Woo gathered the power into his palm. Gotta turn this demonic power into points. Kang Woo clenched his hand tightly. The system displayed a notification. Demonic power increased by 1, making him extremely satisfied. That's the stuff. Holding it firmly in his hand, Kang Woo was thrilled about the increase from 120 to 121. It's just a 1-point difference, but I can feel a significant amount of demonic power right here. I guess even if this is hard to increase exponentially, its effectiveness won't be lacking at all. A moment later, a pair of wings appeared behind him. This is truly an unexpected haul. Kang Woo immediately took flight, concluding that the war against the demons would soon end. I should head back. When he opened his eyes again, he blurted out, "Oh boy." Beneath Kang Woo, Rocks and molten lava had merged together. I guess I'll have to fix this place up a bit. Countless monster corpses lay still on the ground. The battle against the monsters in Manchuria ended with the players emerging victorious. Every single one of them was overjoyed after the fight. Finally, it's over. My 7th awakening. How long has it been since I got a new ability? The news was also being broadcast on TV, and that was the first major battle since the day of the catastrophe. This news garnered a lot of attention. People all across the city were glued to the screens. It was only natural that the whole world focused their eyes on it. Even Kang Tisu and Choi Eunbi, watching from home, were thrilled. With these events, Korea's situation began to look up. Debris from the battlefield fell to the ground because the first clash with the demonic cult, the group that had thrown the world into chaos, was overwhelmed and shut down. It's no wonder the entire world rejoiced. The scene shifts to a landslide area sometime later. Suddenly a strange gate appeared. Just like in Hokkaido, another SS rank gate has opened. At this time, Kang Woo and Akaina had arrived at Vladivostok. Despite having made it here, he couldn't help but feel bored out of his mind. Just getting here was a massive pain in the neck. The moment she spotted the familiar figure, Cha Yeonju started popping off like her mouth was on a spring. "Hey Kang Woo," she asked, "where on earth did you go off to by yourself?" Faced with her saltiness, he just lazily stretched and gave a half-hearted reply. "I just went to take care of a few demons." Hearing that, Cha Yeonju lost it again. "All by yourself?" "There were at least 100 of them there." Right after she cut him off, Kang Woo patted his chest and bragged, "Actually, it was 237. That number really gave Cha Yeonju a bit of a shock. But she quickly saved face. "How is that possible? Oh, never mind, I won't bother." Moving past the head count of those punks, Kang Woo didn't forget to pivot to the main topic. "So what's the deal with China?" Cha Yeonju frowned as she recounted. John Muyan left without saying a word. "She might be seriously injured." John Soyeon apologized for that. At this, Kang Woo approached her and said, "More importantly, Yeonju, I have a request." This made her blurt out in surprise, "What is it?" Kang Woo made his point directly for when she returned to Korea. "I want you to immediately check for any signs of demonic cult movement elsewhere, instead of Russia." Hearing that, Cha Yeonju found it odd. Would they really make a move now? I mean, they took a major hit too. Since she asked, he had to be honest. "I don't know, but it's better to be safe than sorry." This rare moment of maturity from Kang Woo ended up making Cha Yeonju blush instantly. "If that's the case, it's a bit, but we handled a big job this time." When we returned, Cha Yeonju cleared her throat to fish for info. "You want to hit up a PC cafe, right?" Just then, someone shouted loudly, killing the vibe of their conversation. Acting thirstier than the ocean itself. "Kang Woo, China's here!" The girl beamed, her face radiating smugness as she bragged. "I protected the CEO just like you said." Seeing this, Kang Woo didn't hold back his praise. "Well done!" Everything went smoothly, right, Yeonju? Did you want to say something earlier? Stuck in this awkward spot, she had to dodge it. "No, forget it, it's not that important." Before leaving, he didn't forget to give instructions. "Since I'll be stopping by Vladivostok on the way back, once you're ready, head back to Korea immediately." The problem was, Cha Yeonju hesitated. Vladivostok. That wasn't the source of this demonic cult incident. "What, are you out hunting for traces of the demonic cult?" "If so, I want to tag along too." Kang Woo's next answer scared Akaina out of her wits. "Not really. I just want to try summoning again." As soon as he said that, the girl put on a pitiful act. With teary eyes and a sobbing voice, she called out to Kang Woo. "Are you going to dump me?" He quickly denied it. "No, that's not it at all." But Akaina was still feeling pretty down. At this point, the CEO tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, you know Kang Woo's tastes, don't you? But if you summon someone stronger than me," seeing the two of them like that, Kang Woo reconsidered his plan to summon alone. In the end, he had to bring the kid along, just to help her calm down. The girl kept pestering Kang Woo. "Let me go with you," she whined, forcing him to compromise. Fine already." Then Kang Woo stepped toward the magic circle. Anyway, he scanned the current situation. A complex magic circle was drawn here, but I don't see anything particularly noteworthy. Maybe this is just a standard magic circle that the demonic cult uses to summon a large-scale gate. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. At times like this, he immediately activated the power of insight. With several eyes manifesting behind him, wielding this formidable power, Kang Woo began to assess his surroundings. "I'm using the power of insight. It allows me to analyze a specific target. However, it can't fully analyze the entire magic circle. Can humans really pull this off?" He slowly closed his eyes. "Well, it doesn't really matter. After all, I have no intention of stopping this demon summoning." Having thought everything through, Kang Wu said softly to Akaina. Let's head into the gate. She excitedly agreed. Okay! Suddenly the stone pillars inside shook. A monster abruptly appeared. It roared and lunged its claws at Akaina. The girl raised her small fist. Don't let the size fool you. Akaina's fist instantly grew massive. Back off! While attacking the monster, Akaina shouted loudly, Get away from Kang Wu! After finishing off the beast, she got even more hyped. Kang Wu, I did great, didn't I? He could tell she was feeling much better now. Kang Wu turned his head back. Regardless, Akaina was doing a fine job protecting him. He looked toward the center of the shrine and hyped himself up. Time to get to work. At the same time, the system notified him, creating the rift required for the summoning. Kang Wu reached out with both hands to pull. No matter which demon gets summoned, as a massive surge of power broke through, I am the root of this summoning power. So rather than raw strength, the most important thing is following orders. But he also started weighing his options. But it would be sweet if they were strong too. Among the ancient demons with intelligence, I'll go with Ouroboros or Vonketos. Even though I've never met them, Anzian should be all right too. Kang Wu widened his eyes in anticipation. His heart pounded as he whispered, Come on out, Hansian. The system issued another notification. First, due to the influence of demonic power from Maria's dark magic, an even deeper crack will be created. The notification vanished instantly. Following that, the spatial rift flashed even more vividly. Due to a weakening within the system, Gaia cannot stop the rift from outer space. Amidst the chaos, another notification was issued. A spatial gate connecting to the 6th continent, Illinois, has opened. In less than 5 seconds, the system finished the announcement. Demon summoning successful. A demon lick now appeared at the gate. Its identity and information were also made known. The Demon King of Irino, Vanzahan SS rank, has been registered for summoning on this side. Chayeonju replied with a friendly smile. I told you there's no need to be so formal. We're the same age, after all. Despite her words, CEO Ah had no intention of changing. She quickly explained further that, for me, talking like this is much more comfortable. Are you planning to return to the guild? Changing the subject, Chayeonju couldn't help but let out a sigh. Yeah, way too much work. For some reason, CEO Ah suddenly felt worried about him. By the way, will Kang Wu be okay? Seeing how flustered she was, Chayeonju could be certain of one thing. Good grief. You were really born to worry about others. She also informed CEO Ah, he just went off to do a summoning. According to Chayeonju's guess, well, did you think he went to fight a demon king or something? And indeed, that was the case. In front of Kang Wu now was the demon king. The amount of dark spiritual energy from the demon king was constantly radiating outward, enveloping the entire space. Facing him, he suddenly felt a surge of anxiety and wondered, where the hell did my peace of mind go? According to what Kang Wu had imagined before, it shouldn't be like this. This was supposed to be when an epic monster stepped out. Wait, what's with that skeleton? It wasn't just him who was confused. Even the entity felt the same. Where am I? Seeing him so dazed, Kang Wu took the initiative and said, things are a bit complicated. Go ahead and introduce yourself first. His words successfully drew the entity's attention. Introduce myself? Interesting. As the Demon King spoke, the uniquely shaped necklace around his neck began to glow. I am the Herald of Nightmares of Irino. The aura of a corpse was being emitted by him, spreading through the air. The King of the Dead, the Master of Magic, and with this appearance and power, I am none other than the Demon King Vanzahan. Kang Wu was still a bit unfamiliar with this character. Why is he talking like he's Satan? The Demon King Vanzahan? But Akaina, who was next to him, was stunned. She blurted out, Vanzahan! Her expression told him that, Akaina, do you know this guy? The girl hesitantly replied, yes. According to what Akaina knew, he was a very powerful Lich, from the northern continent, the land of the dead. The people of that continent call him the Demon King, Vanzahan. Never thought he'd be so famous. Amused, he replied, Ho ho, so you know me? Well, that makes this a lot easier. He stepped down 1 foot at a time, approaching the two of them, still questioning. I'll ask again, where am I? Is this the continent of Irino? Kang Wu, standing across from him, heard his question, and kindly explained, this isn't the continent of Irino. I'm the one who summoned you. Vanzahan found what he just said hard to believe. You summoned me? Kang Wu affirmed once more, exactly. I needed a summon, get it? From his tone, the entity guessed. Are you planning on using me? The Demon King Vanzahan as your subordinate? Kang Wu had to give him credit for being smart. Yeah, pretty much. You're quick on the uptake. Right as he finished speaking, Van Gog's mouth suddenly twisted into a creepy smile. full of confusion for a second later, he stood there bursting out laughing like a total psycho. Not only that, but he kept mumbling some interesting words. Very interesting, making Kang Wu even think Van Gogh's mind was messed up. If the summon is mentally unstable, then things are going to be tough. In fact, the reason behind that freakish laugh of his wasn't because he was crazy like he thought, but because he was freaking furious. Van Gogh let out a massive roar, "How dare you!" while screaming his lungs out. He released a massive amount of power, as if he wanted to flex on them. A mere human dares to use me as a subordinate? Even with Van Gogh losing his mind like that, Kang Wu's expression didn't even flinch, calmly facing him. To be exact, I'm not human. Explaining it would be way too complicated. Anyway, it's true that I want to use you as my subordinate. As he spoke, his eyes instantly turned stone cold. In return, if you are loyal to me, I swear I will reward that loyalty. Kang Wu knew very well that he also had to follow certain laws set by hell. Recalling the moment when he was with Balak, Kang Wu once had a thought before. Sometimes I feel Balak's over-the-top loyalty is such a drag. Yet he seemed so hyped when he got to carry him on his back. I will deliver you safely, my lord. It wasn't just Balak who exhausted Kang Wu. Lilith wasn't any better either, and screamed before he knew it. Screamed when he saw Lilith had invaded his bathroom. The frequency at which she clung to him was enough to leave him traumatized. Little Demon King. Even though the two of them made Kang Wu a bit dissatisfied, however, I still reciprocated their loyalty with appropriate rewards and trust. And the reason why he did so was because of the role of a monarch at this time. Van Gogh slammed his staff hard into the ground. His voice was full of contempt upon hearing him mention those words. Loyalty? You? Humans have lost all sense of fear. He seemed to have zero patience, quickly summoning magic circles. Humans who don't know fear really deserve a beating. Rise! Immediately following his command, a series of skeletons in armored gear emerged. The summon is showing a hostile attitude towards the master. The effect of the contract is weakening. Van Gogh's mighty army has now surrounded the two of them. They are linked to a weakening summon. Forced commands cannot be used. The scene looks pretty terrifying indeed. But Kang Wu was only preoccupied with the fact that, well, things didn't turn out like what happened with Akaina before. Why is Van Gogh currently exactly like the Lord of the Dead? He raised his staff high, ordering all of them to move. Behold, feel it. Instantly, all weapons were raised. Aim at Kang Wu and tremble in fear. Despite his grand speech, Kang Wu just gently snapped his fingers. This is my puppet, Demon King Van Gogh, and directly activated the shockwave power, making his army shatter into pieces. Even Van Gogh himself didn't see this coming. He had to admit that. A mere human actually had quite some power. Witnessing his counterattack, he decided to use the orb on his staff. However, with this orb, the army Van Gogh summoned was way stronger than before, by a long shot. Can you withstand the Death Knights? The knights strictly followed his orders, racing to charge forward. Go, my knights! Kill this pathetic human who insulted Van Gogh! He certainly knew how to surprise him. Death Knight. This time, Kang Wu decided to step back, making room for the little girl to show off. Well, this is actually a good opportunity. Should I leave them to Akaina to handle? Hey, Akaina, do you want to take them on? The girl didn't flinch and immediately accepted the task. Yes, I will face them. Her expression shifted in an instant. That innocent look from earlier was now completely gone. It's not every day I get a chance to show what I've got. Akaina swept toward Van Gogh's knights like a whirlwind of power. Kang Wu is totally going to praise me. The girl had now shifted into her beast form, and her body became massive because of it. Without any hesitation, the knights charged forward aggressively with their swords, but with just a slight flick of its head, it was enough to turn them into dust. Its appearance left Van Gogh completely stunned. A demon dragon? So you're not just a disrespectful brat after all. But it's still just a pathetic hatchling. Even now, he still spoke with arrogant disdain. How pathetic. How can a human not move me, yet force me to move myself? He didn't even get to finish his sentence before Kang Wu vanished from sight. Van Gogh, he will drive you to despair. Right at the level you have reached. The only sound heard was his voice from right behind him. Let's fix that way of speaking of yours first. Out of nowhere, Kang Wu had closed in for the attack. Referring to yourself in the third person is dumb as hell. Even though his blade could have stabbed through, it somehow couldn't reach Van Gogh. That was the reason behind his cocky attitude. Nice surprise attack. But what a shame. It turns out Van Gogh had prepared his defenses in advance, confidently bragging that even the hero Renan back then couldn't pierce through my shield that easily. But that smugness didn't last long, because if Van Gogh had been just a few seconds slower, he would have been skewered. Only then did Van Gogh realize in panic, did he just pierce my shield? While he was still reeling from what had just happened. How on earth can a human possess this kind of power? Kang Wu had used his speed attribute to confront Van Gogh head-on. Even Satan would be pissed. Kang Wu's choice of words made him even angrier. I can't let my summon act like that. For a prestigious demon king like him, how could he ever accept being called something like that by someone else? Who are you to call me a summon, huh? Kang Wu's sharp strikes showed no signs of stopping. On this side, even though Van Gogh tried to fight back, it all seemed utterly useless. Still, he had to give props to Van Gogh's speed. He's actually pretty fast. Only at this point did Van Gogh start breaking into a cold sweat out of fear. Damn it! I can't beat him. Out of options, Van Gogh could only turn to his necklace. I have no choice but to use this. I didn't expect to have to use this here. The moment he actually activated that item, the dark vortex officially appeared, the contender for eternity from the deepest abyss. Witnessing this spectacle, Kang Wu simply let out a smirk, feeling that the rift looked dangerous. The energy it released was similar to when Susanoo descended, but the moment he heard that voice ring out, Kang Wu couldn't hide his shock. Who dares? The owner of this voice was another demon. Dares to summon me, the demon of the ninth circle of hell? With his ferocious look and hulking physique, hardly anyone would dare mess with him. And is the protector of destruction? Guardian of ruin, huh? He glanced into the distance and saw, is there a fight going on? Is my opponent that demon dragon? Van Gogh quickly spoke up to clarify. No great existence of the demon realm. Hearing that, he cast a puzzled look toward him. Then who is my opponent? Without a moment's delay, Van Gogh pointed straight at him. That human who is controlling the demon dragon, sir? Please kill that enemy for me. Hearing the mention of a human, the ninth circle demon suddenly became curious. A human who can control a demon dragon? The person he wanted to check out was none other than Kang Wu, who was standing there high and mighty, watching. His giant hands slammed hard onto the ground. Taking a closer look, he suddenly realized something was off. Wait a minute. The moment he reunited with a familiar face, his eyes were filled with pure excitement. Isn't this the Demon King? That demonic gaze from before completely vanished. As he submissively greeted Kang Wu, wow, long time no see. My Demon King, I thought you were a stranger, but it's just fam. Kang Wu also greeted him back, yeah, it's been a while. Then, the only person left confused here was Van Gogh. Just like that, what seemed like an epic, world-shattering clash turned out to be an unexpected family reunion. Even Kang Wu hadn't seen this situation coming. He awkwardly opened up with a question. How have you been lately? With the way he looked right now, who would ever think he was a demon? He looked so incredibly friendly. Hell is still pretty much the same as before, sir. The relationship between Kang Wu and him seemed very close. The Guardian of Ruin didn't hesitate to spill the tea, saying, actually, the demons have been acting up lately. Hearing this, Kang Wu quickly asked, the demons? What's up? Which he then explained clearly. Yes, Hanshin. And the other ancient demons are trying to expand their territories. This information was definitely news to him. So those ancient demons are making moves now? Based on what the Guardian had reported, Kang Wu began to deduce ancient demons usually form and live within their own private domains, and typically, they never set foot outside of them. Now that I'm no longer there, they are targeting my vacant position. The Guardian of Ruin also added that Barak is currently investigating the specific cause, sir. Seeing the two of them catching up like that, Van Gogh couldn't help but speak up in confusion. Guardian of Ruin, what are you doing? Still acting impatient, he urged the demon to hurry up and kill him. He even opened his mouth to hurl more insults at Kang Wu, like calling him a weak and pathetic human. And the result of him talking smack like that was getting a direct punch from the Guardian of Ruin. That punch sent Van Gogh flying backward, slamming hard into the wall, leaving his body in absolute agony. Just as Van Gogh was about to whine about why, he was immediately warned. Weak and pathetic, you bag of bones. Watch your damn mouth! The Guardian of Ruin loudly declared one thing. This person is my master. And the King of Hell! Suddenly on his shoulder, a vanishing phenomenon unexpectedly appeared. Seeing the spot gradually spreading, Kang Wu grew worried. What's going on? The Guardian of Ruin guessed. It seems the summon duration has ended, huh? Before leaving, he didn't forget to flash a mischievous grin. Later then, I'm heading out. My Demon King. I'll give your regards to Barak. Kang Wu wasn't at all down with the Guardian of Ruin's idea. Waving his hand to quickly decline, forget it. Just tell him to never come here and we're good. Kang Wu's final thought about him before he completely vanished was that the Guardian of Ruin always tried to act cute in front of him, which got him scolded by Barak many times. He He really hasn't changed a bit. After catching up with the Guardian of Ruin, Kang Woo's gaze now shifted back to Van Gogh. Speaking of which, seeing him suddenly groveling like that, he couldn't help but wonder, what are you doing? Perhaps after that warning from the Guardian King, Van Gogh's attitude had flipped. Oh, great Demon King! The loyalty of the summoned creature has increased. On top of that, he wasn't even shy about saying such cheesy lines. The moment I met you, I knew right away that you were the master of the Hell Realm, leaving him surprised at how fast Van Gogh flipped the script. Cut the cap already. He just kept yapping on and on. I never expected that you would let a lowly being like me serve under your command. Van Gogh, I'm so moved I could literally cry, sir. This cringe-worthy comedy act, Kang Woo didn't even want to call out. How is a skeleton even supposed to cry? What a lame joke. On the other hand, there was a matter he wanted to clear up. How can you summon demons from the ninth circle of hell? Hearing his question, Van Gogh quickly looked up and replied, The ninth circle of hell? Ah, are you talking about the Hell Realm? As he spoke, he held out the bracelet in front of him. I can do this thanks to the ancient artifact called the Evil God's Blood Branch. This was indeed the first time he had heard of this information. Who exactly is that evil god? After this clash, it was finally time to understand clearly. It is the evil god Lucifer, sir. He is the origin of every demon, existing on the Areno continent, sir. Upon hearing this name, Kang Woo's expression immediately showed clear weariness and doubt. Lucifer? Lucifer the Proud is the name of one of the 7 great archdukes of hell. Is this a coincidence? Even though Van Gogh had said so, he still felt something was off here. It shouldn't be possible. When opening a path to Earth, demons would use a tool of hell. As long as the tool containing their soul remains intact, they can still be resurrected. From there, a possibility occurred to him. If one of the hell tools reached the Areno continent just like I reached Earth, then perhaps Lucifer had been resurrected and was called the evil god. Exactly. This also posed a challenge for Kang Woo. That, if Lucifer has fully regained his former power, it would be very difficult to defeat him right now. That anxiety quickly vanished. But now I can use Soul Snatcher to absorb souls. 7th Transcendent Awakening. Trait, SS Rank Soul Snatcher. Effect. Ability linked with the power of gluttony. Completely absorb a demon's soul and increase the rank of your soul. The stronger the absorbed demon soul, the greater the effect. If I absorb the souls of the 7 archdukes, hiding within those hell tools. Just thinking this far, Kang Woo could not contain the hunger within his body anymore, just like I've done until now. I'll be able to devour them and become even stronger. Then he used him to investigate further. So is Lucifer currently in Areno? Regarding this, Van Gogh could only say, I'm not exactly sure either. Hearing that, Kang Woo couldn't help but wonder, you don't know? I assumed Lucifer was ruling Areno. A voice suddenly rang out from behind, responding to his question. The evil god is currently missing, sir. Kang Woo curiously turned back to look. He vanished. Wait, was it Echidna who just answered? But Master Kang Woo, the girl after the battle, looked back at him with a face full of hurt and shouted in frustration, If the battle is already over, you should have at least said something to me. You forgot about me, didn't you? Making him feel totally helpless. No, that's not it. Kang Woo had to quickly pick her up and comfort her, lest she just collapse and throw a tantrum right here. I don't even like you anymore. Okay, I'm sorry. Despite that, as he was busy soothing the child, but he didn't forget to ask about what happened earlier. If you've calmed down, can we continue the conversation? We left hanging? Echidna calmly explained that. Ah, yes, this is an ancient legend. Back then, a circle in the sky was created. From there, to stop the actions of the evil god. The archangels descended from the heavens to this place. Hearing this, Kang Woo pushed for more details. An ancient legend? Archangels? Do you know how long Lucifer has been on the Areno continent? The girl shook her head and replied, I'm not sure. I only know it happened a very long time ago. Based on the little information she shared, Kang Woo felt that the timeline didn't seem to add up, clearly comparing it with previous events. I've only been back on Earth for 6 months. Even if a hell tool was accidentally swept to Areno, it couldn't have been that long ago. Setting those doubts aside, he turned back to Echidna. Whatever, it doesn't matter if the timeline is off. The important thing is Lucifer's rebirth. Are there any archangels left on the Areno continent? The girl wiped her tears and said clearly, No, sir. After fighting each other, both they and the evil god disappeared. Well, that's enough to know, I see. After the questioning, Kang Woo was about to pick her up and leave when he suddenly remembered, everything's over now, so let's go. Oh, hey, Van Gogh, do you have any magic to help hide your body? Coincidentally, he had exactly what Kang Woo wanted. Of course, sir! Vangak, before he could say another word, can blend into the shadows and rule the night. He was silenced by a sharp smack to the head from Kang Woo. The blow was so hard it nearly left a dent in his skull. He opened his mouth wide and cried out in pain. My skull, Kang Woo warned him in a cold voice. I told you earlier to stop talking like that. Then he suddenly asked an unrelated question. By the way, can you eat or drink? For a skeleton like Vangak, the answer was obvious. I don't need to eat, but I still can, sir. But why do you ask? Responding to his confusion, Kang Woo's face filled with excitement as he cheered. Great, let's go grab some kimchi stew. Time flew by. 3 months later, on a bright and sunny day, Kang Woo lay on his bed with a mind full of thoughts. For the past 3 months, I've traveled with the others, all over the world to stop the demonic cult, and look for a legendary tier item to replace my broken cloak. But neither thing has been very successful. The more he thought, the more he felt sorry for himself. Comparison really is the thief of joy. The others gained even more than I did. The first person he felt jealous of was Cha Yeon-ju, who finally broke through the barrier of the 9th awakening stage, called the Talent's End, and reached the 10th awakening stage. Now she could truly be called a world-class ranker. Not only her, but both Baek Hwa-yeon and Gu Hyun-mo reached the 9th awakening stage. The other team members weren't far behind either. I don't even need to mention Tae-soo or Seo-la. Those two were always incredibly talented. They broke through the Effort's End barrier, surpassed the 7th awakening stage, and entered the 8th awakening stage. The mage Yunbi also became much stronger, cruising through the Effort's End with ease. What bothered Kang Woo was their unbelievable growth rate, but developing that fast also has its downsides. Yunbi once threw a fit on the ground just because you two were planning to hunt monsters alone. Since my level is lower than yours, at least let me level up too. Leveling up. Well, it's necessary anyway. Thinking about them, he really wondered, I wonder how much stronger Si-hoon has become. While he was lost in thought, a voice from the door snapped him back to reality. Kang Woo, are you still awake? Hearing someone call his name, Kang Woo sat up quickly. Yeah, come in. It turned out Seol-ah had come to ask if he was free. Kang Woo replied with a smile, I can always make time for you. But suddenly, for some unknown reason, the smile on his face vanished. Seeing her standing there with a series of expressions that were so hard to read, Kang Woo couldn't help but wonder, Seol-ah, is something wrong? She blushed, looking shy and hesitant as she spoke. Well, her body was currently so tense, her lips were unconsciously pressed tight, and her hands had curled into fists before she knew it. Seol-ah quickly closed the door to Kang Woo's room. The way she was acting so sketchy made him feel even more confused. What's up? Seol-ah slowly approached the bed and whispered, I recently reached the 8th awakening stage. Kang Woo obviously knew this. Yeah, I know. She didn't even dare to look Kang Woo in the eye, turning her back to him as she continued. Since then, something very strange has happened. As soon as he pressed for more, something strange? Seol-ah suddenly pulled her shirt down. The moment the shirt was tossed onto the bed, it totally caught Kang Woo off guard, making him jump. He quickly covered his eyes with one hand, while frantically waving the other to stop her. Seol-ah! Why are you suddenly taking your clothes off? Hold on, things are moving a bit too fast here. Kang Woo was definitely overthinking it. Seol-ah only took off her shirt because she wanted to show him. A strange pattern has appeared on my back. Kang Woo's eyes were now glued to her fair, smooth back. Being stared at like that, Seol-ah felt even more embarrassed. Don't stare so hard. Faced with such beauty, Kang Woo had to try and keep his cool to resist the temptation. Get a grip. He kept repeating that thought in his head. Seol-ah came here for my help. He was already having an internal struggle, and hearing her call his name was more than Kang Woo could handle. Even though her body was stunning, seeing him remain silent for so long, Seol-ah called out again, Kang Woo! Only then did he finally snap out of it. In awkward situations like this, a confident smile is all you need. Oh, my bad. My eyes just got a bit blurry for a second. What exactly is your ability after the 8th awakening? What's yours? Seol-ah carefully explained. I think it's called Wings of Light. As Kang Woo asked more questions, his hands slowly moved toward her back. Besides this mark, has anything else changed with your body? Seol-ah was answering quite normally at first. I don't see anything else different. You don't need to worry. But the moment their skin touched, she flinched noticeably. Kang Woo corrected what Seol-ah had just said. Actually, I should worry. He closed his eyes slightly, focusing seriously. Let's see. Have I seen this before? He had no idea just how nervous Seol-ah was feeling right now. Kang Woo at this moment Kang Woo's mind was completely focused on finding an explanation for this phenomenon. The angel's wings mark. This mark reminded him of a story he had heard before. I remember Echidna telling me about the heavens. I can do this. After careful consideration, Kang Woo decided to use, in that case, protection authority. Through this authority, he created another mark on Seol-ah's back, intending for it to monitor her health status and protect her in dangerous situations. Using it was something he had wrestled with for a long time. I didn't want to use this because it drains a lot of mana, but right now it's the only thing I can do. The first step was temporarily complete. Kang Woo just wanted to remind her of one thing. If anything feels off, just let me know. Seol-ah didn't quite catch his drift, so she quickly turned back to ask, "What was that?" What met her eyes was his incredibly serious expression. Kang Woo repeated himself. "Talk to me!" Even about the small stuff, like having nightmares or whatever. Got it? Seeing that worried look on his face, Seol-ah felt an indescribable surge of emotion in her heart. Okay, does he really care about me that much? Her eyes gradually softened with a romantic gaze. I know I shouldn't let my feelings take over, but Kang Woo, Seol-ah didn't even get to the part where she confessed her feelings, before Echidna cut her right off. Seol-ah, are you in here? The little girl's sudden appearance scared the living daylights out of both of them. But since the girl was still groggy from sleep, he didn't notice the awkward vibe at first. Luckily, before she could ask anything else, he managed to wrap a blanket around her just in time. Kang Woo, Seol-ah, what are you two doing? Sweating bullets, he replied. Oh, nothing. Seol-ah was just as tense. Echidna, do you need something? It turned out the reason she was looking everywhere for her was, Seol-ah, I'm hungry. Hearing that, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she still quickly replied, just a second, I'll go fix some breakfast. While the three of them were together, enjoying the cozy atmosphere, just like a real young family, Kang Woo's eyes suddenly drifted to the nanny nearby. The nanny he was looking at was none other than Vanga-ak. It had been 3 months since he arrived here. Looking at him, it seemed like he was really vibing with his job. Thinking back to that time, 3 months ago when he first got here, I gave him some kimchi stew. After that, Vanga-ak expressed a special obsession with the dish. This food is absolutely amazing. Please teach me how to cook it. He asked Seol-ah to teach him and just stayed on as a housekeeper. The only thing that made Kang Woo question his life choices regarding the guy was, but who made him wear a pink apron with a bunny print? Seriously, a bunny. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang, making everyone curious. Kang Woo got up quickly to open the door. He figured it could only be Yeonju at this hour. The person at the door took the initiative to say hello. It had been a while since they'd seen him. Kang Woo realized it wasn't Yeonju. He couldn't hide his surprise. Whoa, when did you get back? Seol-ah, being hospitable, asked, want an apple? His appearance left Kang Woo even more stunned. Even just standing there, Kang Woo could feel it. Looks like that training camp really paid off. His aura was way stronger than before. Suddenly, Si-hun's eyes started tearing up. He whimpered his name, Kang Woo, and in the next second he lunged forward, giving him a death grip like they hadn't seen each other in ages. I missed you so much. This display of affection was enough to make Kang Woo feel secondhand embarrassment. Get off me right now! Have you no shame, Si-hun? Even so, he knew the situation. I heard a war broke out while I was gone, right? Watching the two of them being all lovey-dovey, Echidna couldn't help but call them out. You're totally enabling Si-hun's childishness. She quickly looked to the side, looking for an ally. Right, Seol-ah? Who would have thought she'd see a face so green with envy that it bordered on pure hatred? I want to hug him too. I want to hug him too. Echidna was freaked out by the sight. Seol-ah, chill out. You're literally holding a knife. Hearing the mention of a knife, Si-hun's guard went up instantly. He whipped his head around to look at Seol-ah. He was already about to draw his sword and shoved Kang Woo aside. Kang Woo, get back! He didn't even understand what was happening before the guy had completely vanished from sight. Then a monster appeared. Si-hun saw Vanga-ak and thought he was an enemy who dared to break into Kang Woo's house. Seeing someone lunging at him with a sword, his Demon King instincts kicked in once more. Just for a human, his dodging speed was definitely top tier. The reason he fought back so hard wasn't out of fear of dying, but because how dare you stop me? The great Vanga-ak stopped folding clothes and looked dazed for a moment. Kang Woo finally processed what was going on. Wait a second. If those two fight Si-hun versus Vanga-ak, the whole neighborhood will be a total mess. This house will be trashed. And even worse, I won't be able to eat Seol-ah's kimchi stew anymore. The moment that thought hit him, Kang Woo couldn't help but yell at the top of his lungs. Both of you crazy idiots, stop right now! A blindingly bright light erupted from their room. Now Si-hun stood before him looking totally dejected. Other than bowing his head in apology, he really didn't know what else to do in this situation. I'm so sorry, I didn't know he was your pet. Kang-woo wasn't the type to hold a grudge anyway, so he waved it off and said, It's fine. Nothing bad happened, after all. And Vanga-ak really does look like a monster. He took the chance to check in on him. By the way, is your training over? Si-hun scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. Not yet. I haven't reached my goal yet. Hearing that answer, Kang-woo had to admit he's one ambitious kid. But I like that, so why did you come back? It wasn't just because you missed me, right? Si-hun felt no distance with him at all and shared honestly. Actually, while I was training, someone came looking for me. Hearing this, Kang-woo quickly followed up. Who came looking for you? Si-hun said it was a group of people wearing white masks. Kang-woo somewhat guessed, the Guardians. He didn't seem surprised at all to hear him say that. As expected, you know them. The important thing Si-hun wanted to mention was, yeah, those Guardians came for me. And I think someone you know might be among them. Kang-woo raised an eyebrow. Someone I know? As soon as he heard that person's name, Kang-woo's eyes filled with pure shock. Ray McCabe. You've probably heard of her, right? Indeed, it was so. He knew about this person. Ray McCabe, the American considered the strongest in the world. No one knew she was also a fake Guardian. That means she's been hiding this on purpose. If that's true, she's probably way stronger than I thought. Even though she was very strong, Kang-woo just found it interesting. Hearing that, Si-hun quickly asked, Pardon? Kang-woo quickly smiled and changed the subject. Nothing, so what happened next? Speaking of this, his eyes couldn't hide his pride. I got an invitation to join the Guardians. Plus, I said I needed to get your input first. Then she said she wanted to meet you too, and gave me a way to contact her. Kang-woo really didn't expect that part. A contact method? As he spoke, Si-hun pulled out an item. That's also why I called you up to the roof. The moment he saw it, Kang-woo couldn't help but grimace. What is this thing? Si-hun was about to clear things up for him. Hold on a sec, I just need to set it down like this. Once it hit the ground, the device automatically opened up. And it didn't stop there. It grew from a small object into something massive, creating a special spatial portal. The sight gave him the feeling of being in a sci-fi movie. Then Kang-woo quickly turned and asked for details. Does this portal lead to the fake Guardian's place? Si-hun only repeated what he'd been told. According to her, yeah. But before stepping through, he just hoped the fake Guardians hoped they weren't like Alex. Kang-woo began taking his first steps toward it, with a single thought. Whatever. He wasn't going alone. Si-hun was right there with him. They'd just have to see for themselves. They had only walked a short distance when they heard a welcoming voice. A white-haired girl sitting in front of them spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you. She calmly introduced herself. I am the commander of the fake Guardians. Everyone could call her Gaia. The two of them, Kang-woo and Si-hun, stepped toward her table. That name, Gaia, felt a bit familiar to him. Thinking it over, Kang-woo seemed to realize something. She shared the same name as the Gaia system that had sealed the 100,000 Manhwa. It didn't seem like a mere coincidence. His gaze didn't just stop at her, but also at the guy standing by her side. So she's the commander, huh? The person next to her was likely the strongest player. Ray didn't expect the commander to take action personally. The presence of both of them here made Kang-woo question whether Kim Si-hun was truly that important. At the same time, another theory crossed his mind. Could it be that they are desperate for help from the other side? Gaia proactively started the conversation. Ray told me that you are the sworn brother of Guardian Kim Si-hun. Kang-woo responded calmly. Yes, I am Kim Si-hun's sworn brother. Their relationship made her acknowledge sworn brothers in this day and age is truly rare, isn't it? Every time Kang-woo was mentioned, Si-hun became more excited than usual. He wasn't afraid to tell the whole world. To me, he's more important than family. Hearing this made Kang-woo feel secondhand embarrassment. Why so cheesy all of a sudden? He didn't care about that reaction at all. His voice was full of pride as he spoke to Gaia. I care for and admire him more than a blood brother. His enthusiastic attitude made her chuckle. Guardian Kim Si-hun, you certainly are passionate. Feeling like Gaia had the wrong idea, he quickly waved his hands to correct her. No, it's not like that. Seeing Si-hun flustered, she added, I understand just how beautiful and pure your soul is. Her next words really made Si-hun freeze up. I know. You're always ready to fight for your ideals, even if you have to burn your very soul. As she spoke, Gaia reached out to them as if to show her sincerity. I know the hardships you're going through, the pain and the misery you endure. She didn't forget to emphasize one thing. I am your ally. I want to help you achieve your wish. At this point, Ray quickly grabbed Gaia's hand and gently guided her. Si-hun is this way. Gaia realized she was facing the wrong direction and smiled. Thank you, Ray. Watching Gaia's behavior, Kang-woo became even more suspicious of her. Blind eyes and a body confined to a wheelchair. But it didn't look like a birth defect. To the naked eye, he could tell that the current Gaia system had lost its power. If she was linked to the system, then her condition made sense. Hearing her speak, she seemed very insecure about her own flaws. Even with this wretched, crippled body, I still want to help you, is that all right? Si-hun totally disagreed with the way Gaia talked about herself like that. He got worked up. Wretched, that's not right! But he calmly stepped in to stop him. Let's get to the point first. Kang-woo asked on his behalf to clarify things. I know you want to recruit Si-hun into the fake guardians. If that's what you want, why don't you explain it to us? It's about your goals and the current situation, right? The reason he spoke so bluntly was because I can't let Si-hun join an organization with shady motives. Gaia, of course, had no such intentions. Ah, yes, you're right. Waiting for them to sit down, she got straight to the point. First, please have a seat, both of you. I will explain everything thoroughly. Have you ever heard of... She started the conversation by mentioning something called the Gaia system. Kang-woo couldn't help but feel a bit startled. He didn't think she'd be that straightforward. Gaia's way of doing things really caught him off guard. So she just came out and said it. She really is linked to the Gaia system. Should I ask more? Before Kang-woo could speak, Si-hun beside him spoke up quickly. Before I awakened as a guardian, I received a message. It said I was chosen to be added to the Gaia system. Gaia, were you the one behind that? This question of his made Kang-woo very satisfied. Nice one, Si-hun. The way Gaia shook her head was the clearest answer to his doubt. I didn't send it. Perhaps I should explain more about the system, Si-hun. Kang-woo, do you two believe in other worlds? He replied politely. Other worlds like the ones in fantasy novels? That was exactly what Gaia wanted to bring up. Precisely. The hellish creatures summoned by the demon cult all come from another world. Furthermore, it's not just hell. There are many dimensions connected to each other. The gates everyone is familiar with are the passageways between dimensions. What Gaia wanted to emphasize was, you can think of the Gaia system as a barrier, protecting Earth from foreign invaders. Listening to her, Kang-woo suddenly thought back to when he encountered that thing. One word, it hurt like hell. Kang-woo was about to ask another question. So Gaia... But he was interrupted again. But this time it was she who interrupted him. I belong to the Gaia system. How should I describe it? An incarnation? A representative? Or a piece of the puzzle? Afraid they'd overthink it. Gaia quickly added, I'm not some grand divine being. Although I can move a little, thanks to the system's influence. It takes a massive amount of power to do so, and there are limits to what I can achieve. From the way she spoke, Si-hun guessed it was an influence. To explain it simply to the two of them, though it might still be a bit confusing, when the demon cult event happened in Korea, I interfered with the system and sent you a message. Si-hun quickly remembered that detail. Don't tell me that message I got back then was from you. Mentioning this, Gaia's voice couldn't help but sound regretful. Regrettably, that was all I could do. On the other hand, Kang-woo began to have different thoughts about her. An incarnation of the system. Gaia, I wonder if she can unseal the 100,000 manhwa. Probably not, though. She doesn't seem to have that power. Si-hun asked once more. So the fake guardians want to defeat the otherworldly creatures? On behalf of the Gaia system? His guess was spot on. Exactly. From start to finish, he sat there quietly listening. Only the thoughts in his head were constantly shifting. Their goal isn't as absurd as Alex's. Should I head back? The next detail Gaia provided successfully caught his attention. As fake guardians, we also have another objective. Kang-woo was eager to know what it was. Gaia took this chance to be honest with them. Our ultimate goal is... As she stated this goal, even though they couldn't see her eyes right now, they could silently feel the determination in them to kill the prophesied demon. He didn't think their goal would be so grand. What the hell, the prophesied demon? Kang-woo might doubt her words, but for Gaia, it was very real. 5 years ago, on the day of the cataclysm, I received a prophecy. Gaia also revealed a piece of information to the two of them. I learned that, in the near future, the demon from the prophecy will descend upon the earth. This was actually the first time he had ever heard of this. The demon from the prophecy. To put it more clearly, that demon is the king of hell. Hearing Gaia's words, Kang-woo wondered if she was talking about him. But I'm the one who's the king of hell. Gaia's steady voice continued to ring in his ears. He will destroy this world and bury the earth in darkness. At this point, Kang-woo's face clearly showed signs of panic. Wait, don't tell me. Gaia calmly continued. The demon from the prophecy will be the master of the Sea of Demons and possess 66 different powers. Guardians, gather your strength and confront him. Finally, she summed it up with one sentence. That is the oracle I received. Without realizing it, a faint smile had formed on Kang Woo's lips. The next second, it gradually turned into an incredibly awkward grimace. Holy crap, that's me. I'm the demon in the prophecy, okay? Kang Woo. To add more credibility, Gaia gave him an order. I know these words sound hard to believe. Ray, show them. He simply replied and lightly extended his hand. Yes. Images of the earth immediately appeared before their eyes. Si-hun looked at it blankly. Is this, he was then told by her, these are the current stats of the system. Gaia is currently protecting the earth. His first impression when seeing it was, damn, these stats look terrible. Even though Kang Woo was a bit uneasy, he tried to ask a question. Is there no way to fix it? According to what she presented, the Gaia system has an inherent self-repair capability, but it's currently offline. I believe that. If we defeat the demon from the prophecy, everything will return to normal. At this point, Si-hun suddenly had another doubt that needed clarifying. There's something I want to ask you in this situation. It was due to the Gaia system being completely trashed. Ray answered his question right away. Gaia's condition is deteriorating because she is directly linked to the Gaia system. She seemingly didn't want him to reveal that, so she signaled him to stop. Ray! On the contrary, Ray felt there was no need to hide it. Even after hearing him say that, she still couldn't let go of the burden in her heart. However, the reason Si-hun asked was because, in that case, he really wanted to know, is there any way for you to recover? Ignoring her attempt to stop him, Ray was determined to speak out. There is. Gaia tried to change the subject. Ray, there's no need to share such unimportant information. But he skillfully steered the conversation back. The cause isn't important, right? As long as our ultimate goals are the same. He gently placed her hand on his forehead, as if asking for forgiveness before saying this. Our biggest gamble is killing the demon from the prophecy. After all, that very demon is the reason the Gaia system is glitching out. Watching this scene between the two of them, Kang Woo just wanted to scream, No, that's not it. I'm the demon from the prophecy right here. Si-hun, obviously unaware of this truth, followed up. Do we need to prepare anything before the demon appears? Ray's eyes were suddenly filled with coldness. He rasped back, No. His next words truly made Kang Woo feel guilty. The demon from the prophecy is already on Earth. While Si-hun was completely engrossed in the story, he has appeared? Not only that, Ray could even state in detail the exact time that he appeared. To be precise, he appeared 9 months ago on March 22nd. We have always been investigating the changes since that day. Hearing this, Kang Woo couldn't help but break into a cold sweat from the tension. No way. Isn't that the day I met Seola? They even identified the exact date? Kang Woo began brainstorming ways to keep this secret hidden, because he knew full well that he wasn't actually a guardian. If they realized he was unnaturally strong, they would get suspicious. Suddenly, Si-hun abruptly stood up. He slammed his hand on the table, looking extremely determined. What should I do? His expression gradually darkened. I get it now, so that's how it is. Seeing Si-hun so worked up only served to freak Kang Woo out even more. What's going on? Kim Si-hun. But this boy's next words actually saved his life. Satan, he's the demon from the prophecy. Kang Woo's brow finally relaxed at that. Huh? Wait, Satan? Si-hun firmly believed that 3 months ago. After you, Kang Woo called me to say Alex was ambushed. I immediately rushed to the hotel rooftop. There, I saw Satan holding Alex captive. The story he just told actually gave him the perfect plan to hide his true background. If things go down this way, both Gaia and Ray didn't suspect a thing and immediately bought it. They eagerly pressed for more details. He was captured by Satan, so that's why we lost contact with him. Where is Alex now? The final outcome caused Gaia to burst into tears upon hearing it, overwhelmed by grief. Unfortunately, Alex didn't make it. Si-hun continued to pile it on. Satan wants to eliminate any guardians that pose a threat to him. He taunted me after killing Alex, because before he could even finish his sentence, Kang Woo jumped up and shouted, Is that true? Demanding the full story from Si-hun. He killed Alex and taunted you? Reluctantly, he had to admit it. Yes, that's right. After those words from the boy, his rage flared up even more. How dare he? Kang Woo's anger caused the surrounding space to be caught in the crossfire, shaking violently. He's got the nerve, huh? How freaking dare he? Only guardians are allowed to join the organization. Seeing Kang Woo act like this for the first time, Si-hun felt a bit uneasy. Bro, Gaia also spoke up hesitantly. Well, technically that's the rule, but he had absolutely no intention of listening to her. He cut right through the red tape. In this emergency, we don't have time to worry about stuff like that. The reason Kang Woo had to make such a big scene was because if I don't do something, they'll figure out I'm the demon from the prophecy. Because of that, Kang Woo made a very crucial decision. I want to join the Guardians too. It seemed he had already calculated his way out. If things have turned out like this, then the one who's going to take the fall for Kang Woo is none other than the unfortunate Satan. I'll pin everything on Satan. Thanks, Si-hun. His enthusiasm was quickly cut short by Gaia. Kang Woo, hold on a second. She wanted to ask the boy a question first. Guardian Si-hun, at that time, did you see what Satan looked like? Si-hun didn't try to hide anything and recounted everything he could remember. It was dark then, so I couldn't see clearly. But he was definitely wearing a demonic cult mask. Considering that, there's a high probability that Satan is connected to the demonic cult. In that case, she wanted to know more. Do you know how strong Satan is? Based on what happened then, Satan captured Alex without taking any damage at all. After that, I tried to attack him, but I only managed to land a single blow. Hearing this, Gaia showed clear shock at his power. That's unbelievable. He could capture Guardian Alex that easily? Si-hun added another detail. According to a bystander, they heard a woman's voice on the rooftop at the time. The moment he mentioned this, both Gale and Ray's expressions shifted strangely. Judging by the look on their faces, Si-hun seemed to pick up on something. Do you guys know something about this? Gale began to explain hesitantly. As it turned out, his hunch was spot on. Gale really did know something. Last year, Guardian Alex was deployed to a mission to engage the demonic cult. At the end of that long, drawn-out battle, he successfully pierced a woman's heart with his sword. But the unexpected part was, she was actually Alex's girlfriend, and the demonic cult had brainwashed her. Stabbing his own lover with his own hands was a massive shock to him. Since then, Guardian Alex blamed himself, focusing on capturing enemies instead of killing them. That became his Achilles heel and his lasting trauma. What bothered Gale even more was, when you're a guardian, your life is on the line countless times, but I never imagined he would exploit Guardian Alex's trauma to kill him. The more she spoke, the more even the kind-hearted Gale couldn't help but feel absolute indignation. I absolutely cannot forgive him. Si-hun shared those exact same feelings. Satan, the demonic cult, exploiting someone's trauma, is unforgivable. Kang Woo, the guy behind it all, took the opportunity to pin all the blame on Satan, right? I can't believe he'd weaponize someone's trauma like that. Satan is such a scumbag. At this point, Gale gave him an order. Ray, please bring it here. Yes. Hearing her mention bringing something out, Kang Woo looked on with curiosity. It turned out Gale had personally prepared this box. For our first meeting, we have a gift for you. Inside the box were 2 masks, given with the intention that most of the time Guardians must operate in secret, so we usually wear masks while on duty. Since Si-hun had joined the Guardian Corps, this was the gift she had prepared for him. To put it grandly, this mask is the symbol of the Guardian Corps, but she still had one slight hesitation. Before I give this to you, Guardian Si-hun, Gale wanted to confirm one thing with him. Will you lend me your strength to banish the demon from the prophecy and protect the world? Her question made Si-hun fall into deep thought. A moment later, he accepted the mask and answered firmly, of course. The moment he put on the mask was the moment he was officially welcomed into the Guardian Corps. Thank you. Suddenly, Si-hun's eyes changed instantly as he looked at Kang Woo. Seeing that look in his eyes, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Si-hun, what's up? He quickly returned to normal. Oh, Kang Woo. The reason for his earlier reaction was the surge of new power he felt. This must be how Alex used to get stronger. I just put on this mask, and I already feel way more powerful. Gale proudly boasted that it's not just a mask. With a plain design, Si-hun's gift was first. Next is Kang Woo. Ray handed the remaining mask to him. Gale then began to explain. You're right, in this situation, we can't just stick to the rules of only allowing Guardians to become Guardians. But the reason I'm letting you join the Guardian Corps isn't because we're desperate. The real reason she decided to recruit Kang Woo into the team was, you cared for Guardian, Si-hun with a compassionate heart, and you were genuinely furious on his behalf. Those are the 2 biggest reasons for my decision. Even though you're not a Guardian, but your righteous heart was enough for us to call you a Guardian. Kang Woo can now officially and rightfully accept it. Not forgetting to emphasize one thing, Si-hun is my precious little brother. knowing that the prophesied devil is targeting the guardian. I can't just sit idly by and watch. After he finished saying this, their brotherly bond became even tighter, so Kang-woo was even truly praised by Gaia. Guardian Si-hun has a very great older brother. Similarly to Si-hun, she also wanted to ask you a question, Kang-woo. Will you lend us your strength to punish the prophesied devil and protect the world? Without any awkwardness, Kang-woo confidently replied, "Of course I will." As soon as he put on that mask, Kang-woo's body suddenly released a massive amount of energy. Extremely powerful. You have become a member of the Guardian Corps, activating Gaia's blessing. Stats are surging, causing demonic power to skyrocket. Activating demonic power ruler ability, increasing your demonic power control. This blessing is even more powerful on players chosen as guardians. You do not belong to the guardian class, so the blessing's effect is reduced. Ray, standing nearby, sensed this powerful energy from him, and his eyes clearly showed shock. He's not a guardian, so he can't receive the full effect. Yet his energy increased this much? Your rewards seem to show no sign of ending. All stats increased by 1 point, as expected of Kang-woo. Witnessing himself getting stronger by the second, his current mood was incredibly hyped. Look at the amount of demonic power rising. If I couldn't hide my demonic power with demonic power, ruler right now, all this power would reveal who I am instantly. Just a moment ago, Kang-woo was imagining the scenario of recovering this much energy. He was even confident enough to think he could take on the Guardian of Destruction easily. Gaia kept praising others, just as she always did. Kang-woo, I can tell you are very strong, just from this energy source. Hearing that, he politely replied, "Ah, yes, thank you." The fact that the two of them joined made Gaia feel very delighted. Anyway, welcome to the Guardian Corps. I will be in touch to inform you of your mission later. Good luck. And so, the first step of Kang-woo's plan was a total success. Yes, thank you. The spatial portal opened once again. After finishing business with Gaia, Kang-woo and Si-hun also quickly returned. Stepping out from there, he couldn't help but let out a long yawn from exhaustion. Is it dinner time already? Time flies like a blink of an eye. Si-hun was as polite as always, even saying, "Thank you for coming with me." Kang-woo, making him want to just kick him and tell him to shut up. "It's thanks to you I got into the Guardian Corps, so I should be the one saying thank you here." That item, after the mission was completed, immediately closed up. He suddenly called his name again, Kang-woo, which made him startle slightly. "What is it?" Si-hun shared as he picked it up. "I feel like today I have a new goal." Kang-woo looked at him with curiosity. "A new goal?" Yes, it turned out Si-hun had a crush on a girl. "Today I started to fall in love with someone." Before he could even finish, he seemed to have already guessed something. What? Could it be that Kang-woo's hunch was correct? The one Si-hun had a crush on was Gaia. Watching her, a fragile girl who resolutely overcame everything, even when faced with a desperate situation. Just remembering her figure, Si-hun couldn't help but feel infatuated. I will never forget that image. His gaze turned toward the place connected to Gaia, full of determination. From the very first time I met her, I knew my destiny was to protect her. Si-hun didn't know that telling this to Kang-woo would make him feel so guilty. So I will definitely finish off Satan. Kang-woo was already stressed out, but Si-hun even enthusiastically asked more. "You see it too, right? She can't walk and she can't even see," making him realize that this time he was cooked. He had shot himself in the foot. Every sin was being pinned on Satan by him. It's all because Satan came to this world. He destroyed the Gaia system and killed a guardian. Ignoring Si-hun's words, he should worry about himself instead. But I can't just rot in hell forever. Si-hun has his own goals, and so does he. Right, I was there for 10,000 years. How much longer do I have to stay there? Do you want to try living with Lilith for 10,000 years? Si-hun's attitude was very fierce. That matter makes me so salty. I have never felt like this in my entire life until now. Because of a single crush, Si-hun swore that I want to protect her and put a smile on her face. There was no other way to answer. Kang-woo could only support him. If it's you, then I'm totally at ease. I never thought I'd hear Si-hun ask me to kill myself. We can kill the devil from the prophecy together, protecting Gaia and the world. Kang-woo didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this point. But regardless, I'm already in too deep. Just shake hands first and figure the rest out later. I don't know either. Yeah, those words sound very noble. But Kang-woo didn't say how he'd actually do it. Let's protect this world from Satan, okay? Kang-woo had a deep belief that I'm sure everything will work out fine. Back at the orphanage, he was cooking kimchi stew and was stunned to hear the news. What? She was so shocked because she had prepared the food, but he wouldn't be able to eat it. Is Si-hun locked in training again? What a bummer. The kimchi stew today is really good. It would have been great if he'd eaten before heading out. The gaze of Echidna was now fixed on the steaming pot of stew, while he was still lost in thought. Yeah, Sihun was right. Though his hands held a spoon to taste it, he still couldn't stop thinking about the devil from the prophecy. Satan, when I met him in the ninth hell, recalling when facing it, he wanted to ask it one question. Satan, what exactly are you plotting? That despicable, dirty-playing demon. This was Kang Woo's personal take. At that time, Satan didn't hide anything at all. He was straightforward. You want to know? Then let me tell you. He didn't expect his ambition to be so massive. Not stopping after taking over the ninth hell, Satan didn't just want hell, he wanted the human world too. My next target is Earth, and trying to target Earth after that. Plus the talk with Gaia a few minutes ago, he had gathered the information. To do that, he not only destroyed the Gaia system protecting Earth, Echidna's mind wasn't thinking as much as his. The girl just wanted to eat that stew. She wanted to eat, but before she could touch her spoon, Kang Woo had already slurped the whole thing down, but also caused Si-hoon's first love to end up like that. Kang Woo acted unconsciously like that, showing that he was absolutely livid. He swore that, we can't let him do whatever he wants, until he finally heard someone calling. Kang Woo. His thoughts were even a bit jumbled now. I will take back the kimchi stew. No, I mean Earth from Satan and protect it. Since Kang Woo played her, Echidna immediately started throwing a fit. Oh no, the kimchi stew is all gone. Looking at the girl crying like that, Koa didn't understand why, but she found it a bit funny. All right, let me make some more. At that moment, Kangoo, with a dark and irritable face, spoke up. I want to join the Guardian Corps, too. It's been a week since I joined. He couldn't help but remember what he had seen over the past few days. Si-hoon started training with John Mujin again. Lately, so many things have happened that made Kang even more pensive, and Yeonju have been investigating the demonic cult. The doctor brought over a large crate and said, these are additional reports on the demonic cult. She saw a box of documents and screamed in panic. There's more? Regarding my request in the vast waiting hall, a woman's voice rang out. Long time no see, Kang-o. As soon as he stepped in and heard the call, he immediately replied, it's a pleasure to meet you again. Kang-yu glanced around and then spoke with a voice full of suspicion. Anyway, this place doesn't look like it did before. Gaia, standing opposite him, explained, that's right, last time. I took you to what is called the reception room. She paused for a second before continuing, and this is where I live. The surroundings were both spacious and airy. Above there was a large opening to let light shine in. With a proud tone, she added, it also serves as the center of the Guardian Corps. Gaia, sitting on a large chair, said with a smile, this place is called the Guardian Corps Hall. She looked at him and affirmed, I'll be here if you ever need me. Kang Yu pulled out a chair to sit down and brought it up. All right, so why did you want to see me? Since he mentioned it, Gaia spoke up. I want to talk to you about your first mission. Hearing that, Kang Yu couldn't help but feel stoked inside. Finally, it's here. But he's the type of person whose inner thoughts and outward behavior are polar opposites. Kang Yu's face turned grim as he spoke warily. What kind of mission is it? Thinking of this, she helplessly closed her eyes and replied wearily. The Gaia system has become weaker lately. He heard this and asked with some curiosity, hasn't it always been like that? Gaia seemed to have a real headache over this. It has never been as fast as it is now. I think there's another reason for this. Kang Yu sat there listening, becoming more confused by the second. Another reason? Seeing him still puzzled, she offered a hint. Do you remember when I explained that the Gaia system is a defense mechanism? Hank Yu quickly recalled the image of the model. That looked like a universe? He replied. Yes, I remember. As soon as he finished, she added, the Gaia system seals away the powers of beings from other worlds. However, with the Gaia system getting weaker, she paused slightly and then continued. We can understand that. The demon prophecy is undoing its own seal, bit by bit. Every word she spoke at that moment couldn't help but make Kang Yu turn pale as he thought with a shiver. They've found out that much already? Gaia, sitting across from Kang Yu, told him frankly, I'm certain this is the work of the demonic cult. As soon as he heard that, he screamed internally. I knew it! I believe in my demonic cult bros. Not letting Kang Yu overthink, she spoke even more rapidly. Furthermore, I've received information that clues about the demonic cult have been found. In a city in South Korea, the name is Daegu. That's why you were called here. The mind of Kang Yu was now a total mess as he pondered. Korea? I thought the demonic cult in Korea was destroyed after the death of Baek Kang Hyun. He then asked somewhat awkwardly, all right, should I head out right away? Gaia looked at Kang Yu and smiled. Yeah, should I call other guardians to help you? Because this might be a bit Too much for you to handle alone. She let out a sigh of relief as if all her worries had vanished, and said no. I'm sure they have their own areas to look after. I'll try to handle this on my own. Finally, Gaia declared with absolute confidence, All right. I'm putting my money on you. Right now, on a small rooftop, Kang Yu cracked his stiff neck, secretly psyching himself up. Please do your best. The others will only be a buzzkill during the interrogation. If they tag along. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a blue-haired head. Echidna poked her head out, munching on food while wondering, Kang Yu, did you want to see me? He asked the little girl back with a gentle look. That's right, are you eating? Echidna didn't hesitate to rush toward Kang Yu, showing off her snack. Yes, I am. The little girl was so hyped that she kept chatting away. Van Zark made so many delicious things after he learned how to cook. Listening to her, Kang Yu smirked awkwardly and said, Come here, you've got sauce on your face. For real, that's awesome. At that moment, Van Zark manifested and spoke up. Did you call for me, master? He was wiping Echidna's face, so he didn't pay much attention to the shadow, only replying indifferently. Suddenly, Kang Yu froze for a moment, frowning as he called Van Zark. Yet there he was, appearing in a cute pink outfit. Kang Yu stared at Van Zark for a long time before hesitantly asking, Is that what you have to wear to get cooking lessons from? Ciola, where the hell did you even get that? He was holding a plate of food, bashfully putting a hand to his cheek as he replied, The world of cooking is endless. Van Zark stepped closer to the two of them and gently inquired, Anyway, why did you want to see me? Then turned to Echidna. Here, eat some more. Kang Yu put both hands in his pockets, his tone sounding a bit awkward. No, it's nothing much. He couldn't help but grin happily and added, I just thought, you guys must be bored out of your minds, being held back like this all the time. At that moment, in Kang Yu's hand, the mask that Gaia had given him before suddenly appeared, along with his next announcement. We've got a mission. Then Kang Yu added, Let's get our bodies moving. Surprisingly, Echidna only cared about that mask. Her eyes lit up in amazement. That mask is so fire. Meanwhile, a recent report from Daegu stated, due to the appearance of 3 grade A gates on the day of catastrophe, the city had become like Sapporo in Japan. Kang Yu looked at the galaxy before him, lost in thought, because of the lack of demonic energy near the gates. I chose the one where I felt the strongest demonic energy. The 3 of them in their masks looked really cute. Echidna was still totally into it, feeling giddy. I got a cool mask too, while Kang Yu looked at the scene before him, feeling even more certain. Looks like I was right. But when his eyes swept over a strange object with a hideous form, that was beyond words, he exclaimed. Besides, what the hell is that? Then the 3 of them walked down the road, under the protection of a barrier. But there was one problem. It was slowly cracking, while Echidna was watching and asking, What is it, Kang Yu? He was constantly deducing. The space around it is shattering like a mirror. I can also feel it getting bigger. He stared at the crack for a while, before slowly speaking up. I knew it. Then Kang Yu said confidently, There's no way they'd just leave it here unguarded. As soon as he said that, a pack of monsters appeared on the other side of the barrier. Seeing the glowing eyes of the monsters that seemed to want to eat the 3 of them alive made him reflect even more. Normally, monsters are powered up by mana stones, but I can sense much more demonic energy from these guys than usual. Kang Yu's glowing red eyes remained fixed on them. It feels like they're more like demons than normal monsters. At that very moment, suddenly, a wary voice rang out. Are you guys some kind of AI or what? A figure in a black cloak stood tall and proud, standing behind the pack of monsters, speaking indifferently. Not the Hwarang army. Could it be the Red Rose Guild? Then Park Yong-chan revealed, his face along with a terrifying purple hand. His lip curled in contempt as he said, Yeah, but that doesn't even matter. Park Yong-chan spoke up without a single care, ordering the horde of monsters. I just need to kill everyone who snuck in here. Just as the giant monster was charging in, Kang Yu smiled, looked back and said, Echidna, can you handle this? The girl heard him, put her hands on her hips and said confidently, Just leave it to me. Then Echidna took a deep breath. A second later, she countered with a terrifying scream. This ultimate move of Echidna's was incredibly powerful. She actually sent the whole monster flying. The evil Van Zark nearby was also hit pretty hard, complaining, Oh my God. Right after that, he took out a golden power orb and spoke, Those are my precious corpses. A series of purple auras intertwined through the mangled body of the monster. After waiting a moment, a horrifying event took place. Each monster began to step closer. With his control threads, the evil Van Zark ordered, Go, my child. Berserk Golem! He said coldly to stimulate the golem, Kill those low-life beasts. who are so thirsty for life. Immediately after, the berserk golem's violent punch injured the monsters on the other side. Park Yong-chan was terrified at the sight, shouting out loud, "What the hell is that?" His eyes widened in fear, because the berserk golem was preparing to punch him. Facing it head-on, Park Yong-chan had to quickly put out his purple hand to block it. Damn it! He was struggling and panicking big time, screaming, "Chrysella! Kill that bastard!" Suddenly, a mysterious blue light appeared. That blue light suddenly wrapped tightly around the berserk golem. Even the evil Vanzark above was a bit shocked, shouting, "Oh no!" In a split second, that blue light hit the evil Vanzark. Kang Yu, standing below, had a thought. I had my suspicions when I heard the name Chrysella, but, looking at the monster that had hit Vanzark, he felt frustrated, black scales flowing around its skin, its flesh like armor. Next, Kang Yu observed every cell of Chrysella's body, evaluating it by the amount of acid flowing from its mouth. Chrysella's bizarre and terrifying form, sharp teeth and long claws, had caught Kang Yu's attention. He stood there for a moment before confirming to himself, "It really is Chrysella." At that moment, Kang Yu also spoke up. "Don't tell me that these guys even brought demons from the 8th circle of hell here, Echidna." A terrified scream echoed everywhere. Kang Yu, still down there, said quite casually, "Kill the rest of them along with Vanzark." The girl heard that and obeyed. "All right." He slowly stepped forward and remarked, "Demons, like you don't really give me much demonic energy." Even so, Kang Yu fearlessly lifted his foot and stomped straight onto Chrysella. Its sharp claws looked both scary and slimy. A powerful sword strike plunged down, shattering Chrysella's body. Just like that, Kang Yu smirked and said, "But now you look like you might be worth something." Suddenly, a blue energy struck the ground, causing it to cave into a small crater. Turns out that last hit was Chrysella aiming at Kang Yu but missing. Immediately after, it began unleashing power all around. Just like that, a moment later, he was surrounded by blue light. Kang Yu couldn't help but find it ridiculous. "Yo, why are you running around like a total maniac?" In a flash, a mysterious entity came charging from behind. At that moment, he suddenly spoke up. But it's crystal clear what they're aiming for. Simultaneously, Chrysella appeared right behind Kang Yu, and naturally, he had anticipated it and dodged, because they knew all of Chrysella's characteristics. Kang Yu grabbed one of its tentacles, smirked, and then exerted some force to grip its tentacle tightly. Lifting it, Chrysella seemed to realize things were going south, and let out a frantic scream. He swung it around by the tentacle, while exclaiming in wonder, "Why is this bug?" Kang Yu trailed off for a second, to put his full power into hearing it away, before shouting, "You dare bare your fangs at a human?" From his position, Chrysella slammed into numerous boulders, and the final impact point was Park Yong-chan. Seeing it defeated, he roared in a fit of rage. "What on earth are you doing, Chrysella?" Kang Yu looked at him deep in thought. Thinking back now, in front of him, Park Yong-chan, completely bundled up, was screaming at Chrysella, who was totally drained. "Get up, stand up and fight them already!" He watched the scene unfolding with curiosity. That guy wasn't even that strong, so how could he possibly give orders to Chrysella? Suddenly, an idea struck Kang Yu. "Let's have a look." Right then, his eyes widened. Instantly, there appeared Power of the Guardian Park, level 63, 7th Awakener, 1st Awakener, 2nd Awakener, 3rd Awakener, 4th Awakener, 5th Awakener. The more he observed him, the more puzzled Kang Yu became. A level 63 player and a 7th Awakener? Even with demonic energy, he's still way too weak to boss Chrysella around. At that moment, Kang Yu noticed Park Yong-chan's purple arm. So that's how it is. He's controlling it with that magic circle, huh? Looking at the magic circle, etched onto Park Yong-chan's hand, then seeing the magic circle on Chrysella's trembling face, he became certain. Yeah, seeing how it twitches like that under the command, I don't need to dig any deeper. Thinking of this made Kang Yu smirk. With such a massive power gap, the sight of Chrysella facing him matched exactly what he was thinking. It won't ever reach its full potential. Park Yong-chan saw Chrysella snarling at him and began to shake with fear, screaming, "What do you think you're doing?" "Why are you looking at me like that?" Seeing the magic circle starting to fade, gave Kang Yu a new thought. Looks like there's a time limit for these forced orders. The most terrified person right now was Park Yong-chan. He was in a total panic, shrieking, "Chrysella, listen to me!" While Park Yong-chan was paralyzed with fear, trying to keep Chrysella in check. "This isn't possible!" But he didn't even notice a source of dark energy, slowly creeping up from behind, just as Park Yong-chan tried to suppress Chrysella one more time. "Damn it, obey me!" Blood suddenly sprayed out. A brief, heavy silence fell. His eyes went wide as he stared down in disbelief. When he finally saw it, Park Yong-chan was completely losing his mind with fear. Roaring, "No, my arm, my magic circle!" Standing nearby, Kang Yu recalled the dark power that had devoured the man's arm. Looking perfectly innocent, he said, "Oh boy, looks like the summoning time for the magic circle is officially up." Park Yong-chan was still acting all high and mighty as he shrieked, "Don't give me that nonsense. How could a circle made by the hand of a demon's apostle possibly have a time limit?" Kang Yu could only let out a helpless sigh in response. "Fine, say whatever you want." He still felt like trolling him a bit, so he brought it up. More importantly, "Do you know about Grisella's traits?" Park Yong-chan's face had already turned pale as he fearfully asked back, "What?" He was panicking, and seeing Kang Yu's creepy smile made him flip out and start yelling loudly. "What kind of nonsense are you talking?" He didn't care much and indifferently replied, "Oh, really?" Kang Yu stared at him for a long time before speaking. "You seriously didn't know?" Seeing his mysterious attitude made Park Yong-chan even more frantic. What do you mean, you bastard?" Kang Yu suddenly thought to himself, the way a small Grisella neutralizes its prey is watching it crawl closer to him. Park Yong-chan couldn't help but feel terrified as he backed away, frantically screaming, "Stay away!" Kang Yu watched from the side, with chilling thoughts running through his head. It attacks the prey's genitals first, followed by the head. His train of thought was interrupted by his agonizing scream, "No, stop!" And then Park Yong-chan's miserable wailing and the horrific scene unfolding before him. The combination of both gave even Kang Yu a slight chill. Good Lord. Park Yong-chan now only had a trembling and resentful voice left. "Grisella, you ruthless bastard." It stepped out with its mouth covered in blood. Seeing Grisella about to do something else, Kang Yu immediately delivered a slash toward it. "All right, that's enough." After killing Grisella, he scanned the area and quietly speculated. Glancing over at Asina and Vanza, he saw they had already defeated those monsters. The girl, now flexing hard, spoke up, "You look pretty clean." Seeing them so cheerful, he made a quiet decision. "Looks like things are done over there too, so let's get started." Kang Yu sat on Grisella's corpse to talk to him. "You said your name was Park Yong-chan." "Oh wait, my bad." As if wanting to rub salt into his wounds, he slowly said, "From now on, Park One-chan fits better, doesn't it?" Seeing him looking completely spaced out made Kang Yu panic slightly. Hey! Wake up, buddy!" Seeing no response at all, Kang Yu let out a tired sigh. What a pain. Then, Kang Yu pressed his finger against Park Yong-chan's forehead to activate concentration power. To make it easier, he explained a little. Concentration power. A power that reduces pain and enhances focus, like using a sedative. Then came the thoughts, comparing Kang Yu's two powers, unlike the wrath power, which gives strength but makes you lose your mind. This is a purely beneficial strength. After a while, the finger Kang Yu was pointing with lightly pushed his head back. But in this situation, I had no other choice. Suddenly, Park Yong-chan snapped awake with a start. Kang Yu watched silently as he scrambled backward. "This bastard needs to wake up. Otherwise, I can't interrogate him." Suddenly, Park Yong-chan's eyes accidentally fell on Grisella, and he was shocked. How could you handle Grisella?" His voice was filled with terror. "Who the hell are you?" Kang Yu could only think to himself helplessly, "You don't recognize me. Even after seeing this mask? How do you not even know that? There's a time limit on using the magic circle, so it turns out you're just a total loser." At that moment, Kang Yu gently took off his mask. He asked with a puzzled look, "Since when did the demonic cult start operating in Korea again? It seems wearing a mask was a waste of time." His face turned pale as he began to stammer. Seeing Park Yong-chan hesitating like that, he couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. Then he placed his hand on the man's forehead and spoke at length. "Sigh, just forget it. I already know the answer just by looking at your reaction. It looks like you've been placed under a seal that will kill you if you reveal anything about the demonic cult." Upon hearing this, Park Yong-chan asked back in utter disbelief, "How do you know that?" However, Kang Yu didn't even bother to answer. He just went about his business. In that case, power of conquest. Every single cell in Park Yong-chan's body was laid bare before Kang Yu. "So, this is the seal? It seems to be directly linked to the soul. It's not as effective as the power of conquest, but a seal bound to the soul. That's actually quite impressive." From within there were screams of agony. "Please have mercy on me." He immediately formed a connection with the cells of Park Yong-chan. These demonic scumbags use demonic power to create seals bound to other people's souls and control them. At that moment, a system window appeared. "You have successfully turned player Park Yong-chan into a familiar." Once everything was finished, Kang Yu let go and spoke. "I have now broken the seal. A red aura was slowly drifting into the head of Park Yongchan. Following Kanggu's words, "Tell me everything you know." He looked dazed as if he were hypnotized. After Cardinal Baek Kangyun died, a power vacuum was created within the Korean branch of the demonic cult. Every word he uttered surprised him even more. The cult has been closely monitoring Korea, so they sent a demonic apostle to take charge of the new branch. This made Kanggu extremely curious. They're monitoring Korea closely? Why? His suspicion began to grow. But Park Yongchan answered him instantly. With Russia's government collapsed and those SS-rank gates appearing, wouldn't it be an easier place to operate? Right? His voice began to tremble. I don't know the exact reason, but it's true that the demonic cult considers Korea a vital region. Kanggu pointed behind him and asked, then does it have anything to do with bringing those black pouches back into the gate? He immediately replied that it didn't. The reason for planting the rift seeds has nothing to do with Korea. Hearing this left Kanggu with deep doubts in his heart. Totally unrelated, huh? So besides the cult viewing Korea as important, planting rift seeds in the gates, and the Gaia system's rapid weakening recently, all points to one conclusion. Looking at Park Yongchan in front of him, he nodded as he speculated. This plan isn't just happening in Korea. That would explain why they sent Park Yongchan to Daegu as a throwaway pawn. It's totally dispensable. That's the worst-case scenario, but there was at least some relief. Kanggu walked toward the breach in the protective barrier, along with his assessments. This plan is likely being executed on a global scale. If that's the case, we might be able to get help from the Guardian Squad. Thinking of those people, he became even more certain. There are many others we can get help from as well. Kanggu's footsteps happened to stop right in front of the breach, and then he spoke. Do you know specifically where the rift seeds were planted? Park Yongchan, still in a state of high tension, replied, I don't know that. In the next second, Kanggu gently placed his hand on the breach and asked, Then do you know who created the rift seeds? Hearing the question, he immediately answered, I don't know that either. He could only think helplessly after the answer from Park Yongchan. Nothing useful at all. A lowlife like you wouldn't know that kind of information. Suddenly, the red pupils of Kanggu shifted to green, accompanied by his firm statement, Then I'll just have to investigate it myself. Right then, numerous eyes appeared behind him, watching closely. Power of clairvoyance. According to the notification, power of clairvoyance has been partially successful. You have learned how to handle rift seeds. Kanggu had his own thoughts and reasoned to himself. Unlike the magic circle invocation last time, this was only a partial success, so it doesn't help much. All of a sudden, he saw something that triggered a warning in his mind. Wait, hold on a second. The rift seed has the ability to weaken the power of the system. He gripped the breach tighter and tighter, with a bold thought. What if I integrate this effect into my own body? Then a pink light enveloped Kanggu's entire body. After a while, he held up his hand, staring at it and feeling it bit by bit. This feeling, Kanggu seemed to realize something as he clenched his fist and shouted inwardly, Yes! He tightly closed his eyes and slowly felt everything around him. Though it was only for a brief moment, the seal of the myriad demon palace has grown weaker. As if to a soul stealer, Baek Kangyun spoke in an extremely respectful tone. Lord of the demonic cult, not only did you send me to the myriad demon realm, but you also sent me the rift seeds. There was a reason Baek Kangyun and the others followed the cult. Hail! Hail to the demonic cult! Then Park Yongchan suddenly cried out from a distance. You'll spare me, right? Having just received good news, his attitude also became pleasant. Sure. Since you gave me some useful information, I'll let you live. I'm the type of guy who pays people back for their kindness. After a short pause, Kanggu spoke gently. I'll also remove the curse. These words of his were like a divine decree that made the man exclaim with joy, Thank you! As soon as the curse was removed, something strange happened. Suddenly, Park Yongchan clutched his chest, screaming in agonizing pain, but Kanggu, standing nearby, seemed to remember something as he lightly tapped his own head. He said, Oh, right, that's right. While the man was writhing in pain, he was still leisurely explaining. I also concentrated my power into a concentrated source. That must really hurt, huh? Unable to just stand by while someone's in trouble, Kanggu manifested his dark power and stepped closer to him. His tone was incredibly nonchalant as he said, I can't just stand here and watch the person who helped me suffer like this. But his actions were a bit different. A strike to the gut made Park Yongchan cough up blood. He trembled in disbelief and spat out insults. You bastard! Park Yongchan looked at the man's expressionless face with deep resentment. You said you'd spare me. Kangoo remained silent for a long time before slowly replying, I'm sure you must be very sad about having to die. After living your whole life as a puppet of the cult. Your whole life. He even put on a righteous act, mourning and crying, choking back tears. I will avenge you. I'll never forget your name. Pablo Banchan. A moment later, standing before Griselda's corpse, he looked at the system interface appearing in front of him. Your demonic power has increased by 12 points. Kangoo was a bit stunned inwardly. Huh? That's it? Was Griselda not enough? He thought to himself while shoving his hands into his pockets. Well, his stats were already high at the moment. Better than nothing, I guess. But growth isn't the most important thing right now. Kangoo then pulled out an orb, his face full of excitement. There's something more pressing at hand. He quickly explained the orb's function. The Guardian's tracking device. I can contact them, whether I'm inside a gate or out in the world. He stared at the orb, speculating for a while. I bet they made this because they didn't want what happened to Alex to ever happen again. After pondering for a long time, Kangoo finally initiated a call. Can you hear me? Immediately, Gaia's hologram appeared and replied, Yes, I can hear you. Do you need help with your mission? Hearing that, Kangoo quickly informed her, No, I've already finished the mission. More importantly, he paused for a second before carefully relaying the message. I've uncovered some vital intel. A moment later, after hearing his words, Gaia replied, Rift seeds, I see. I'll gather everyone in the Guardians to focus on eliminating those seeds. He heard this and immediately shook his head in disagreement. No, you shouldn't do that. Kangoo then proposed a few ideas. Instead, you should round them up in one place. In his mind, he had his own reasons. It would be crazy if I destroyed all that valuable loot. Gaia sounded a bit hesitant when she spoke. Gather them together? But if we do that, we'll still have rift seeds lingering in our world. Kangoo glanced over and saw Akina looking dazed. Do you even know what this is? Interesting. He gave a slight smirk and said, You don't need to worry about that. I've checked the rift seeds in those 2 different gates. They can't function once they've been uprooted. At that, Gaia asked with a puzzled tone, But why should we collect them instead of getting rid of them? Shouldn't we just destroy them to be safe? Kangoo understood her doubt and spoke up to clarify. It would be better if we want to prevent scenarios like this. Gaia still didn't seem to get it and persistently asked further, But why? Before she could finish, Kangoo cut her off. You need to look at the bigger picture. Then he asked Gaia a question. Have you looked into the information the cult has? She immediately recalled the images she saw earlier and said, Of course. But it's all so complicated. And then Kangoo immediately seized on that point to explain to Gaia. That's why it's better, if we have these items, to study them. Otherwise, we'll never gain the upper hand. She thought it over for a while before reluctantly speaking up. I see, you've taught me something new again. After their discussion, Gaia gave him her confirmation. All right, we'll collect them then. Kangoo was delighted to hear this decision. Thanks. Well, I'm heading out now. Seeing the spatial rift appearing right before his eyes, he said, That's that for the Guardians. As he approached the spatial rift, now that I'm out of the gate, I can call. While he was thinking, Kangoo suddenly received a phone call. Che Yeonju? He quickly picked up, sounding cheerful. Hello, I was just about to call you. As soon as Che Yeonju picked up, she shouted irritably, Hey, why the hell couldn't I reach you? There's a serious problem going on over here. Kangoo was confused by her words. Acting a bit clueless, he asked, Wait, what? Che Yeonju knew he was puzzled and quickly explained, Traces of the demonic cult have been found in South Korea again. He wondered what the fuss was about, but this turned out to be the reason. Kangoo very calmly added, You mean in Daegu? I already handled that. Hearing this from him made Che Yeonju jump and shout at the top of her lungs, What? Seriously? How? Realizing she was overreacting, she took a deep breath to steady herself before continuing the conversation. Anyway, why were you calling me? Hearing that, Kangoo remembered his purpose and spoke up. There's something I wanted to ask you, Che Yeonju grumbled, seemingly annoyed. I feel like you only ever call when you need something from me. What is it, Kang? You didn't mind her complaining, and quickly explained. I can't explain in detail, but there are some items with cross markings on them inside the gate. I need you to collect them. Next, he laid out his arrangements. Notify the military. Hwarang and the Heaven-Earth Gate in China. Che Yeonju searched for info while answering on the phone. Got it. Is that all? Kangoo suddenly remembered something and shouted in a panic, Ah! And Japan, too. Before he could finish, she proactively cut him off. Hanging up now. On his end, he could only sigh helplessly. Good grief. After that phone call, Kangoo's face looked a bit pale as he recalled a memory. I should have asked Yuri first. but I didn't want to ask her after that octopus mess. Despite his reluctance, the situation was too dire. He decided to just bite the bullet. She's a perfect card to use in this situation. Kang Yu had just finished dialing her number, and before it could even ring, the other side picked up. Kurosaki Yuri here. He was shocked as soon as he heard her voice. How did she pick up so fast? I didn't even hear it ring. Although a bit surprised, Kang Yu quickly replied, "Hello, Ms. Yuri. I think this is the first time I've called you in a while. The reason I'm calling is..." Before he could finish his line, she spoke up and interrupted him. "Yes, I understand. It was a quiet evening." Kang Yu's voice rang out softly. "Anyway, the reason I'm calling is..." Time slowly drifted by. In the spatial passage, after explaining everything to Yuri, Kang Yu finally made his request. "I'd like to ask you to collect the rift seeds, planted inside the gate." Hearing that, the other side replied, "I see. May I ask you a question?" Seeing Kurosaki Yuri agree so quickly, Kang Yu spoke up happily, "Of course." Once given Kang Yu's permission, Kurosaki Yuri mentioned the demonic cult. "Do you know which demon they worship?" "I've looked into them, but couldn't find anything." At this, Kang Yu's eyes showed clear vigilance. He calculated to himself, "It's better if more people know about Satan. The more people know about him, the less they'll suspect me." Deciding on a plan, he quickly spoke to Kurosaki Yuri, giving her the demon's name. "It's the prophet demon, Satan." Hearing the name, she muttered, "Satan?" He then added, "Yes, that's the demon they serve." After Kang Yu finished, Kurosaki Yuri pondered briefly before responding, "I see. Then I will collect those rift seeds, just as you requested." Hearing Yuri's words, Kang Yu spoke up happily, "Thank you." Suddenly, Yuri remembered something and began to speak. "Oh, right. Actually, I have one more question." "If you don't mind," Kang Yu replied very calmly, "Of course not." Kurosaki Yuri explained a bit further upon hearing that. "This is just a personal question." A bolt of lightning struck across where Kurosaki Yuri was staying. At the same time, her voice softly echoed, "Are you interested in Cthulhu mythology?" Kang Yu answered her question with complete nonchalance. "Cthulhu? I don't know about it, but why?" Kurosaki Yuri twirled a lock of her hair while giving a mysterious hint. "I looked into it because of the incarnation skill I have, and I wanted to get your opinion. Since I found it quite interesting." Unaware of her true intent, he responded indifferently, "Yeah, I'm sure it's very interesting." In a split second, Kurosaki Yuri's expression suddenly turned strange. When those words left Kang Yu's mouth, yet he on the other end didn't notice a thing and continued casually, "So I think it would be better if we talked about it." And the conversation that followed made him sick of it just by thinking back to that previous image. He was fed up. "I don't want to see a god covered in tentacles. But now I know. Those mythical gods actually exist. I need to find out more about them." Suddenly, Kurosaki Yuri let out an eerie laugh on the other end. "Well then, I'll call you back later." Kang Yu couldn't help but feel scared. "Okay," he stammered. A chill ran down his spine as he tried to figure it out. What a confusing woman. What was up with that octopus gift and that creepy laugh? His thoughts lingered long after the call ended. Well, the bait is set. Everything was in place. Kang Yu just smiled, calculating his next move. Now I just have to wait. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 10 days later at the Guardians' Hall, Gaia and Sihun were sitting there, waiting anxiously. As soon as Sihun saw him, he spoke up to greet him. "You're here!" The girl beside him also spoke up. "Hello, Kang Yu." He immediately asked for an update upon arriving. "Yeah, so how's the situation looking?" Gaia quickly began her report. "As you can see, the protective layer weakened when those seeds were planted. But if we had just left them like that, the situation would have gotten much worse." Kang Yu asked again with a bit of doubt, "Did it keep getting worse?" Luckily, Gaia's next words were a denial. "No, fortunately. The system stabilized 3 days ago. It was as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders." "That's great. We can't let our guard down, though." Right after that, she gave a warning. "However, we were able to minimize the damage thanks to you." Upon hearing the compliment, Kang Yu smiled shyly and replied, "Of course. By the way, where did you put those rift seeds?" "That's why I'm here." Gaia immediately said, "They're with Gray, please." Then, he understood her meaning and leaned down to pick her up in his arms. Gray did this skillfully, like a daily routine. Along with Gaia's words, "Please follow me." While being carried, Gaia explained to the two of them, "Before we reach the place where the rift seeds are kept, I'll explain how the Guardians' Hall works to you both. The Guardian Hall for both of you, as I told you last time. The Guardians' Hall is the center of the organization. If you want, you can go anywhere related to the Guardians from here." Gaia's every word echoed throughout the room. You can return to where you came from, through the gate you used to get here. She recounted it with an immensely proud tone. Or you can go to the dorms or the training center we have for members of the Guardians. You can also go to the waiting room. Gaia acted just like a professional tour guide. There are also gates here, which can take you to Japan, China, or Russia, places where the demonic cult used to summon monsters. Finally, she concluded with one sentence. Where we are heading is Gaia. Paused for a moment to create some suspense before speaking again. A gate. That leads us to where the rift seeds are being stored. The four of them then stepped through that gate. But then, she seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly said, "Oh, right!" A delayed warning rang out. Careful, don't get blinded. The dazzling light in front of them made Kang Yu panic a little. After a while of adapting, Gaia's voice spoke up again. It's currently morning here. Kang Yu couldn't help but feel helpless, only able to say to himself, "You should have said that before we stepped in here." I guess it doesn't matter to her, does it? She continued to introduce this new location to everyone. Anyway, this is the Guardian's secret storage. Before Kang Yu's astonished eyes, Gaia made an announcement. Grand Canyon. At this moment, Sihun, who was beside them, couldn't hide his surprise. He exclaimed, "Awesome!" Looking at the scene before him. He turned back with a bit of doubt and asked, "Isn't the Grand Canyon too famous a landmark to be used for a secret vault?" Gaia, still being carried by Gray, replied as if she knew exactly why. "Tourists only see a small part of it. They can't come here." Then she happily smiled and announced, "Now let's head to the secret vault." A while later, they were walking along a trail and naturally, Gaia was being carried. Even royalty couldn't ask for more. While moving smoothly along the way, Gray's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned his head slightly toward Kang Yu and said, "We're here." Looking at the scenery before him, Si-hoon grew even more confused. "I only see cliffs." Hearing that, Gaia suddenly laughed out loud. Then she suddenly called out, "Guardian Juksun, it's Gaia." Immediately, a door appeared out of nowhere. As a voice rang out, "Gaia, you've arrived." Seeing the two of them in shock, she explained, "This is Juksun's illusion technique. No one else around here can do something like this." Hearing this, Kang Yu finally realized with a start that it was an illusion. Si-hoon couldn't help but marvel in amazement. "It's amazing, isn't it?" While the two were still in mild shock, the sound of footsteps approached. A long-haired young man walked up and spoke slowly. "You two must be the newcomers, Mr. Oh and Mr. Kim." He clasped his hands together and greeted them formally. "Pleasure to meet you." His handsome face was revealed, featuring purple hair and white pupils. He introduced himself. "I am Juksun." After a moment, Juksun led everyone inside. "Today this place is protected by one of my magic techniques. Wandering around aimlessly will be very dangerous, as you could be attacked by the defense system." The steward also turned his head back slightly to explain to the two of them. As for the research on the rift seeds, Juksun is currently supervising it. Walking ahead, he gave a forced smile upon hearing that. "But we haven't made any significant progress yet." Then Juksun led them to a door marked with the number 4 and gave directions. "All right, here it is." He continued to introduce the purpose of this room. "This is where we gather the rift seeds." Having followed him this far, Kang Yu suddenly spoke up to ask, "How many seeds are stored in there?" Juksun thought for a moment before answering, "I haven't been in yet, so I'm not exactly sure." Even so, he could still give an estimated number, but there are probably at least 100 seeds. Upon hearing that number, Kang Yu's eyes lit up as he thought excitedly, "Over 100! Oh my God!" Realizing he might be overreacting, he covered his mouth and reminded himself, "No, now is not the time." Si-hoon, standing nearby, chimed in with a question. "Is there any chance the demonic cult will attack?" In response to his concern, Juksun seemed to agree, smirked, and replied, "Why wouldn't they? Just those rift seeds alone are enough to make them hunt us down." Si-hoon then immediately shared his reasoning. "That means it's dangerous here." Before he could finish his sentence, Juksun's voice rang out with total confidence. "It's fine." He told everyone in a firm tone, "My magic isn't that easy to bypass, even if the opponent is that prophetic demon." Gray also quickly explained to the two of them, "It might sound arrogant, but you can trust him when it comes to direct combat. Juksun might not be the best, but his magic is truly extraordinary." Hearing the compliment, Juksun smiled and replied, "That's just from his perspective. My magic isn't actually too bad in actual combat." While Kang Yu was wearing a mysterious smile, Juksun didn't notice and continued talking. "I'm actually looking forward to the prophetic demon attacking. That way, I can prove my combat abilities." Right after Juksun finished speaking, Kang Yu spoke up, sounding very pleased. Seeing you so confident really puts me at ease. I think that makes it even safer. Gaia also agreed with Kang Yu, saying, "That's right. Let's head back." Just like that, in the blink of an eye, Kang Yu's group appeared back at the Grand Canyon. Out of the blue, Kang Yu raised his hand and spoke up. He suddenly came up with an idea and suggested to them, "By the time we get back, it'll be dinner time. Why don't you guys come over to my place to eat?" Gaia was slightly shocked to hear that and gasped. Sihun also couldn't help but feel confused and stammered, asking for clarification. "You mean your house?" Faced with this warm invitation, she spoke hesitantly with a bit of frustration. "I'd love to go, but Kang Yu, seemingly knowing something, said with a smile, "I understand your situation. But it's nice to do this once in a while. It's just one meal." Still torn and unable to decide, Gaia looked up at him and asked, "What should we do, Gray?" He simply smiled back and suggested, "Doing this once in a blue moon is fine, right?" She was still in a state of confusion and stammered, but then Gray, seemingly understanding Gaia's feelings, persuaded her wholeheartedly. "It's not like we're going to a stranger's house. We're just having a meal at the place of a fellow guardian colleague. What's the harm? As a leader, you should know the living environment of your members, shouldn't you?" Seeing him use this tactic, she couldn't help but pout. What a cheap move. Seeing this, Gray held her tight and rubbed his cheek against hers. "Oh, you're just so adorable." Seeing the two of them so happy, Kang Yu took charge and declared, "Then it's a deal. By the way, Gray, you've been carrying Gaia all day. Are you okay?" He heard this and replied, "It's no big deal." But Kang Yu acted concerned and made a suggestion. "That won't do. You never know what might happen. You need to save your energy. How about—" Kang Yu paused mid-sentence, then after a moment said, "Let Sihun take over for a bit." Now that it had switched to him carrying Gaia, both of them seemed embarrassed and yelled out. Sihun panicked but couldn't just drop her, so he just stood there blushing. "Hey, isn't Gaia's wheelchair back in the Guardian Hall?" Hearing that, she also quickly cried out, "Exactly, Gray, stop laughing!" While everyone's attention was over there, Kang Yu dropped a strange object. Then he calmly stepped forward and spoke. "Let's go. Keep it up, Kang." Yu looks totally chill while pushing him into the aisle. "Sihun, the CEO said she was really bummed because she couldn't treat you to that kimchi stew last time." Feeling totally helpless, he could only call out, "Bro!" Kang Yu kept chatting away while walking. "Gaia, I know I shouldn't be the one to say this, but the food at our place is fire." Meanwhile, at Yu-sun's place, he's studying the liquid form seeds, and he can't help feeling frustrated. "I can't decode this at all." Yu-sun rubs his head in exhaustion. That the demonic cult could create something like this is truly insane. In a room filled with various specimens, Yu-sun lets out a quiet sigh of relief. "Man, it's a relief we have so many samples." But suddenly, he thinks of Kang Yu. He begins to speculate. Right, they said he was the new guy. Oh, Kang Yu was the one who suggested gathering the seeds. But he looks so clueless. I don't know what Gaia was thinking. Letting someone who isn't a guardian join in. Right after that, Jillian's son thinks of something and cries out in panic. Well, since he came up with the idea, he might not be a total idiot. He quickly casts his spell. What's going on? Jillian's son decides to go for a more aggressive approach, thinking to himself, let's try using magic to handle this. Suddenly, an image of an explosion appears before him. Yu-sun's face turns pale, his heart trembling with fear. No way! A truly terrifying sight is unfolding right before his eyes. The liquid seeds are gathering dark energy together, leading him to speculate further. Such violent energy, could it be? A bizarre image appears, making Yu-sun call out with a chill down his spine. Intensifying, those glowing red eyes are staring right this way, sending shivers through him even more. How the hell did Satan get here? Suddenly, Yu-sun realizes something and warns himself. We just made eye contact. Immediately, Yu-sun is hit by a backlash and sent flying backward. A heavy impact sound echoes from where he fell. Yu-sun's face is now pale and ghostly blue. He realized that he didn't just notice my magic, but he shattered it just with his eyes. How is that even possible? The more he thinks about it, the more he feels something is wrong, gritting his teeth in thought. I don't have time to sit here in despair. Gillian starts to pull himself together and think. I was so caught off guard that I didn't notice. He stands up and looks around the laboratory, making further deductions. But clearly, I didn't detect any other resources when I used my magic to scan the area. That means Satan is attacking the cellar alone. If I play my cards right, I can take down that prophecy demon right here. He quickly runs out of the room, scanning the surroundings warily. I can control countless spells. Magic is set up throughout the cellar. Yu-sun opens another door, revealing a room. This is the control room. He walks toward the chair in the center of the room. He falls into a deep silence. high-tech headsets, and magic. They don't seem like a match, but they've been specifically optimized for spells. Ju-sun suddenly flashes back to the past. Those old fossils who kicked me out of the family will never understand. He tells himself, let's get it started. Immediately, Jillian sits in the chair and takes command, adjusting the defense system to level 2. Yet Jillian still feels uneasy and speaks up. It's not enough. Bump it to level 4. The system adjusts immediately. Understood. Adjusting defense system to level 4. He puts on the glasses, quickly asking the system, where is Satan now? Right away. The system interface in front of him begins to analyze. At that moment, Satan outside couldn't help but smirk with a scoff. So has he destroyed the entrance already? Ju-sun sees Satan's behavior and can't help but mock him. You look like you're just taking a stroll. His smile becomes even more dangerous. Beside him, Ju-sun's voice rings out. He's becoming increasingly irritated, acting all chill and whatever. Faced with that situation, Ju-sun sits in the control room. He doesn't seem intimidated at all. He smirks and says, fine then. Let's see how long you can keep up that carefree attitude. Ju-sun's long, slender fingers are skillfully typing away. You might be known as the prophecy demon, the king of hell, or even a monster there. Immediately, the system reports. Activating defense system. Numerous magic circles appear, along with the statement. But right here, a second later, a system panel pops up, executing intruder elimination. Ju-sun's commanding voice rings out, I am the king. Before that, blue smoke appears in the white void. At least in this place, many magic circles appear in the air, along with the blue smoke. The system announces, initiating intruder removal protocol. The Demon King stands before the magic circles, wearing his cloak. His voice is full of authority, because I am the king here. The circle marked with fire begins to charge energy. From the magic circles, small flames begin to spray out. The small flames grow larger and lunge straight at Kang Yu. A plume of purple smoke surges up. The purple smoke swirls around his body, protecting him from those powerful fire spells. The magic circle converts energy into ice form. Sharp ice blocks hurtle toward Kang Yu. From behind, ice spikes lunge rapidly along with fire magic, attacking the Demon King all at once. After the massive explosion from those two spells, behind the white smoke is a purple shield, with shards of ice scattered around. Kang Yu is still safe after that violent onslaught. Kang Yu's eyes glow bright red and piercingly sharp. He suddenly realizes he's standing on a circle, a huge magic circle. A giant rock stabs up from the ground, pushing him upward. Kang Yu flashes a sinister grin and raises his leg. Kang Yu stomps hard on the rock. With just one stomp from the Demon King, the rock crumbles inward. He smashes the giant rock with a single kick. Somewhere, someone is sitting, staring at the screen, monitoring Kang Yu. Jillian Sun's face is filled with panic. Drenched in sweat, he thinks, no way, a spell just... On this side, Kang Yu continues to walk. Jillian Sun thinks that must be Kang Yu with those glowing red eyes, his sinister smile emitting a mist, forming the shape of a demon's face. In that terrifying moment, Jillian Sun is terrified. The demon from the prophecy, Satan, inside Jillian Sun, is trying to find a way to counter Kang Yu. Set protection level to 5. The system light flashes an announcement, changing protection level to 5. Ju-sun's hands move lightning fast, resetting the protection system. Fine, you want me to go all out? Kang Yu still walks leisurely among the magic circles. From beneath the magic circles, an unknown hooded pillar emerges. Monsters are created from those pillars. But Kang Yu is being surrounded by those monsters spawned from the magic circles. Ju-sun's face is drenched in sweat, eyes blazing with fury, teeth gritted, nose bleeding. He thinks, I've already used too many spells, but if I don't go this far, I won't be able to take down that monster. Those giant monsters raise their arms and slam down hard toward Kang Yu. Die! Kang Yu lightly lifts his hand. A massive energy radiates from him. Kang Yu crosses his arms above his head in an X shape. That energy explodes. All the monsters that do Suen created have been blown away. Jillian in the control room is extremely anxious and quickly sets up another defense system, now setting protection level to level 6. Jillian calculates in his head, while he's already wiped out from fighting the golem, the guard core will be a tougher nut to crack. System notification, adjusting protection level to level 6. The magic circle continues to charge destructive energy. On his side, the golems have been defeated and lie on the ground. Jillian shouts, fire! A beam of light shoots out from the magic circle, massive and incredibly powerful. No way he can dodge this. That light grows stronger and faster, lunging toward Kang Yu in a pointed shape. He calmly brings both hands to his chest, forming an X shape. Kang Yu gently flicks both hands to his sides. The beam of light is split in multiple directions. This completely shocks Zhu Xuan. The light beams fly elsewhere, creating massive explosions. Jun Xuan clutches his chest, shaking uncontrollably. This is insane! Was I too stupid to think I could handle the demon from this prophecy by myself? Jun Xuan is bleeding from his nose and mouth, but remains persistent. Damn it, I can't give up here. Gillian Xuan reminisces about the past. To be recognized by those foolish elders who kicked me out. Set protection level to level 7. A beam of light radiates intensely. To repay Lady Gale for accepting me, the 4 pillars in the system room glow fiercely. The system also announces, set defense mode to maximum level. Dushan tries to hold on. I will never give up. Jillian, with a sharp gaze, screams at the top of his lungs. If that's not enough, then I'll put my entire life on the line. Activate Guardian Blade. Mysterious blue smoke radiates around Jillian. Completely mystical. I don't think I've enjoyed myself enough. The system screen glitches. Jillian is startled. Where did that voice come from? An arm emerges from the system screen, heading straight for Yuji Xuan. What on earth is this? That arm throttles Yuji Xuan's neck with immense force, making him cough up blood. The smoke clears. The person appearing before Yuji Xuan is none other than Kang Yu. Kang Yu flashes an eerie smile, his voice dripping with contempt. You really think you can stop me with those toys? Dushan struggles to break free from the chokehold, but Kang Yu won't let go. I am death. I am the end. Jun Xuan's body trembles, his eyes rolling back. Kang Yu continues his speech. I am the father of all who are filled with rage and rage itself. Remember this, you mere mortal. Kang Yu, with a demonic face, declares, I am Satan. At another location, Ray is carrying Gale in his arms, sweating slightly. Damn it! I left as soon as I got the emergency call, but it looks like it's already too late. All 4 are standing before the destroyed cave. Gale asks Ray, what's the situation? Jun Xuan bows his head before them. I'm so sorry, Lady Gale. She's being carried and might be quite weak. Guard Corpse, Jegohyun. Jillian, with a sorrowful face, bows respectfully. I failed to protect the vault from Satan. He glances up. That's why I have a question. Jillian looks toward Kang Yu and Si-hun. Where have you two been all this time? Si-hun is about to speak up and explain. Before Si-hun could even get a word out, Gray interjects. I understand your suspicion, but these two have been by our side from the start. Gale adds, that's right. They aren't the kind of people who would do something like that. Jillian's gaze softens with regret, looking at the two of them for blaming them wrongly. Kang Yu smiled and thought to himself, everything is going even better than I thought. Kang Yu recalled what he had done. The power of the clone performed its duty perfectly. Kang Yu looked back at the memories, because clones can only perform simple actions, like eating or talking. There is a limitation where the real body must move if you want to use the power. I had to sneak away, but everything went quite successfully. And everyone's reaction was great, too. Julian Xuan, with a face full of remorse, apologized to the two of them. Mr. Kang Yu, Mr. Si-hun, I am sorry for doubting you both. On Kang Yu's hand, he was wearing a ring that was incredibly sparkly. Yeah, anyway, on the way back, I'll just cancel the spell of the clone power altogether. Kang Yu said with a gentle smile, his face highlighting his elegant beauty. Don't worry about it. I completely understand why you thought that way. Kang Yu thought to himself. Anyway, the perfect disguise is complete. Kang Yu looked absolutely radiant with this. No one will believe I am Satan, even though I really am not. Si-hun stammered, wait a second. Si-hun asked Du Xuan, what happened to the guarded rift seeds? Jun Xuan with a sad, trembling face. I'm sorry. Jun Xuan bowed. I couldn't protect a single rift seed, not even one. Everyone there was utterly shocked. Only Kang Yu cracked a sinister smile. Everyone there was in an uproar. He moved with that many seeds? Not just 1 or 2, but he took around 1,000 rift seeds? Everyone was anxious. Only Kang Yu gently licked his lips. The rift seeds. They are delicious. Recalling the scene from earlier, the Demon King was flying in midair, surrounded by blue mist. The seeds being absorbed will produce demonic power in the deepest core. System notification. The seal of the 10,000 demon cores has been weakened. Your demonic power has increased by 3 points. You thought, my demonic power has increased by 3 points. Gayer suddenly spoke up, I am sorry. It is all because I lacked ability. Hearing this, Kang Yu suddenly took notice. Kang Yu looked over, saw Gayer with hands clasped and smiled. Because I let my guard down. The rift seeds that everyone tried so hard to gather. Kang Yu cut in. No, this isn't just Gayer's fault. Everyone makes their own mistakes. Hearing that, Gayer was quite surprised. Kang Yu stood solemnly. The most important thing is what we learn through those mistakes. Am I right? Kang Yu spoke as he walked. Even though Satan has weakened across dimensions, he is still powerful. He is also ruthless, enough to exploit Alex's obsession and kill him. Not only that, he also wants us to let our guard down. Everyone there listened to Kang Yu's words. That is why we need to become stronger. Everyone who heard Kang Yu speak had to reflect, we should not repeat the mistakes that we have already committed. A bright red scene suddenly appeared. We must be strong, enough to face the demon of the prophecy, Satan. Kang Yu spoke while raising his hand high. He clenched his hand into a fist. Let's protect this world together. We will stop your evil deeds. Legend says that the demon King Balzac, the name of the strongest demon in the underworld. He was the symbol of terror on the land. He ruled, and he single-handedly overwhelmed the heroes. But back to reality. All of those events, the evil demon King Balzac, wearing a pink apron, was sitting and folding laundry, looking totally precious. But how much longer must I endure this humiliation? A glint flashed in the eyes of the evil demon King Balzac. Yes, that's it. I won't make any more mistakes. Balzac stood up and ran off. Balzac ran toward the door and shouted, Master! Balzac burst through the door. I tried my best to suck it up, but I just can't take it anymore. Today I'm definitely telling you. Kang Yu looked toward the door. Huh? Balzac's eyes were full of determination. I have to tell you, how many more times must you flip your socks, right side out, before throwing them in the washer? Master, you probably have no idea how big of a deal this is for the person who actually folds the clothes. Kang Yu could only scratch his head. Oh, for real? I'm sorry, Balzac. He was fuming. From now on, please be more careful. Once the matter was settled, Balzac instantly switched back to his cheerful self. Now then, I'll have a much easier time folding these. He was left stunned, not knowing what just went down. Yeonju was cracking up so hard she couldn't close her mouth. This whole situation was already hilarious, seeing an undead wearing an apron. But who would have thought he'd lecture his master about putting laundry in the washing machine so politely? Kang Yu looked at Yeonju and said, let's get back to the meeting. Yeonju laughed until she cried, trying to keep a straight face. All right, I'll let this slide. And Yeonju began to share her opinions. First of all, I tried to investigate the followers of the demon cult, but they haven't made a single move. Regardless, I'll keep digging. Kang Yu scratched his chin. So no significant progress yet? Kang Yu leaned on his hand, deep in thought. Even though the damage was minimized, the undeniable truth is that the Gaia system has weakened. But if their goal was to weaken the system, they should have done something by now, shouldn't they? Yeonju interrupted Kang Yu's thoughts. You said the demon of the prophecy, Satan, has taken on a human form. Can you describe what he looks like? Yeonju voiced her plan. Since the demon cult is laying low, I'll continue investigating his appearance. Hearing this, Kang Yu was suddenly startled. Kang Yu replied flusteredly, that's probably not important. Anyway, Satan is likely hiding among the demon cultists. There's no way Satan would hide in Korea. Yeonju stood up. Well, that's true. That's everything I wanted to ask. I have some business to attend to now. Kang Yu waved goodbye to Yeonju. Keep investigating the demon cult. Once we track them down, finding Satan will be much easier. Yeonju pulled her hat down. All right. Yeonju suddenly froze, but she stood at the door, turned around, and said to Kang Yu, to be perfectly honest, your growth is getting pretty abnormal, and it's actually quite sus. When everything you did 5 years ago is completely off the radar. Yeonju looked at Kang Yu with a cold gaze. Wouldn't it just make more sense if you were the demon of the prophecy yourself? Hearing Yeonju say that, Kang Yu's face was horrified, sweating buckets. What? Yeonju laughed out loud. Ha ha, are you for real? I was only kidding. Yeonju said her piece and walked out. Thanks to you, I got a good laugh in. Now time for me to get back to work. But Kang Yu was still low-key panicking. That really gave me a heart attack. Since I didn't see it coming, I couldn't even control my reaction. How could she possibly know? Damn it. The orb on the table suddenly glowed. Seeing this, Kang Yu went to check it. Huh? Kang Yu picked it up. Wait, what's happening? Kang Yu suddenly realized something. What? In a peaceful space, this strange phenomenon was detected within Gaia's system. The system announced, Sawan S-rank alert. Kang-gu stepped out from the white gate. Si-hoon turned around and called out, Hyung! Kang-gu walked over and asked where that strange phenomenon was. Over here, everyone said, making Kang-gu flinch slightly. A green trace appeared in the empty air. That spatial rift, I think I've seen it somewhere before. The crack gradually grew larger. Wait, don't tell me. A light emerged from within the rift, taking everyone by surprise. Si-hoon and Reishi stood before Gaia with weapons drawn. To protect her, a foot stepped out from inside the rift. Something is coming out. Stepping out from the rift was the Arnon prince. He spoke in a language that no one recognized. The Arnon prince continued speaking in that gibberish. Si-hoon didn't understand what he was saying, turning his head slightly back. What kind of language is this? Arnon touched his chest. Do you understand me now? Everyone there asked, "Who are you?" Arnon smiled and said, "My name is Ronaldo. I am the third prince of the Arnon Empire," Gaia said in shock. "Huh? Where is the Arnon Empire?" Kangu froze. "It's that bastard." Kangu recalled the past. He was the hero who crawled out when I summoned Echidna. Crap, I never thought he'd show up here. Arnon walked toward them. "The Arnon Empire is a country in Ernoa." Kangu didn't care about what he was saying. "For now, I'll just play dumb and act like I don't know anything." Gaia wondered, "Where on earth is Ernoa?" Arnon's eyes sparkled. "So it's you." Arnon knelt on one knee before Gaia, the goddess from another world that Tyrion mentioned is Gaia, so you are her incarnation. Prince Arnon's kneeling surprised everyone present. He reached out a hand toward Gaia. "I believe you could call this our destiny." Gaia placed her hand on Arnon's. "I came here to meet you." Watching this, Sihun's face darkened. Sihun looked at the two with hollow eyes. "I'm lost. Who even are you?" Kangu stood behind Gaia, putting on a mask. "Phew! That was a close call. I would have been exposed if I were a second later." Gaia continued, "So where exactly is the Ernoa continent?" Kangu stood behind her with a stern expression. "That bastard would definitely recognize my face. I can't just keep wearing this mask forever." Kangu closed his eyes, deep in thought. "The Ernoa continent, huh? What on earth did he crawl all the way here for?" Reishi stood with arms crossed. "Are you a hero of the Ernoa continent?" Sihun placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. "A world where different races coexist?" Kangu paid no attention to their conversation. He just kept thinking, unable to even guess the purpose of crossing dimensions. Gaia looked at the person kneeling before her. "Anyway, Ronaldo, why exactly did you come to Earth?" Arnon said softly. "The reason I came here is..." Arnon envisioned zombies and monsters to eliminate the Demon King, who fled into this dimension. Demon King Barzak. Hearing that it was to eliminate the Demon King, Gaia asked again with great concern, "Demon King Barzak?" Kangu also flinched slightly. "This is insane. In this group of people around me, I bet almost everyone has seen Barzak before." Kangu recalled the scene at home, but luckily, except for Seoha, no one knows that the one named Barzak is at my house. Most think he's just a low-tier skeleton, with no name. Besides, who would ever think someone in a pink apron could be a Demon King? Standing behind Gaia, Kangu thought, "For now, I just need to keep Barzak hidden as much as possible." Arnon gently explained, "Lord Tyrion said that the Demon King, that Barzak sold his soul to an otherworldly demon to cross into this dimension." Gaia asked with a calm expression, "An otherworldly demon?" Behind his mask, Kangu's face turned pale with anxiety. "I heard he is the leader of all demons, an ultimate devil who possesses the sea of demonic power." Kangu felt nervous. "No way. Does he even know about my existence?" Kangu, who had been silent, opened his mouth as if to say something, but he thought that even if Janan explicitly identified him as a demon, he probably wouldn't be under immediate suspicion here. However, from the very beginning, he couldn't leave any traces, so that the guy wouldn't be able to track him down. Kangu's words took everyone by surprise. "Is it Satan?" Kangu was intending to shift the focus to someone else. "I must make him think it's Satan. That's the only way I'll be safe." Sihun agreed. "Yes, I also think it's Satan." When Gaia heard Satan's name, she could no longer stay calm. No one else but him could pull off something like this. Arnon looked surprised. "So the name of the devil with the sea of demonic power is Satan?" Sihun's face was full of resentment as he clenched his fists. "I can't be certain, but if we're talking about the pinnacle of demons, it can only be Satan." Hearing this, Kangu felt a bit of joy inside. "Perfect, keep it going like that." Arnon placed both hands on his thighs, as expected. Meeting Lord Gaia today was truly destiny. Arnon bowed his head with deep reverence. "I cannot face the Demon King alone, but if Lord Gaia and I join forces, we can take him down." Arnon looked at Gaia as an apostle of the hero god Tyrion. A golden beam of light suddenly appeared. "I want to protect Lord Gaia." Gaia was silent for a moment and then said, "All right." Arnon stood up. A radiant golden light emanated from him, astonishing everyone around him. Gaia reacted to the sensation. "This feeling is..." Gaia let out a soft smile. "Ah, so that's it." Sihun looked confused. "What's going on?" Gaia said happily, "This must be a revelation. The will of Lord Tyrion. That the hero Janan mentioned has been passed on to me." Gaia looked up at the sky. "Lord Tyrion has asked me to work with the hero, Janan, to wipe out the demons on Earth." Gaia said to Arnon, "Fate? I'm not so sure. But meeting you like this, Janan, is a stroke of luck." Hearing Gaia's response, Arnon placed his hand over his heart with a beaming smile. "No, this isn't luck, it's our destiny." Gaia and Arnon happily laughed and joked together. Kangu watched from behind. "Now what should I do with that guy?" Kangoo crossed his arms and thought back to the past. In any case, it's certain that he is God's apostle and Gaia's ally, unlike that psycho Alex, so killing him won't be easy. But I can't just keep wearing a mask all day long. Kangoo saw Sihun's gloomy face and sighed. Kangoo suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Kangoo remembered Prince Arnon's pathetic state. Where's that female mage who was with him last time? Arnon was lying on the ground in pain. Vina, the person beside Arnon, begged Kangoo through tears, "Please spare Lord Genon's life." Kangoo remembered that scene and thought, why has he come here already? How dare he hit on our Sihun's first love? Is he for real? Kangoo had a very wicked look on his face. Looks like there's no other choice then. Arnon glanced at Kangoo, who was still deep in thought. This isn't because I'm afraid Genon will find out my identity. But if I just stand by, I wouldn't deserve to be called his big brother anymore. I'm only doing this for Sihun's sake. Brother. Arnon and Gaia were still chatting happily together, completely ignoring whatever Kangoo was doing. Who is that standing behind you? He doesn't seem like an apostle of the goddess. Gaia introduced him cheerfully. Oh, he joined the protection squad not long ago. Even though he isn't the one chosen by the gods to be a guardian, his heart and his sense of justice are stronger than anyone else's. Arnon greeted him cheerfully. Oh, pleasure to meet you, I am Genon. Kangoo put on his headphones. For the sake of Sihun's love? So what if I have to get my hands dirty? Kangoo warmly replied to the greeting. Nice to meet you, I am Kangoo. Despite his friendly exterior, Kangoo was thinking something else entirely. Sihun, just trust your bro. That guy is going to get wrecked. Scene changes to the training room inside the sanctuary. Sihun looked around. I didn't expect the sanctuary to have a place like this. Gaia replied happily. Lately, Sihun has mostly been active at the gates, so you probably haven't visited this place yet. Kangoo was stretching as he listened to Sihun's question. But is it really okay? If we're going to act together with Lord Genonalan, Kangoo answered calmly. It's fine. Genonalan himself was the one who asked for it after all. A brief flashback to the past. Arnon said, starting tomorrow, we will begin tracking down Vanjihak immediately. If Vanjihak has become a pawn of the demon, Satan then through him. We can easily find him. Satan. Gaia lowered her head and said sadly, I'm sorry, it's a bit embarrassing to admit this, but truth is right now, we don't even have a way to track down the demon, Vanjihak, let alone the demonic cult organization that he leads. Arnon didn't blame Gaia and said, that's quite all right. Even if we can't track the demonic cult, I have a way to find Vanjihak. Hearing this, Gaia was suddenly startled. Is that really true? Arnon stood glowing under the sunset. Yes, once a day. At the moment the sky turns gold, I will receive a revelation from Lord Tyrion, showing where Vanjihak is and what he's doing. Ray stood nearby with arms crossed. Good grief, you have an ability like that? Gaia said happily. If we use this well, we can map out the entire force of the demonic cult. Everyone began chatting excitedly. Then in the next few days, we will analyze the information from the revelations to get a clear picture of the demonic cult and Vanjihak. But is there a safe place around here to avoid being disturbed while receiving the revelation? In that case, why don't you stay at the sanctuary where I'm living for now? Gaia introduced her residence. There are plenty of empty rooms there. It won't be an inconvenience at all. Hearing this, Arnon gently replied, Then I will accept your proposal. Kangoo remained silent. That person mentioned that, until the revelation arrives, please leave them alone. A long flame appeared in Kangoo's hand. And there's one more thing. I want to test something out. Everyone asked, what kind of test? In Kangoo's hand, a sword of fire materialized and transformed into the demon sword Graham. Now we will find out whether I'm strong enough to face Satan or not. Kangoo continued speaking while Sihun's expression looked uneasy. When I saw Genon, I realized one thing, exactly how important it is to be chosen by the gods. Kangoo noticed Sihun looking down. Sihun, you don't need to feel insecure at all. You also carry the soul of the martial god within you. If Genon can do it, then you can do it too. Hearing Kangoo's encouragement, Sihun cheered up again. Sihun gathered his spirit and gripped his sword hilt. Yes, you're right. Kangoo rested the sword on his shoulder and looked at Sihun. Now that I think about it, I think this is the first time we've sparred together. Sihun could only laugh. Haha, you're right. Kangoo turned to Gaia. Gaia, please step back with Gray and help me evaluate Sihun's progress. Can you feel a sensation similar to when Arnon received a revelation from Tyrion? Gale happily agreed. So that's why I was called here too. I get it now, Kangoo thought with a welcoming face. Actually, it wasn't because of that. The reason I called those two here was just to separate them from Jinan. Kang Yu was wearing a headset on his ear, and this tool can communicate with a summoned beast from a distance, using only consciousness. To use Van Jahak's invention on Van Jahak's side, he was also wearing an identical headset. Kang Yu called Van Jahak through his will Van Jahak. He respectfully replied yes. After confirming the connection was established, Kang Yu and Sihun began their training. Sihun lunged toward Kang Yu like a bolt of lightning. All right then, let's get it started. On the other side, Arnon was sitting with his hands clasped. A golden glow radiated around him. Suddenly, Arnon felt a surge of energy from Lord Tyrion rising within his body. I'm about to see the revelation. Suddenly, Arnon gasped, "No!" The vision Arnon was seeing was a little girl locked in an iron cage, suspended in the air and struck by bolts of lightning. The leader in the cloak stood there laughing. "Ha ha ha, scream louder! Until he can finally hear you!" Inside the iron cage, a tiny girl with teary eyes was wailing. The demon laughed, seeing that. "Heh, I bet through the revelation. You guys can see where I am right now, can't you?" The girl inside the cage kept pleading, "Ah, it hurts so much. Help me!" Lightning bolts like divine judgment crashed down on the iron cage. "No way!" Arnon stood up in a furious rage. "Van Jahak, what the hell are you doing?" Van Jahak laughed gleefully, seeing Arnon so pissed off. "Ha ha ha! You think having Tyrion's protection is enough to face off against me? You thought meeting those serving Gaia would make things any different. Did you forget who I am?" Arnon's face was distorted with rage as he gnashed his teeth. Van Jahak declared loudly, "I am the Demon King Van Jahak. If you want to save this girl, come here alone." Van Jahak turned around. He was wearing a cute pink apron. "Rise, hero." The cage was now on the ground. Van Jahak was cradling the child in his arms. The baby girl had puffed up cheeks and a reluctant look on her face. "This is so annoying." To everyone's surprise, that child was Echidna. Van Jahak was trying hard to soothe her. "Just bear with it a little longer. He's almost here." She pouted. "I don't like him." A light appeared in the night sky above. Van Jahak was still comforting her. "But you can't show that, got it?" A flash of light as fast as lightning shot straight down from the night sky. "If he has even a single doubt, our whole plan will be cooked." The golden light flew straight in front of Van Jahak. Behind the smoke curtain was Arnon with a face full of resentment. "He's here." Arnon frowned at the scene before him. Echidna screamed loudly. She kept yelling in Van Jahak's arms, "Please save me, hero." And Echidna, with teary eyes, was being held by Van Jahak. He laughed out loud. "Jinan, do you want to save this little girl?" Inside her shimmering, teary eyes, Arnon's image was reflected. "Why are you just standing there? Don't you want to kill me?" Arnon grit his teeth. "Van Jahak, get away from her!" Van Jahak sneered. "Truly pathetic. Why do you have to be so triggered? Over such a tiny life?" Arnon gripped his sword tightly, pointing it at Van Jahak. "You bastard!" A magic circle appeared next to Van Jahak. Van Jahak cast a spell. "Rise, my undead army!" Many zombies emerged from the magic circle. Countless armored zombies appeared. "Death Knight. Rip the living apart. Tear them open and drink their blood. Carve those commoners' names with your very own blade." The zombies let out a roar upon hearing the command. They quickly lunged toward Arnon. "And kill my enemy!" Arnon stood there like a towering statue. "How dare you!" Fuming with rage, Arnon gripped his sword even tighter. Taking such a tiny girl as a hostage? She looked so fragile she could snap in half. "Just by one touch from you." Arnon charged forward like a bolt of lightning. "I will never forgive you." But the ground Arnon just passed exploded violently. Two zombie soldiers appeared in front of Arnon. They lunged at him with their swords drawn. Arnon swung his sword, blowing the two zombies to bits. Van Jahak stood on the sidelines watching Arnon fight and laughed out loud. "I never imagined I would have to deal with him again in another world." Echidna looked at the situation ahead with worry. "Van Jahak, can you actually take him down by yourself? Do you need my help?" Van Jahak gave a forced laugh upon hearing that. "Who do you think I am?" "I'm the one who made Erno shake in his boots." Echidna glanced up. "Can you really win, though?" Van Jahak watched as Arnon slaughtered his zombie army. "If this were the past, I'd win easily. But now it won't be that simple. After all, he's still a hero, blessed by Tyrion. If you weren't my hostage, this fight would have been over ages ago." Van Jahak used magic to turn his pillar into a streak of light, racing across the ground. "I've also received power from my master, and now I can attack him one-sidedly." Arnon stepped toward Van Jahak. A hand suddenly reached out from the ground. It grabbed Arnon's leg, catching him off guard. "So you don't even need to get involved." Two zombie soldiers leaped down from above, aiming straight for Arnon. Damn it! Blood splattered everywhere. The darkness enveloped everything. Unless something unusual happens, a mysterious voice called out from the unknown, my child, wake up. Arnon lay motionless, clothed in rags upon a stone slab. Arnon lay with eyes closed, gasping. Tyrion, I'm sorry. I think I made a mistake. Vanjahak has even more power. Now that he's a lackey of Satan, the mysterious figure replied to Arnon, how can you call your will? To save a little girl a mistake? Recalling the past, a massive fire broke out. Arnon was kneeling before the blaze. Once again, I couldn't protect them. Last time it was countless innocent people. And this time it's a fragile little girl. A glowing golden feather drifted in the air. The mysterious figure said, the first time we met, you told me you wanted to save everyone. You wanted to live for those weaker than you. Tyrion appeared, lifting the slab where Arnon lay. Don't you think falling here would be a massive disgrace? Lord Tyrion. But Tyrion continued to motivate Arnon. You still have a chance to save that girl? Arnon slowly opened his eyes. The two zombie soldiers suddenly flinched. Tyrion spoke to Arnon, even though the price is steep. For the sake of my child, I must do this. In the sky, a golden beam of light shone powerfully down on Arnon. I will grant you my strength. A pair of golden wings unfolded. Arnon soared into the sky with his radiant wings, granting you faith in the light. Vanjahak began to panic. After all, something unusual has indeed happened. What a pain in the neck. Looking at Arnon's image in the sky, Vanjahak starts thinking his wounds have completely healed, and he is radiating a golden power. Incredible, he just received the power of Tyrion and awakened as a hero? Half of Arnon's body is covered in smoke, huh? Well, no matter how you look at it, this is a bad sign. Suddenly, Arnon vanishes right in front of Vanjahak, making him panic a little. Where did he go? Vanjahak looks around. Is he here? Arnon appears behind him and slashes Vanjahak away. Arnon holds Akaina with one arm as she screams out, let go. Arnon gently says, I'm glad. Arnon holds her with one arm, tears falling as he smiles softly. I thought I wouldn't be able to protect you. Isn't Tyrion's blessing wonderful? Ekina glares up at Arnon with an angry face. How dare you touch me? With your filthy hands? Countless voices echo in her head. So annoying, so annoying, so annoying. Akaina's gaze gradually changes. I should kill him. Vanjahak communicates through thought. Calm down, you'll cause trouble for the master. If our identities are exposed, I know, she calmly bows her head. Thank you for saving me, Arnon reassures her. Vanjahak has fled to the canyon. The rope is untied. Please wait here. I will go deal with him and come back. Saying that, Arnon quickly flies away. Akaina watches Arnon leave. While standing there, she adjusts her communication device. She presses the device. Kang Yu, can you hear me? On the cliff, many explosions occur in succession. Vanjahak has been beaten until covered in wounds. Vanjahak lies on the ground looking up at Arnon flying above. Arnon is also exhausted, his eyes slowly closing. The power I borrowed from Tyrion is quite unstable. Have I reached my limit already? Arnon is thinking, I should end this quickly. Then suddenly Kang Yu shouts from below. Arnon looks down at Kang Yu. Kang Yu shouts from below. Why did you come here alone? Arnon gently lands on the ground. I'm sorry, Vanjahak took a hostage and called me out, so I didn't have time to call you. Kang Yu is surprised. Vanjahak took a hostage, huh? The wings on Arnon's shoulders disappear. Everything is fine now, thanks to Tyrion's blessing. I was able to protect that little girl. Kang Yu asks Arnon, are you okay? Is there anything I can help you with? Arnon puts his hand on his head and rubs it gently. I can't hear Tyrion's voice anymore. Has the power run out? I think everything will be okay. Kang Yu has come to help, and we just need to finish off that evil demon king. Arnon responds to Kang Yu's concern. Then could I ask you a favor? Arnon turns his head toward Vanjahak. The little girl that Vanjahak kidnapped might be nearby. While I handle things here, Arnon looks exhausted but still tries to speak to Kang Yu. Please take care of the girl. Before Arnon could even finish speaking, Kang Yu stabbed Arnon right from behind, leaving him stunned. Arnon turns around with a bewildered face to look at Kang Yu. Kang Yu starts to take off his mask. What a total pain in the ass. Kang Yu brushes his hair back, revealing a sinister expression. Go play the hero in some other story. The sound of clashing swords rings out continuously. Kim Si-hun and Kang Yu are fighting fiercely. Both of them hold their weapons in hand. Si-hun lunges forward and strikes hard, but he reacts just in time, quickly bringing up his sword to block the blow. Immediately after, he swings his sword with great force, knocking him back. Fortunately, though he was countered and blown back, he was prepared and managed to escape. Next, Si-hun gathers power around his sword. His gaze and movements are incredibly serious. he summons an entire spectral dragon, an image created by energy. Even while in midair, he can still unleash such massive energy. Even so, he doesn't let himself take the hit. Withdrawing the sword, after a moment of getting ready to counter Si-hoon and the phantom dragon, he lunges forward in a flash. He immediately unleashes his power straight at Kang-woo. Even if it's not a real dragon, it still sends dust flying across the arena. A massive explosion rings out. Thick smoke billows, completely blocking the view. One would think it could have injured Kang-woo, but he charges out from that smoke. Bright red arrows fly everywhere. Si-hoon managed to raise his sword in time to block the attack, but the arrow still grazed his sword, then slashed across his face, causing some scratches and bleeding. This left him completely shook. Si-hoon lands on the ground amid the swirling smoke, while Kang-woo stands there chill, holding a sword enveloped in red energy, thinking to himself, I only intended to spar with him to snap him out of it, real quick. But he might have already surpassed John Moojin. He analyzed while thinking, the source of power, and the energy radiating from his opponent. If he keeps leveling up at this rate, he'll be strong enough to face the 7 Hell Kings. Si-hoon, despite being injured, still has a determined look as he exclaims, just as I thought, you're legit strong. Then he grins with a wicked look. Let's see where Kim Si-hoon's current limit lies. Kang-woo finishes his train of thought, and immediately uses his skill with gale force. Instantly, purple energy like a whirlwind wraps around the entire sword. His face is full of hype, looking forward to the next part. When suddenly a voice calls through his earpiece, Kang-woo, do you copy? He relaxes his face and glances at the earpiece. Huh? Asina, what's up? The person on the other end continues. Kang-woo, what should I do? Vanza Ark is being chased by Jeon-ul. He might actually die, because Kang-woo is focusing on what the person on the other end is saying. The force on the sword also dissipates a little, leaving Si-hoon standing opposite in a daze, having no clue what's happening. Kang-woo answers in his mind. Vanza Ark is being pursued? I'll go check it out. Just wait there. Kang-woo stands still, using a search skill to get a better handle on the situation. For now, I'll use my surveillance ability to see through the eyes of the creature I summoned. Through that, he can see clearly. Jeon-ul standing opposite with a sword in hand. He finds it odd, really weird. Vanza Ark should have gotten stronger through the contract with me. So with that ability, technically, there should be a significant difference in power. Can he still lose to that hero? Just then, the sword is slammed hard into the ground. The area underfoot immediately explodes with a boom, sending those around flying back. But he remains completely unscathed, making him feel like something's not right, huh? Without letting the others catch their breath, Jeon-ul quickly dashes forward with a sharp gaze, fighting at an incredible speed. Wow, what even is this? What did that hero do to get so strong so fast? Asina is also confused. I don't know. Suddenly, there was a light and then he got buffed. Kang-woo can clearly see him relentlessly attacking with his sword, Vanza Ark. Every swing of the blade carries massive power, but he can still dodge all of them, so he's fine. Nevertheless, Kang-woo is totally stunned. Did that hero awaken because he was blessed by the gods? So what should we do? Should I help him? Kang-woo quickly makes a decision. No, just stay put until I get there. At this rate, I might lose Vanza Ark. The situation is currently super tense, but seeing the cute bunny pattern on his shirt, he's a bit at a loss for words. Why is he wearing that to a fight? This is a dangerous gamble. But I've got no other choice now. Next, he withdraws his energy. Si-hoon, standing opposite, also sharp enough to notice Kang-woo. His face is calm as he smiles. I think Jeon must have received the revelation by now. Let's end this duel. Right here and go listen to the revelation. Si-hoon is startled. Oh, is it already this late? Yeah, Gaio also agrees. Let's go. Ray stands nearby, smiling and nodding. Yes. Kang-woo and Si-hoon turn to lead the way. Si-hoon suddenly stops, huh? He wonders, where did Jeon go? Kang-woo plays dumb, huh? Is there something over there? Seeing a footprint embedded in the ground makes Si-hoon find it strange. This looks like he used some vibration footwork to move fast to somewhere. Wait, if that's the case, he points at the mark. Kang-woo, look at this. Even though he's the one behind the whole thing, he stays cool and pretends, damn it, Vanza Ark. Or the demon cult must have lured him away somehow. He curses once. Damn it, then uses a stomp skill, using his super speed power skill too, to blast off as fast as possible. Si-hoon panics. Kang-woo, even Gaio finds it weird. What the hell is going on? Kang-woo shouts, I'm going ahead. Si-hoon, you go with Gaio, acting all worried on the outside. But inside he's totally relieved that his old gamble paid off. Back to the present. Kang-woo pulls the sword out of Jeon's body. I almost lost Vanza Ark for real. Then he speaks up, oh, but I don't think I or anyone else reading this webtoon would ever think you're the main character. The sword is withdrawn, making Jeon collapse to the ground in agony. One hand bracing himself, the other covering the wound on his body. Cough, cough, Jenin really can't believe it. Kang-woo. Why, at that exact moment, Asina runs out and cuts him off. Kang-woo, can I come out now? Seeing this, his eyes go even wider. Jenin screams, Kid, no. He's dangerous. Stay away from that monster. Asina looks at him with pure disgust. What? Kang-woo is way better than you. Completely different from her attitude toward Jenon. The girl acts super close to Kang-woo. Kang-woo. I feel so bad, because he was just faking being nice to me earlier. Please punish him. This leaves Jenin shook. Anyway, Gaio and Sihun will be here soon. You need to bounce before then. Jenon isn't hearing a word of it, staring blankly at Kang-woo's back. His whole face goes dark. Is this a nightmare? No, maybe I'm seeing things. Kang-woo's next words shatter his delusions. Vanza Ark, you too. How's your wound? He cackles. Kick, it's pretty bad, but I can still move. Jenon snaps out of it, repeating the name in his head. Vanza Ark, don't act tough, go with Asina. Vanza Ark nods. Understood, master. He's devastated. They're all in on it, even the kid? Jenon watches them talking casually, walking back and forth. Then he suddenly realizes something is off. Wait, there's only one person who could use Vanza Ark to do something like this. He turns around and asks with difficulty, Are you Satan? Kang-woo stays calm. What are you talking about? He reaches up to touch his mask. Are you seriously confusing me with that evil demon? Trying to lead Earth to its doom? Isn't that a bit too much? He speaks while taking off the mask. Jenon is even more shocked at the sight. He literally can't believe his eyes. You're the master of the dragon demon? He lets out a massive scream. Once he confirms exactly who his opponent is. Kang-woo smirks wickedly, looking at him like he's a total moron. You really are slow on the uptake. Jenon completely collapsed. Then he flew into a rage, screaming and questioning the demon. Have you been playing with me this whole time? He spoke while drawing his sword. But at that exact moment, a stream of blood surged up from his mouth. His whole body froze, his brow furrowing deeply. Jenon crumpled to the ground. He spat out a stream of hot blood and coughed violently. Kang-woo sat down to watch the show, clicking his tongue in pity. With a body full of holes like that, you really shouldn't overdo it. Kang-woo placed his hand right on one of those punctures. You're being punished for trying to live such a comfortable life. I feel a little bad about it. I don't have any ill will toward you, but the situation is just too complicated. Maybe there was a better way, but my hands are tied, he said as he propped up the other's body. If you understood my circumstances, you would have said, I should die for him. Renan, even while trembling uncontrollably, didn't forget to hurl an insult. You bastard! Kang-woo ignored him as purple energy swirled around. Anyway, I'm sorry, Renan. I will remember you. Just then, Si-hun and the others arrived. Kang-woo! Did you find Jenon? Before the words could even finish, the blood-curdling scream from Kang-woo echoed out, leaving the entire group paralyzed in shock. Si-hun's face also turned deathly pale. Kang-woo pretended to tremble, clutching Jenel's body and shouting, Damn it, damn it, damn it! Geyer, who could only hear, became even more terrified. What on earth happened? He looked up to the heavens and cried out, Oh, Tyrion, oh, Geyer! If you can hear me, please answer. Why did you let Jenel's life end like this? Why? Seriously, why? Hearing Kang-woo's frantic, questioning screams made Geyer feel tense. She covered her mouth with her hands. No, how could something like this happen? Ray watched the scene, lost for words. He could only call out Geyer's name. Seeing Jenel's corpse clearly sent Si-hun into a state of total shock. His face went pale, his eyes wide in disbelief. Kang-woo, it's my fault. I'm so sorry. If only I hadn't suggested the duel and arrived late. Geyer, unaware of the truth, shook her head. No, it's not your fault. Si-hun felt the same, calling Kang-woo's name in a low voice. But at this very moment, his heart was completely calm. Hidden from where they could see, Kang-woo wore a ghastly, mocking smirk. It's not my responsibility. When there's someone else to take the fall. Satan. The one who used dirty tricks to lure and kill. Jenel. The little Jenel doll was right in his hands, just as the demon Satan had planned. Kang-woo continued to think, how could this possibly be my fault? Anyway, I need to wrap this up. He spoke aloud. The light was fading now. Geyer called out to Ray. Ray immediately understood and set Geyer down. We've lost another hero. He nodded slowly. Ray helped Geyer get close to him, but Kang-woo, it's not over yet. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Look at the sky. I can't see it, but I know that infinite stars are lighting up the darkness of the sky. Just like those stars are you and all the guardians. They all looked up at the night sky together. She comforted him, as long as there are heroes, trying to protect the world. The light will not vanish. Yeah, the light hasn't died yet. Kang-woo was speechless, grimacing and thinking to himself, wow, that really was a killer line. Sounds cringe as hell. But for now, He knew how to play along, pretending to shed a single tear. "You're right, Gayer. The light hasn't died yet." Then he clenched his fist and looked up, his face full of resolve. "No, we cannot let it fade away." Deep down, he finally understood. "Aha, that's it." Gayer nodded. "I believe you, Kang Yu." Si-hun covered his face, his whole body shaking with continuous sobs. "Kang Yu, you gave a secret sigh of relief. Now there's no more risk of being exposed. No more identity issues. And the trust the Guardians have in me is at an all-time high. Man, this is just the payback for all the good deeds that I've done." Kang Yu continued to feel touched by his own virtue. "We need to organize a funeral for Janon. We must head back." And before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, the sword emitted a golden energy and hovered in midair. That sword shot out golden beams, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. A voice spoke out. From the sword, the silhouette of a colossal figure emerged. It pointed the sword at them and bellowed, "Who exactly is it?" It was furious, eyes flashing with a white light. "Who dares to harm my son?" The system repeatedly alerted Kang Yu. The hero god Tyrion is enraged. Then Tyrion pointed directly at his face and questioned him. "I am asking you, who killed my son?" This took Kang Yu completely by surprise. "Oh, this isn't right at all." He wondered in confusion. "I checked the link between Tyrion and Janon earlier. It was already severed." Remembering how Kang Yu had gone through the trouble of wailing, "Tyrion Gayer, if you can hear me, please answer. Why did Janon have to go through this?" He thought, puzzled. "I only said that to provoke them." "But did he actually show up?" Gayer spoke up in a panic. "Tyrion, please calm down." He still angrily asked Gayer's child, "Do you know who killed my son?" Kang Yu suddenly had an idea. "About that?" His eyes visibly lit up. "Wait a minute. He doesn't know who killed Janon?" Kang Yu stared at Tyrion, who was frantically looking for his son. "He doesn't know exactly what happened? Then I've dodged the worst-case scenario." He carefully assessed the situation. "And if that's the case," Kang Yu quickly knelt and said, "The evil Vanga killed Janon." Tyrion immediately denied it. "No, impossible! If it were him, I would have known." He very quickly changed his answer. "Then the one who killed Janon was—" Kang Yu forced out a tear and said, "Satan, it was definitely that demon." He smirked triumphantly to himself. "I can totally use this." Hearing this, Tyrion said in a deep voice, "I see." He leaned down and asked once more, "That demon took my son's life?" Tyrion gritted his teeth, agonizing over every word. "Satan! Satan!" He let out a furious roar. Tyrion's wrath was directed straight at Satan. Seeing this, Kang Yu cheered inwardly. "The Satan card is working like a charm." Tyrion spoke once more. "Child of Gayer." He stared at him and asked, "Is it true that you fought that demon?" Kang Yu replied confidently, "Of course. It is our duty to defeat Satan." Tyrion was still a bit skeptical. "Can I trust you?" Gayer then spoke up to vouch for him. "You can. Kang Yu is more worthy of the title of hero than anyone else I know. He was the most grieved and the first to act when Janon passed away." Hearing that, Tyrion asked in a softer tone, "O child who mourned for my son, what is your name?" Kang Yu quickly answered, "O Kang Yu." He held out the holy sword to him and said, "Then take Janon's sword, Kang Yu. That sword is named Denlin. It is a relic that possesses my power." The hero Tyrion promised, "I will give you all of my power, even if it costs me my life." The system immediately issued a warning. "Warning! The system has detected divine intervention. Hero god Tyrion, cease all further actions." Tyrion was suddenly struck by a bolt of lightning. The rest of the group saw this and screamed in horror. Tyrion and Kang Yu were also extremely surprised. "I don't know what this system is, but it seems like even the gods cannot interfere too much. More importantly, Tyrion is giving me power, even though she has to risk her life." He raised his voice, egging Tyrion on. "Tyrion, we cannot afford to lose a hero like you." "A great god? Sacrificing yourself for a mere mortal?" "You mustn't!" She gritted her teeth and shouted with full determination, "No, my mind is made up." Having achieved his goal, Kang Yu chuckled inwardly. "I knew it. I knew the more I said no, the more stubborn you'd get." Sure enough, Tyrion handed Denlin over to him and said, "You are worthy of this power, for you were the first to mourn for my son. Accept this power before I fade away." Kang Yu faked a few tears. "If this is what you wish," he cheered secretly, "this is awesome." Kang Yu took the sword and spoke heroically. "I swear in the name of Gaia," he promised, "I will not let Janon's death be in vain." Waiting until the power had integrated into his body, Kang Yu then boldly declared, "And I will save this world by killing Satan and his subordinates, the evil Vanga." The system immediately announced, "You have received the blessing of the hero god." It continued to report, "The hero god Tyrion has died due to excessive interference with the system. Before vanishing, she left behind one final message. Can you please use my power for justice? Seeing this, everyone frantically called out Tyrion's name. She closed her eyes as if letting go. I can feel every part of you through this bond. Your mind, your resolve, and a massive demonic power? Only then did Tyrion's eyes snap open in terror. What, wait, demonic power? She scanned the surrounding space in total confusion. This dark energy, this is the demonic sea. Tyrion looked up at the person before her. She questioned Kang Yu in disbelief. Are you the master of the demonic sea? He only gave a slight mocking smile. Both you and Janon realized it way too late. Tyrion shouted angrily, You bastard! It was you who killed my son! No, I gave my power to a demon like you? Kang Yu curled his lip in contempt. Nobody forced you to pick me. You were the idiot who offered yourself up. He summoned countless demon hands to seize her and said, Don't be so sad, I'll kill Satan as promised. Tyrion was still struggling pointlessly. She screamed, If you aren't Satan, then... Tyrion even tried to threaten him. I have to tell Michael about this. Kang Yu didn't care at all and just urged her on. Tell Michael my foot! Hand over the rest of that power to me. Tyrion's eyes were gradually shrouded in darkness. You! The holy sword in Kang Yu's hand suddenly vibrated. Its power began to fight back against him. The others saw this and called out to Kang Yu in panic. Kang Yu! Kang Yu! Annoyed by the torment, he snapped, Damn it! This hurts like hell. It's like she's amplifying the energy so I can't take it. Is this her final struggle? He looked at the sword helplessly. Piece of junk! It's so different from the energy I've dealt with before. I can't control it. Kang Yu had an idea. In that case, he used his ultimate move, predation, to devour it. I'll just have to force it. The system notification appeared, Mana Glutton is now active. Warning, this mana flow contains foreign energy. Stable conversion into demonic power is impossible. Do you wish to proceed with the conversion? Even so, Kang Yu was determined to use it. I don't care. Just do it, the system reported back. The energy of the hero god Tyrion is being converted into demonic power. It continued, expelling non-convertible elements. At that moment, Kang Yu let out a roar. All the excess energy burst out of him. Seeing this, Ray wanted to rush over to Kang Yu. Sihun quickly held him back. Ray, don't go near him. Confused, Ray asked why he was so dead certain. He is currently transforming, Sihun analyzed seriously. Discharging black blood to purge toxins from the body is one of the symptoms. If anyone touches him right now, it could cause irreparable damage. Meanwhile, Kang Yu was cursing under his breath in pain. My blood is already black, but this hurts like a bitch. At the very least, there should be a healing spell or something. Gaia spoke up anxiously. Is there nothing we can do? Like casting a healing spell, for example. Sihun immediately objected. No, the wounds on his body are due to his body regenerating. A healing spell is unnecessary. Hearing this, Kang Yu wanted to scream in frustration but was powerless. No, this bastard is dead wrong. He clenched his fists and said, We can't do anything but cheer him on. Ray, though uneasy, accepted it. I see. He could only pray in helplessness. Healing spell. I'm begging you guys. However, until his consciousness faded, Kang Yu received no comfort at all. God damn it! Shortly after, the system issued rapid-fire notifications. Demonic power attribute has increased by 4. Deeper paths within the 10,000 demon palace have been unlocked. You must complete all conditions of the demonic evil. Mind to activate. You have reached your current stat limit. Stats will only increase further once the first condition of the demonic evil mind is met, or when the level cap is unlocked. A few days later, in the canyon, space suddenly fractured. A bird-like foot with sharp talons reached out. 3 bird monsters stepped out aggressively. Guak looked around for a moment, then spoke. This must be the earth that Lucifer mentioned. Before them were rolling mountain ranges. Below lay a silver river shimmering in the moonlight. After taking a brief assessment, Quack spoke up. I can feel the energy of Tyrion on this earth. He's definitely dead by now. Hampa let out a short click of the tongue. A low-tier god like him dying is none of my business. Phoenix nodded in agreement. Right. What matters is who killed him. Do you intend to find the culprit? Quack picked up a handful of soil and replied, I've heard that this world has children of Gaia. They surely know something. Hampa asked excitedly, Can we kill them? He clapped his hands and said they are children of a rival god. Killing them is no problem. Phoenix was a bit worried. Isn't Gaia a high-ranking god? Quack sneered mockingly. Are you scared of the power of that half-dead god? It immediately denied it. No way. Quack then urged, Then let's go. Hampa commented while flying. The fact that they could kill Tyrion is pretty dope. He smirked and continued, If they weren't dope, we wouldn't be looking for them. In Kwok's mind, a bizarre and fierce figure appeared. Satan will be a massive asset to Lucifer's plan. It's been a week since Jenny died at the hands of wicked Satan. The Guardians set aside their grief to fulfill their duty. The primary mission of the Guardians is to investigate the demonic cult, to slay monsters passing through the gates, and to save lives worldwide. Currently, Kang Yu is sitting down to talk with Gaia. You want me to go to South America? He asked curiously. That place has been overrun by monsters. Are there still people living there? She nodded sorrowfully. That's right, Gaia told stories of the indigenous people living there, who are frequently attacked by monsters. Although they sent reports to the U.S. asking for help, there are too many indigenous people and they all live far apart from each other. Therefore, we don't have enough forces. She continued. That's why I want you, Kang Yu and Si-hun, to take the mission of leading the natives to safety. Kang Yu was lost in thought. This doesn't sound very vibey to me, but I have no other choice. He grumbled to himself in frustration. Since the demon cult hasn't made a move yet, I've got nothing else to do anyway, because my progress has stalled. I need to at least complete the conditions for the development of the demonic mind. But since there are no demons around here, I should have left that old commander in Manchuria alive, huh? Well, there's a chance that those monster attacks over there are the work of the demon cult. I should go check it out. All right. Kang Yu finally agreed. I'll take on that mission. Gale immediately thanked him. Thank you, Kang Yu. Since this is an official meeting, we will arrange a flight for you. Then she made a request to Kang Yi. The guardian Kim Si-hun has seemed a bit drained lately, so please ask if something's bothering him. Hearing that, he was a bit stunned. Si-hun? At this time, Si-hun was locking himself in the training room. A notification rang out on the system. Level 2 training initiated. Si-hun held his sword, standing in the middle of a thick mist. Soon after, the system started Level 3 training. Countless simulated monsters were summoned. They aggressively lunged to attack him. Si-hun leaped up swiftly, thinking to himself. He repeatedly spun and slashed at the monsters. Yet Si-hun wasn't happy at all. I find myself absolutely disgusting. He instinctively remembered the night his mother held him tight, and kept repeating, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for bringing you into this world. Si-hun was in agony, blaming himself and hating his own guts, because he couldn't deny those words. He had sobbed in his mother's arms back then. Of course, I don't think she still thinks that way. No, maybe she doesn't even remember saying those things. Currently, Si-hun was lunging at the monsters while beating himself up. But this isn't something I earned. These aren't results that I created with my own 2 hands. I was saved by Kang Yu. He has a massive ambition. I want to be just like Kang Yu. I want to save people drowning and suffering, just like I was in the past. Then I could confidently ignore the toxic words that I used to hear back then. Si-hun's hand gripping the sword suddenly stopped. Even after defeating the monsters, he felt zero confidence. I can't become like Kang Yu. Si-hun remembered the previous battle, the day Janan was killed by Satan. The feeling I got when I saw that corpse was relief. He felt a bit uneasy thinking about Gale and Janan. I was so worried watching them. I was jealous. Si-hun silently cursed himself. But even so, how could I feel relieved at someone else's death? I'm such a shallow and selfish person. Right then, the system displayed a notification. You have cleared level 3. It quickly added, training complete. Si-hun stood in a daze, staring into space and wondering, how could someone like me ever become like Kang Yu? He was still caught in his feelings, when suddenly a familiar voice called out, Si-hun! Si-hun was a bit startled to see Kang Yu. What are you doing here? He replied calmly. I have something to tell you. Kang Yu smiled and made a suggestion. Should we go somewhere a bit more chill? After opening up for a while on the rooftop, he finally nodded in understanding. So the reason you've been so incredibly hard on yourself is to overcome a crisis from the past, huh? Kang Yu continued. And you feel disgusted with yourself for feeling relieved when a rival disappeared, right? Si-hun lowered his head in guilt. Yes, I just can't let that slide. He expressed honestly, I want to be a savior like you and overcome my own crisis. But someone as shallow and selfish as me will never be able to become someone like you. Kang Yu felt a bit guilty, thinking, you, shallow and selfish? If it were me, I would have danced on Janan's corpse and grinned from ear to ear. Kid, you're hilarious. Anyway, calling me a savior? What a total dummy. Kang Yu sighed with a hint of regret. To be useful to everyone and overcome the crisis of your past. That's the mindset of a naive errand boy who knows nothing about the world. Personally, I'll never understand that way of thinking. He reached out and gently patted Si-hun's head, but I've actually become quite a softie. Kang Yu praised himself smugly. It was only for a moment, but I did comfort Kim Si-hun. Being patted, he blanked out and called out, Kang Yu! Lost in his own self-satisfaction, he ruffled Si-hun's hair. Si-hun went wild, setting aside all logic and calculation. With a kind heart, he shouted, his face turning red with embarrassment. "What are you even doing?" Kang-woo marveled, but this doesn't feel bad at all. Then he turned around and waved for Si-hun to follow. He wondered, "Where are we going?" He simply replied, "To save people." The whole team quickly arrived in Venezuela, South America. The natives there were very anxious. An injured child was screaming in pain. A soft hand gently touched the boy's belly. A brilliant golden light appeared, soothing the child's pain. Seo-ah held the baby and told the parents, "I've healed the boy's wounds. You can take him now." Watching the mother and son embrace happily, Tae-soo cheerfully praised her healing abilities. "That's seriously impressive." She smiled humbly. "It's such a relief that I can at least do this much." They both looked toward the tent entrance and said, "Looks like Si-hun is here." "Yeah, I think so too." Si-hun walked in while scratching his head bashfully at their words. "Isn't that our hero, Si-hun?" He spoke up shyly. "This is so embarrassing. I told you two to stop calling me that." Seo-ah laughed and teased him. "You've saved hundreds of people over the past few days. If you're not a hero, then who is?" Si-hun replied humbly. "I could only guide the natives, easily because of everyone's help." He believed that, if anything, the ones at the edge of the forest, fighting monsters to protect the migrants, are the real heroes. The Master and Sion. The two of them were currently busy slaying monsters. Mujin wiped his sword and asked his daughter, "Where to next?" She softly replied, "Hold on," her eyes still glued to the map. Members of the Hwarang Guild, Wazon Hyunmo, and the Red Rose Guild. Yeonju also joined forces to eliminate monsters. And the organization that gathered these people was trying very hard to find clues about recent demon cult activities. Kang-woo asked Akaina, who was on his back, "Have you seen any traces of the demon cult lately?" She scanned the surroundings intently and replied, "Nothing at all." He felt a bit disappointed and wondered, should we look north instead? Si-hun believed that Kang-woo and the others were the true heroes. Tae-soo gripped his hand in encouragement. "You're one of them too." He could only laugh awkwardly to change the subject. "But I think U.S. forces will join us tomorrow. Can anyone get a hold of Kang? You or anyone else?" Right then, an unfamiliar voice rang out calling for Si-hun. He immediately turned his head. That voice must be the village chief's. "What's going?" But as he saw what was in front of him, Si-hun's eyes gradually darkened. The village chief ran toward him in a panic. Behind his head was a purple orb of energy. The chief was being chased, utterly terrified. He cried out in agony, "Si-hun, save me!" Before he could finish his sentence, that purple orb sucked the chief's body inside itself. Si-hun's whole body froze, not knowing how to react. Finally, Si-hun regained his senses and started sprinting forward. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Little did he know, 3 purple orbs were heading straight for him to attack. Si-hun quickly realized it, but he had 0 time to react. An energy blast exploded, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Si-hun frantically asked if everyone was okay. Just then, an unfamiliar voice spoke up. "Is that a human?" The other one replied, "I think so. I can feel the energy of a god in him." Si-hun looked at the newcomers and gasped in shock. "You're the monster group." The leader, Gaia, slowly appeared through the dense smoke and dust. Si-hun asked in horror, "Demons?" After the shockwave, the villagers bore the full brunt of it. They sat up amidst the smoke, covered in wounds and wailing in pain. I can't see anything. It hurts so bad." 3 massive eagles, red, yellow, and green, loomed majestically in the sky. The people were terrified. "A monster! Help! Someone help me!" Si-hun stood in front, drawing his sword. He looked up at the sky and thought, "The energy I feel from them is exactly like before." Si-hun recalled the masked man with the creepy, demonic smile, and continued thinking, "That disturbing energy I felt from Satan. If that's the case, then these guys—" Si-hun muttered, "Demons." "Demons?" The Red Eagle spoke up. "Oh ho, I bet you're one of Gaia's kind, too." Seo-ah and Tae-soo arrived. Seo-ah asked worriedly, "Si-hun, are you okay?" Seeing his teammates suddenly show up, he turned his head and said anxiously, "You guys shouldn't be here!" In front of the 3 of them, that eagle already held a black energy orb with a purple glow. It said, "We can find Gaia as a manifestation point if we just capture this guy." The eagle added, "Then we won't need anything else." With that, it hurled the orb straight ahead. That eerie purple light closed in on Seo-ah, making her body go stiff. Paralyzed with fear, she could only stare at the orb in shock. Si-hun's feet slammed onto the ground as he lunged forward. He drew his sword and sliced the orb right in half, causing a massive explosion. The blast caught Seo-A and Tesu, making them scream. Si-hun turned back and said urgently, Seo-A! Tesu, get the villagers out of here! Seo-A and Tesu looked up at Si-hun with hesitation. With a grim expression, Si-hun stared at the enemy ahead and said, They're demons, I'll buy some time. So go meet up with the U.S. forces! Tesu barked angrily. How can you handle this alone? Seo, understanding the situation, grabbed Tesu's hand and said, All right, we'll evacuate the people and come back with reinforcements. She then pulled Tesu along and shouted, We're evacuating together. Everyone, follow me. If you're still physically able, please help the wounded and bring them with us. Tesu looked at Seo-A in confusion and said frantically, they hadn't even run that far, when the yellow eagle, quick as a flash, swooped down towards Seo-A and Tesu. It swung its claws and said, Idiots, you really thought we'd just let you walk away? The yellow eagle, with the eyes of a cold-blooded killer, stared at the two prey running ahead and said, Where do you think you're going, huh? Unfortunately for it, that attack was intercepted as Si-hun quickly rushed out to block it. He swung his sword, sliding across the ground right in front of the yellow eagle. Si-hun looked up, scowling as if he were ready to swing his sword again, and strike the yellow eagle down. He said, Your opponent is me. Having its kill snatched away, the yellow-feathered eagle was absolutely livid. It simultaneously created countless black orbs and fired them forward, not forgetting to let out a smug laugh. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Si-hun was fighting with everything he had, blocking every single one of the eagle's attacks. Seeing his prey stuck completely on the defensive, the hawk said, Struggle a little more, you Gaia's kind. Things weren't looking good as Si-hun was grazed by those orbs, leaving his arms and legs wounded. The yellow eagle hovered in midair and roared. Grr, ha! Ha 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 ha! Is that all the power Gaia's kind has? Down on the ground, a heavily injured Si-hun clutched his sword and slumped to the dirt. The yellow eagle looked down at Si-hun mockingly. Where'd all that fighting spirit from earlier go? Si-hun's face showed clear signs of exhaustion. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. He thought to himself, I know. Si-hun looked toward the other two eagles, red and green, and realized he couldn't beat them. The green eagle folded its arms and said, What should we do about the ones that escaped? The red eagle replied coldly, They don't matter. All we need is Gaia's kind. Si-hun remembered the smiles and the happy tears the villagers had for him. I truly thank you. If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead. Si-hun thought to himself, I didn't have a plan, and I never intended to be a hero. Then he recalled the admiring words from the people, You're our hero. If you ever need any help, just let us know, okay? I want to be just like you when I grow up. Si-hun thought it would be better if the kid admired the heroes on the screen instead. Si-hun flashed back to when he was a child. His mother held him close and sobbed, I'm so sorry for bringing you into this world. He thought to himself, a coward, still suffering from his own trauma, a pathetic loser who can't even behave right, a fool who can't move on from his own painful past. But in the eagle's hand, another energy orb began to form. It said sinisterly, How interesting. Si-hun stared straight at the yellow eagle's hand, thinking, It's not that I don't know. The eagle raised its arm high. The energy orb in its hand grew larger and larger, radiating a terrifying power. It said, Think you can survive this one too? Si-hun was still trying to hold his ground. He looked up and thought, These thoughts I'm having are really strange. The yellow eagle, eyes filled with malice, swept its hand down and said, Fine. Keep struggling with all you've got until you die. The red and green eagles stood by watching the fight unfold. The green eagle asked, If that Gaia's kind dies, what's your plan? The red eagle put a hand to its face, looking disappointed, and said, The energy orb, packed with absolute destruction, descended towards Si-hun as he gripped his sword, trying to stand. Thinking he had one last shot, he raised his sword with both hands, staring at the descending orb. I'm not sure if I can pull this off. Facing the approaching horrific destruction, Si-hun cracked a smile. Gripping his sword with both hands, he swung it upward. He thought about how he wanted to be like Kang Yu. Si-hun held his sword with both hands, ready to swing, then closed his eyes. Remembering Kang Yu, he thought to himself, I don't know who he really is, or what kind of person he was in the past. All I know is that he saved a life that seemed destined to only struggle in this mud. Si-hun opened his eyes. At this moment, his pupils had vanished, replaced by a blue glow. So I won't run away, he thought. Si-hun told himself, then swung his sword, creating a long, straight streak of light forward, slicing that orb in half. That cut seemed harmless at first, But in an instant, it became a massive sword energy trail, extremely powerful. The system notified, "You have received the legacy power, Holy Dragon Slash." Completely blindsided, one side of Hampa's wing and arm were caught as Hun's sword energy tore through. He instinctively blurted out, "What the hell?" Hampa then felt a stinging pain from his arm and wing, surging through him. His eyes widened with a yellow glint appearing, as shock mixed with agony. Before he could process what was happening, Hun had already gripped his sword and charged in. The other two eagles screamed, "Hampa, dodge it!" Hampa thought blankly, I couldn't even feel. My arm being hacked off. Hampa used his remaining arm to touch the other shoulder, thinking about having to endure such a shameful thing in front of his brothers. After the initial shock, he quickly used his remaining arm to swat Hun away, thinking, "Don't make a fool out of me!" He hissed in anger. "How dare a mere human!" Hun still didn't give up, rushing in at a frantic speed with powerful sword strikes. Hampa thought he was faster than humans. Hampa dodged the continuous attacks from Hun. While thinking that Human's sword was slow, he could see its movements clearly, and it was so weak he could easily counter it. Watching Hun frantically stabbing forward with his sword, he wondered, "Then why? Am I losing?" Hampa couldn't react in time. He could only stand there staring at the sword before him, thinking, "Am I going to die by a human's hand?" In his eyes, filled with utter panic, reflected that trash sword plunging straight toward him. He thought, "Me, Hampa." Another furious voice rang out. "You stupid bastard!" The green eagle rushed in from behind, attacking Hun from the rear, causing Hun immense pain. Hun was sent flying. Hampa said in shock, "Foe! Phoenix!" Phoenix looked at Hampa and barked, "What the hell are you doing? Struggling against a pathetic human, Hampa?" Phoenix said, "Go to Mampa and get healed, you loser." A flicker of fear crossed Hampa's face as he stayed silent. Hampa flew off, leaving Phoenix and Hun sitting on the ground. Phoenix landed. He pinned Hun's leg down and said, "I guess even if you're just akin to a dying god, she's still a high-ranking deity." Hun screamed in absolute agony. Phoenix looked pissed off. He pointed one finger up, releasing countless small energy orbs, saying, "How dare a mere human!" Those orbs flew through Hun's body, leaving him only able to let out cries of pain. Not only that, numerous orbs also pierced through his legs. Hun was tortured by Phoenix, causing him to thrash in pain, as if having a seizure. Manpa turned to Hampa and said, "Phoenix has lost it. Hampa, when he dies, you'll be tasked with finding Gaia's incarnation." Hampa stood behind, bowing respectfully, and said, "Understood." On the other side, Phoenix was losing his mind. He conjured up countless energy orbs, all aimed at the dying Hun below. Hun told himself how pathetic he was. Hun's eyes slowly began to lose consciousness. "I don't want to die," he rasped, faintly calling out, "Kang, Kang-oo." Hun thought, "So I desperately wanted to be saved after all." Those numerous orbs rained down towards Hun. "It's over," Hun thought. "Even though I swore I wouldn't run away, the outcome still hasn't changed." Hun took the hits repeatedly, enduring every blow without any defense. He remembered the time he saw people turn to stone, and that moment as well, when Kang-yu screamed in agony as his teammates died before his eyes. And even now, he was about to get logged out of life, as his strength faded while being under attack. With his consciousness blurring, Hun thought, "In the end, I couldn't do anything at all." Then a familiar figure flashed by. A massive shockwave erupted behind those three eagle brothers. Even they didn't see it coming. Phoenix turned around and said, "What? What?" At that moment, a single tear escaped his eye. Kim Si-hun. On the other side, the fighting had intensified, smoke and dust clouding the vision. A blurry figure in the distance spoke, "Who told you to go and fight all by yourself, huh?" Kang-yu had a terrifying look in his eyes as he spoke. His voice was low, sending chills down everyone's spine. "And this bastard, too. Those wounds are so severe. It's a miracle you're even alive." Blood pooled on the ground from his body. "Looking at those wounds doesn't make me sad or angry. I don't feel a thing." Kim Si-hun lay on the ground. His mouth and entire body were covered in blood, scattered with wounds of all sizes. "That is all Kim Si-hun is worth to me. I think highly of Kim Si-hun." But then he slowly walked closer to him, approaching step by step. Standing before him were three beasts. He spoke as he approached. Why did he tell everyone else to run, while he himself stayed behind to fight these guys? He wondered, even if he died, my plan wouldn't have changed. He's not that important. He walked over to where Kim Si-hun lay and asked, "What, you trying to act like a main character or something?" The two beasts on either side watched, breaking into a sweat. "But I've already turned him into a subordinate, to use him later on. He's like a pawn to me. That's it." He lay on the ground, gasping for air as he spoke. What, did you get cocky? Just because people started calling you a hero? He was never worth more than that. It's simply because I almost lost a pawn. He stepped forward, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up. He struggled to breathe as he spoke. Hyungnim. I'm not soft enough to lose my cool over this, he yelled right in his face. If you couldn't win, then you should have run away! You stupid bastard, then what? The more he spoke, the more Kang Yu exploded. His eyes began to change slightly. Didn't you say you'd save everyone? Didn't you say you'd overcome the trauma of the past? Things like this don't make me angry. He continued. Is this your way? Acting tough and then dying. Who's going to remember you? Right. Then the green-furred beast touched its face and spoke. That's enough, human. Still frustrated, he snapped back. If you don't want to die, get lost. Hearing that, the beast started to say, Hey! He decisively cut the beast's head off, with a single slash. The other two beasts were completely shocked. Phoenix, I'm still talking here, he said slowly. Having just finished the slash, a flash of light appeared on the tip of the blade, reflecting under the sunlight. He glanced up and said, Shut your damn traps. Those bird-brained fools now had magical threads, starting to stitch the wound back up. Regenerative power. That power helped Kim Si-hun recover from his injuries to some extent. He lay there on the ground and spoke. I'm sorry, brother. He didn't even turn his head back toward him, but instead turned around to speak. We'll talk later, he continued. For now, just get some rest, he said. Kang Yu raised his hand to rub his forehead, then let out a long sigh. He tried to hold it back, but couldn't. He spoke through gritted teeth. This is so freaking annoying. Just then, he stomped hard on the corpse of that blue-furred beast and let out a roar. The birds were stunned and cursed. Damn it! The red bird thought to himself. He took down Felix with just one blow? That human, could it be? Meanwhile, at a castle, Lord Lucifer, the red bird entered the castle. Enzo knelt down respectfully and said, The portal to Earth is ready. A black bird named Lucifer, sitting grandly on his throne, finally spoke. Very well, at those words. It suddenly put on a serious expression. Lord Lucifer, it said. It continued to voice its concerns to the blackbird. Is it possible the Satan down on Earth is a fake? Maybe someone is impersonating him? I have never seen Satan before, so I might not be able to tell what's real from what's fake, he finally asked. So could you please let me know the distinct identifying features of Satan? After hearing that, he said, No one in their right mind would fake being that guy. But fine, I'll tell you. Then he described Satan's characteristics to him. As he spoke, he began to visualize it. He always hides his identity behind a red mask and a black cloak, and he acts on pure insane instinct. So be extremely careful when you're around him. He then continued, If you ever run into him, the first thing you need to do is to check the color of his eyes. He pointed to his own eyes as he spoke. Hearing that, the other hesitated and asked, His eye color? Lord Ba, Satan and a few other special individuals have eyes with black pupils and white irises, but when they're hyped or pissed off, their eyes turn pitch black. If you meet him and his eyes turn black, don't even look back, just run for your life. Just as the warning ended, he suddenly looked up. His eyes turned red with pitch black surroundings. The other one thought, no way. Could that guy be Satan? At that moment, an attack lunged toward the red bird. Die, he was still thinking. Could he be one of those rare demons? That looked just like Satan? The bird was still wondering. I'll take him down first, then ask for his name later. While it was lost in thought, Kang Yu had already dashed close. As its talons slammed hard onto the ground, he tried to dodge, but it didn't expect. What's with this speed? It was an incredible speed. It screamed out in rage, How dare you! But he still lunged forward to attack it. It tried to block his strike. This sphere contained power, passed down directly from Lord Lucifer. It was a force that could crush everything around it, known as destruction. He can block Lucifer's power with his bare hands. It was absolutely shocked when he was able to withstand the attack. Right at that moment, he counterattacked. The sphere flew into the air. It gasped, You bastard! He gently reached out his hand toward the sphere. With a boom, that thing flew into something else. The sphere pierced right through the body. A terrifyingly massive surge of power. He turned his face back and said, It'll be your turn in a bit. That red bird panicked and screamed, Han Fat! It continued. Didn't I tell you to get down there already? Taking it off guard, he swiftly attacked it. With just a light touch, it fell backward onto the ground. I'm sorry, please. Please, spare me. He then calmly asked, What's 1,000 minus 7? The bird was a bit stunned after hearing that and asked, Huh? What are you talking about? Before it could even process it, he pinned something straight into its chest. Blood spurted out from the wound. Kang Yu slowly said, Don't worry, I won't ask too many questions. He began repeating the question, What's 1,000 minus 7? Terrified and crying, it said, 993. It's 993, he said. Next, and it replied in confusion, what? Something lunged down from above. It screamed in terror, wait, 986, 986! He calmly said, keep going. It continued subtracting 7 and gave the answer, 979, 4. Each time it spoke, it was struck by magic, either having its feathers plucked or being slashed. 832, 419, 272. Finally, it screamed, 6! The final answer is 6! By the time it finished, both of its wings had been cut off. Hearing the answer, he said nonchalantly, very good. With his hand still on its head, he said, well then, I guess that's enough practice, right? With tears streaming down, it asked, huh? What do you mean? Now the real round begins. He began posing a new question. For two equations PSPU and KuBI, there are 7 and 9 distinct real roots, respectively. Accordingly, given set A's XY cos and QXP, PSQE and QX where X and Y are real numbers forming an infinite set. The more he spoke, the more his smile became inhuman. Let S be the subset of A where XY is a subset of A. Then the number of elements in S, NS depends on PX and QX. Now find the maximum value of N's. The question had just been asked. Tears flowed down its face as it cried out in despair. Just then, 2 trembling hands were raised. Kim Si-hun regained his composure. The blood stains and wounds on his body also vanished. At that moment, he said, whoa! That was certainly some quality time. He sat up and thought to himself, I almost lost control there, because of all the messy thoughts in my head. For a demon, who is constantly swayed by desires and emotions, messy distractions are truly dangerous. Kang Yu held up a mirror to check himself and thought, that burst of anger while fighting those magic birds was pretty intense. At least the whites of my eyes have returned to normal, so I'll be fine. An image then flashed through his mind. Come to think of it, that Satan guy is quite like me. Something similar to the demon prophet. How pathetic. He walked leisurely across the ground, approaching the yellow bird lying on the floor. Anyway, hey, you there? He stepped on it and said, you can't just sleep here. He continued, who the hell are you guys anyway? Are you Lucifer's subordinates? The yellow bird asked in panic. How do you know about that? Thinking back, I've seen it. I saw a demon I'd never met before, using Lucifer's power. He has created new subordinates, right? Which means Lucifer has regained his original strength. Sending them down to Earth means he has given up on fighting the angels and is now targeting Earth. This is truly a tough nut to crack. That train of thought continued. He asked further, what's your purpose for coming here? He pointed behind him, waiting for the answer with a composed look. I can't tell you, it said, so he replied. Do you want to end up like that guy over there? The red bird answered with a trembling voice. The maximum value of NS is... A scream cut through. Seeing that, the yellow bird also trembled and spoke loudly. I'll tell you, the reason we came to Earth is... It said it was to find Satan. Hearing that, he was a bit stunned and asked, what? Kang Yu suddenly thought to himself, is Satan really on Earth?